Chapter 3802. Hearing this, the female sea tribe's gaze on Ningqi became hotter and hotter, taking out tens of billions of god domain stones worth of cultivation resources to sell, and even wanted to buy an early grade 7 spirit fruit, the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. This kind of wealth already far surpassed an ordinary grade 6 god realm warrior at the level of a city lord. In the next few days, the cultivation resources that Ning Xuanyi put up for sale were auctioned off batch after batch. The items in his spatial ring became lesser and lesser, but the number of god domain stones increased. Even if Nine Heads Island deducted part of the transaction fee, in less than a month, Ningqi's wealth had already soared to more than 40 billion god domain stones. This was related to several ordinary spirit fruits in God Lua world, but in the Fortune Divine realm, they were crazily fought over. Their prices were far higher than supermarket prices. Fei Yan admired Ningqi more and more. Not only was his cultivation high, even the cultivation resources that he took out were unique, much rarer than the things that others were selling. After a few more days, when all the cultivation resources that Ningqi brought from God Lua world were sold off, his wealth soared to 50 billion god domain stones. In God Lua world, this was 500 billion god domain stones. Even an ordinary Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to reach this level. The most important thing was that Ning Xuanyi could purchase cultivation resources that weren't worth much in the Fortune Divine realm, but were extremely valuable in God Lua world. Then he could earn another sum of money in God Lua world. With this endless cycle, it wouldn't be long before he accumulated a considerable amount of wealth to pave the way for his future cultivation. On the walls of the room, there were batches of cultivation resources being auctioned off. Ningqi noticed that there were over 10 batches of cultivation resources that were extremely special, and the types of spirit materials that were put up for sale were extremely similar to the spirit materials that Ningqi had brought. Thus, it could be determined that there ought to be over 10 powers from the primeval times that were participating in this trade meeting. Fei Yan, this is your commission and 1 billion god domain stones. Take it and help me purchase the things on the list. If someone is like you, don't alert them and come back to inform me immediately. Ningqi passed a spatial ring to Fei Yan and said lightly. Fei Yan scanned the spatial ring with his divine sense and confirmed that there were indeed 150 million god domain stones inside. His face lit up with excitement and he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, my lord." Without another word, he immediately left the trading meet. 5 million God Realm stones was 1 million more than the 4 million God Realm stones he had expected. With this amount of money, he would have the confidence to advance to a grade 4 God Realm Warrior. The things Ningqi wanted to buy weren't worth much in the Fortune Divine Realm, so it was basically impossible to see them in the trading fair. He could only take advantage of the fact that many sea tribes had come to participate in the trading fair to see if they had these worthless cultivation resources. 10 days later, the trading fair continued. During this period, the dozen or so powers that Ningqi suspected to be from the primordial lands had secretly made a few moves. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was from the primordial lands, it would have been difficult to discover them. They should only be at the rebirth state. In the creation divine realm, they are considered advanced grade 4 divine realm warriors. No wonder they don't dare to throw out their resources. A hint of a smile flashed through Ningqi's eyes. At this moment, the female member of the sea tribe said excitedly, "My lord, the auction for the Phoenix Nirvana fruits has begun." As she spoke, she almost shoved her entire body into Ningqi's arms. Unfortunately, Ningqi had no interest in this blue-skinned member of the sea tribe. With a slight shake of his body, the female member of the sea tribe awkwardly stood to the side. "Help me keep an eye on the price. You have experience participating in the trading fair. How many God Realm stones do you think it will be worth?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "There are a total of 4 Phoenix Nirvana fruits this time. I estimate that the first 3 will be sold for more and more, and the fourth will soar to a peak. As for the first one, it should be sold for about 6 billion God Realm Stones. The female member of the Sea tribe said in a low voice. She was still a little excited. How much commission she could get depended on how many God Realm Stones Ning Chi spent this time. The Nine Heads Island only took a portion of the transaction fee from the previous sales. It had nothing to do with them. If Ning Chi bought a 6 billion God Realm Stone, she would get a commission of 300,000 God Realm Stones. If Ning Chi spent all the 50 billion God Realm Stones he got this time, she would get a commission of 5 million God Realm Stones. To a third-grade Sea tribe member, this was already a huge amount of wealth. Then, I'll let you help me bid. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. The female Sea tribe member immediately nodded her head. The auction for this Phoenix Nirvana fruit did not last too long. In the end, it was bought by Ning Chi at a price of 5 billion God Realm Stones. Compared to the last time in the Hague City, this price was almost half the price. There were still 3 Phoenix Nirvana fruits left. 2 months later, Ning Chi finally won 2, and the price of the last one was pushed to an extremely high level. Ning Chi suspected that the bidder was from the ancient sects and forces. They might have temporarily joined forces and spent 15 billion God Realm Stones to buy this Phoenix Nirvana fruit. 3 Phoenix Nirvana fruits, plus the one I got from the Fong family second elder. That's a total of 4. If I swallow all of them, breaking through to the imperishable realm shouldn't be a problem. Ning Chi smiled. If he could break through to the Emperor realm before the grand, distant lands burial ruins opened, his chances of obtaining a godhead would be much higher. From the beginning of the trading conference, it lasted for a full 3 months. At the end of the trading conference, Ning Chi still had 27 billion God Realm Stones, of which 6 billion was the profit and capital earned after Commander Xueqiu entrusted him to resell cultivation resources, and the remaining 600 million was from the Purple Spirit family. Converted into Origin Essence Stones, the Z family easily earned 3 billion after deducting the capital. Their net worth had doubled. Although 90% of the profits were taken by Ning Chi, if it weren't for the Purple Spirit family, the Z family wouldn't even be able to earn 3 billion. At the door, Ning Chi saw Fei Yan, who had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Ning Chi, he gave him a look. The two didn't talk much on the way. After returning to the inn, Fei Yan said in a low voice, "My lord, there are people like you buying those worthless spiritual materials. I remember the appearance of a few people." After saying that, he waved his arm, and spiritual energy suddenly condensed into a few faces. One of them turned out to be a high-level 4th-grade god realm warrior who came to Nine Heads Island on Alberta's warship, just like Ning Chi. Ning Chi remembered that at the very beginning, when Alberta said that there was a Sea tribe grade 6 celestial warrior who hated humans coming to Nine Heads Island and that they needed to collect the ship's fare in advance, that advanced grade 4 celestial warrior was the first to object. "I got it. How much did you buy for the things I asked you to buy?" Ning Chi smiled. Chapter 3803. Fei Yan blushed with shame. "Sir, I could have spent all the God domain stones you gave me. But because many people are buying these spiritual materials, there are still millions of God domain stones left. All the spiritual materials I bought are here." Then he handed an interspatial ring to Ning Chi. "Sure enough, someone is trying to steal our business." Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. He took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. His eyes immediately lit up. Fei Yan had bought a few dozen Qilin hearts. Adding the 30 from before, he now had a total of 70 Qilin hearts. In this way, it would not be a problem for his primordial spirit to reach more than 30,000 points. The nascent divinity was related to the power of many magical techniques, as well as the speed of cultivation. Ning Chi didn't care too much about it before, but now he was pressed for time. He had to improve both his nascent divinity and his fleshly body at the same time. Only then would he be able to find a chance of survival in the upcoming tribulation. Being able to buy these is already not bad. When we return to land, I'll give you another 1,000,000,000 God domain stones for you to help me purchase them. The remaining several million God domain stones will be your reward. Ningqi put away the universe ring and said with a smile. Fei Yan was stunned for a moment. A few million as a reward? Although it had taken him some effort to purchase these spirit materials over the past 2 months, it definitely couldn't be considered tiring. Did he earn a few million God domain stones? Just like that? Money came too easily, right? After regaining her composure, Fei Yan repeatedly thanked Ningqi, but Ningqi continued, when the time comes, choose a place and open a chamber of commerce, called the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Also, hire some people to help you purchase those spirit materials. Then you are the vice president of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I am the president. Ningqi smiled. Fian was so excited that he couldn't speak and could only nod his head frantically. Since the trading convention is over, let's return to Tianding City. Are you leaving today? Do you still have something to do here? Ningqi laughed. No, it's nothing. It's just that I thought we need to make some preparations. Every time the trading meet ends, there will be people disappearing in the sea for no reason, especially the Nine Heads Island. It's quite far from the mainland, so there will always be people from the sea tribe who will attack us humans. Fei Yan whispered. Let's talk about it when we meet them. Our Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce has 10 grade, 6 god realm warriors backing us. As long as the Oceanic tribe is in their right mind, they won't make a move against us. Ningqi smiled. On the same day, Ningqi and Fei Yan left the Nine Heads Island and boarded another sea tribe's battleship. This battleship was extremely large, and almost 70% to 80% of the humans who came to the Nine Heads Island were on board. Among them, there were many grade 5 god realm warriors and some grade 5C tribe members. Because it was a return trip, everyone wasn't in a hurry. Thus, the speed of the battleship was a little slow, but it was tolerable. Ningqi and Fei Yan's rooms were next to each other, and nothing had happened for the past few days. But not too long after, the speed of the battleship suddenly slowed, and an extremely terrifying aura came from the distance. Many people left their rooms and gathered on the deck. What they saw was a battleship that was over 10 times larger than their own, several thousand meters away. 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure. Ningqi's eyes were slightly solemn. From this giant battleship, he could feel the aura of a 9th grade pre-celestial spirit treasure. The blood-red battleship had the black netherworld sea region as its background. As it suddenly appeared, many human warriors revealed anxious and fearful expressions. It's over. This is Lord Blood Devil's battleship. Fei Yan's complexion changed. At this time, the mast of the battleship that Ningqi and the others were on, an early 5th grade sea folk, flew onto the deck. He respectfully bowed towards the distant blood-red battleship. Lord Nine-Headed's subordinate, Carlos, greets Lord Blood Devil. Brother Wu, I'm afraid we'll have to cough up a mouthful of blood this time. Chu Feng bitterly smiled as he arrived beside Ningqi and Fei Yan. The Chu family juniors behind him also had ugly complexions. What they feared had really come true. Could it be that this Lord Blood Ghost is really going to attack us? Wouldn't that be breaking the agreement between the 3 heavenly kings and the Sea King? Ningqi lightly said. Chu Feng shook his head. You're thinking too simply. If Lord Blood Devil only kills a few humans, it won't be breaking the agreement. Right now, we just need to see who he finds displeasing to the eye. Perhaps it's a few, perhaps it's a dozen. After we kill them, we just need to hand over some of God Domain Stones and we can leave. I didn't bring many God Domain Stones with me this time. When the time comes, let's all pool together. A 4th grade God Realm Warrior said. Ningqi knew him. He was the one who had come to the Nine Heads Island with him on the Alberta battleship. Later on, Fei Yan had discovered that he was also purchasing spiritual materials that were not worth much in the creation god realm, but were worth tens of thousands of gold in the divine Lua world. Thinking up to here, Ning Qi glanced at his status panel. Origin returning, sect climbing dragon? As expected from the primordial era, the Origin returning sect was one of the primordial divine sects. Just like the Moon Elephant sect, they also had more than 10 Emperor Realm experts. It was said that the Origin returning sect master was a boundless great emperor. A voice that sounded neither like a man nor a woman came from the blood-colored warship. Carlos, although your nine-headed subordinate, you should know my rules. How about this? You let the humans give me 10 heads and 5 billion god domain stones, and I'll let the others on the ship go. Offer up 10 heads? Everyone subconsciously distanced themselves from the others, their eyes filled with vigilance and anger. Everyone, you heard it. Please. Carlos looked at the crowd helplessly. Even if he offended some humans this time, it had nothing to do with him. Everyone knew that when facing a 6th grade god realm warrior, unless they were stronger than him, nothing would work. That's not bad, but 5 billion god domain stones. Looks like some people will have to cough up blood. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Chu Feng's words. The Chu family disciples he brought with him also heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lord Blood Ghost's words. They were afraid that Lord Blood Ghost would personally make a move. If that happened, even if he wanted to kill Chu Feng, he would not be lenient. However, letting the human warriors choose 10 heads meant that the 5th grade god realm warriors present would not be in any danger. Moreover, the 5 billion god domain stones could be gathered from the others. Ning Qi could almost see a pair of eyes filled with mockery, looking at them like a god. Lord Carlos, we've spent money to ride on your battleship. You should protect us. A high-level, 4th grade god realm warrior said in a low voice. Carlos shook his head. I can protect you from the other sea tribes, but Lord Blood Ghost is a 6th grade god realm warrior. I can't protect him. A mere 30,000 god domain stones ticket isn't as valuable as you think. I can refund you the fare. How about it? That high-level, 4th grade god realm warrior instantly fell silent. If he took the 30,000 god domain stones as a fare, he would definitely be chased off the ship. Even if he used his but to think, he could already guess what the outcome would be. If you guys aren't going to choose, then I'll do it. A voice that was neither male nor female sounded again. This time, it caused many of the 5th grade god realm warriors' expressions to change. Just as his voice fell, a blood-red light shot out from the battleship, landing on Fei Yan, the first one. Chapter 3804. This, Fei Yan was dumbfounded as he watched the red pillar of light envelop him like a cage. Break for me. In his panic, Fei Yan didn't care if this was the technique of a grade 6 god realm warrior. He exerted all his strength and punched out. The terrifying force collided with the red pillar of light, but it instantly dissipated into nothingness, unable to even cause a ripple. You won't be able to break the technique of a grade 6 god realm warrior. Ning Qi frowned. If Fei Yan was really killed by the other party, it wouldn't be easy for him to find someone so easy to order around. The second beam of red light arrived in the blink of an eye. This time it enveloped Chu Feng. Big brother Chu Feng. The Chu family disciples he brought along revealed a trace of fear on their faces. They hurriedly used all sorts of methods to attack the red pillar of light. Don't waste your strength, it won't break. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Shui Gui would actually pick him out of so many humans on the ship. His luck was too good. Chu Feng's mind spun rapidly as he made up his mind. Even if he had to use up his harvest this time, he had to exchange for his life. The third beam of red light appeared. This time, it was a high-level grade 4 God Realm Warrior. The rest of the grade 5 God Realm Warriors immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Panlong was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with anxiety. He had never imagined that he would be so lucky on this trip to Nine Heads Island. Senior Shui Goei will pick the remaining 7 heads ourselves. One of the high-level grade 5 God Realm Warriors suddenly spoke. All right, then you can pick the remaining 7 heads yourselves. Shui Goei's voice sounded again. The grade 5 God Realm Warriors on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. However, the grade 4 God Realm Warriors started to tremble in fear. If it were up to their own people to choose, they would definitely send the grade 4 God Realm Warriors to their deaths. As for those with the lowest cultivation, their complexions had already turned incomparably pale. However, I've changed my mind. I can only pick among you grade 5 God Realm Warriors. Shui Goei's voice sounded again. This time, his tone was filled with obvious mockery. Pick among grade 5 God Realm Warriors? Who? Those grade 4 God Realm Warriors breathed out in relief. Carlos was stunned for a moment. He looked at Blood Devil with some difficulty and said, Lord Blood Devil, if too many grade 5 God Realm Warriors die at once, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain to the 3 divine kingdoms. What are you afraid of? The one who died wasn't a grade 6 God Realm Warrior, but a mere grade 5 God Realm Warrior. Don't tell me that it's enough to make the human race shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war with our sea tribe? Don't think that just because you're 9-head subordinate, I won't dare to touch you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you too. When Carlos heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, there were about 30 grade 5 God Realm Warriors on his ship. After hearing Blood Ghost's words, those who knew each other gathered together in 2s and 3s. Very few were left alone. Because of this, Ning Chi's side became very conspicuous. This was because Chu Feng, who was standing next to him, had already been enveloped by the red beam of light. All that was left was to wait for death. Ning Chi was only a Tier 5 intermediate warrior. His cultivation was not very high, and he was alone. For a moment, all the Tier 5 divine realm warriors were secretly signaling each other with their eyes. Sir, be careful! Fei Yen suddenly yelled. Ning Chi did not even look. He turned around and punched. The body of a Tier 5 intermediate god realm warrior who ambushed him exploded. His golden bones were also instantly shattered. What a powerful technique! Chu Feng's face revealed a trace of surprise. Killing someone of the same level in one move, and without using any spells, he relied purely on his physical body. This meant that Ning Chi's physical body was extremely powerful. The other Tier 5 divine realm warriors also revealed shocked expressions. Only a few advanced Tier 5 divine realm warriors remained unmoved, still looking at Ning Chi. This human's technique is not bad, but it's a pity. Carlos looked at Ning Chi, a trace of joy flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although he did business with the human race, he was still a member of the Sea tribe. To be able to see a human expert die at sea was naturally something to be happy about. Sir Blood Ghost, does that person just now count as a head? Ning Chi suddenly looked at the red warship and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yes. Good. Ning Chi smiled, calmly looking around at the Tier 5 divine realm warriors present. Whoever wants my head, do it now. Ning Chi did not even care about those advanced Tier 5 divine realm warriors whose aura was similar to that of the early or middle imperishable realm, let alone those of the same level. Brother Zhao, you and I have known each other for many years. Naturally, there is no need for us to kill each other. However, we have never seen this person before, so let's count his head. This way, we will send another 5 people to leave this place. All right, then you and I will work together to suppress this kid. The 2 intermediate Tier 5 divine realm warriors discussed for a while. They did not hide anything from Ning Chi and were not afraid of others, saying that they bullied him with numbers. Just like that, they surrounded Ning Chi from the front and back. In the next moment, the intermediate tier 5 divine realm warrior called Brother Zhao suddenly attacked. The other person seemed to have a tacit understanding with him, sealing all of Ning Chi's escape routes at the same time he attacked. They did not believe that the two of them who were about to enter the advanced tier 5 divine realm could not suppress Ning Chi together. Bang! The terrifying attack landed on Ning Chi's body. Seeing that Ning Chi did not resist, many people shook their heads. Even Fei Yan could not help but close his eyes, thinking that Ning Chi was dead for sure. Are your punches really that light? Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the two people, he struck out with his palm. In the void, an incomparably large dragon had condensed and roared at the two people. In the next moment, starting from the top of their heads, their hair, flesh, and bones scattered on the ground like sand. In an instant, the two intermediate tier 5 divine realm warriors died on the spot. 3. Ning Chi smiled. His figure moved slightly and appeared in front of a tier 5 divine realm warrior who had tried to attack but hesitated in the end. With a bang, the other party was smashed into minced meat. 4. Ning Chi smiled. 7. Someone reminded in a low voice. The other party had obviously included Fei Yan and the other two who were enveloped by the red light pillar. Is that so? My calculations are not that good. Ning Chi chuckled nonchalantly. He then appeared before another god's domain warrior. The tier 5 divine realm warrior exclaimed, "Don't attack me. I have no grudge against you. Just now, you used your chi to move. You wanted to kill me. You just didn't dare to." Ning Chi smiled. "I'll fight you to the death." Bang! 5. Ning Chi repeated. Chu Feng was startled. Then a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes, as if he did not believe his own guess. However, he looked at Ning Chi expectantly. Chapter 3805. Brother Wu, it's up to you whether I can live or not. Chu Feng looked at Ning Chi anxiously. In just a few short breaths of time, Ning Chi had killed a few more grade 5 god realm warriors who had wanted to attack him. 6. 7. Enough. A 5th grade advanced god realm warrior frowned and struck a palm at Ning Chi. Ning Chi's figure moved slightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, directly approaching the advanced 5th grade god realm warrior. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged about 100 moves. Gradually, the crowd was shocked to discover that the advanced 5th grade god realm warrior was the first to show signs of weakness. "We have enough people," the warrior who was fighting Ning Chi said in a panic as he fought. He was already regretting it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have meddled in other people's business. Bang! Ning Chi found his opponent's weakness and used his own body to block the attack. With a backhand, he smashed the warrior's head. Advanced 5th rank was equivalent to the imperishable stage. However, as long as one was not at the perfected stage, their skull could not be tempered into a golden body. Therefore, this was the only weakness of imperishable stage cultivators. After smashing the warrior's head, Ning Chi did not stop. In front of everyone, he smashed the warrior into pieces. Only then did he say calmly, 8. On the ship, whether it was the human clan or the sea clan, they all looked at Ning Chi with a trace of fear in their eyes, as if they were frightened out of their wits. Lunatic, a mid-level 5th grade god realm warrior, suddenly soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Earlier, he also had the intention to kill Ning Chi, and he knew that Ning Chi could sense it. However, before that mid-level 5th grade god realm warrior could escape more than 1,000 feet away, a gentle breeze brushed against his body. In the next moment, his body scattered into the netherworld sea region like sand. 9. Ning Chi smiled. There was no movement from the blood-colored warship. "Senior, that's enough," noticing that Ning Chi was looking at him. an early-stage rank, 5 God realm warrior revealed a bitter smile as he retreated step by step. He wished he could slap himself a dozen times. Why did he suddenly think of joining forces with others to deal with Ning Qi? Bang! An early-stage tier 5 God realm warrior was dead. The rest of the advanced 5th grade God realm warriors looked at each other and subconsciously took a step back. They wanted to put more distance between them and Ning Qi. In their eyes, Ning Qi's move just now was enough to threaten their lives. Even if they joined forces, they didn't have much confidence in suppressing Ning Qi. Who the hell is this person? How can he be so powerful? He can kill someone of a higher rank with such ease. Could it be that only a peak advanced rank 5 can suppress him? No matter who he is, now that we have 10 people, let's not offend him. Exactly. 10. Ning Qi smiled faintly and cupped his hands in the direction of the blood-red warship. Lord Blood Ghost, I've sent the 10 people you wanted on their way, and 5 billion God domain stones. Lord Blood Ghost's voice sounded again. At the same time, the red pillar of light that had enveloped Fian, Chu Feng, and Panlong also gradually disappeared. Seeing this, the 3 of them revealed a look of joy as if they had just survived a calamity. They looked at Ning Qi with gratitude in their eyes. Did you hear that? 5 billion God domain stones. Gather them together. Ning Qi looked at the several advanced 5th grade God realm warriors. Their expressions changed slightly, a trace of anger flashing in their eyes. But after a few breaths of time, they turned their attention to the others. 5 billion God domain stones were gathered in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After Carlos received the interspatial ring, he placed it in both hands and raised it high. A red light flashed, and the interspatial ring disappeared. Human, what is your name? Lord Blood Ghost's voice sounded again. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Wu Yin. Ning Qi cupped his hands in greeting. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? There was a trace of doubt in Lord Blood Ghost's voice, as if he had never heard of this Chamber of Commerce before. But when Ning Qi took out the Rising Dragon token, his expression changed drastically. Inside the warship, a member of the sea race with a protruding mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and a face like a thunder god's, but dressed in red robes, looked through the void and landed on the Rising Dragon token. He could feel that there were 10 auras in the Rising Dragon token that were no weaker than his own. Among them, there was one that was much stronger than his own. Even his good friend, the island master of Nine Heads Island, an advanced 6th grade sea race, was much weaker than this aura. So that's how it is. No wonder they were able to train a warrior like you. Among all the warriors from the God realm I've seen, you are the strongest. I'll keep my word. I'll let you live today. But the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. Lord Blood Ghost's voice sounded in everyone's ears. As for the you in his words, everyone was well aware of who he was referring to. Not long after, the blood-colored warship slowly disappeared from the Netherworld sea region. Seeing this, Carlos started the warship again and headed toward Sky Tripod City. The members of the sea race and the human race on the warship still had a trace of shock on their faces. The pressure that the Rising Dragon token gave them was extremely terrifying. It was as if a 6th grade God realm warrior was staring at them. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? I've actually never heard of such a powerful Chamber of Commerce. What a pity. If I knew this lord had such a background earlier, I would have definitely tried to curry favor with him on Nine Heads Island. For the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce to have such strength, the business they run must be enormous. The several advanced 5th grade God realm warriors who had originally planned to find a chance to teach Ning Qi a lesson broke out in a cold sweat after seeing the Rising Dragon token. With such a background, if they really dared to make a move, it would be courting death. My lord really didn't deceive me. Feeling the 10 Emperor-level auras, Fei Yan was extremely excited. With 10 6th-grade God Realm warriors as his backing, wouldn't he be able to do business as he pleased? No matter where he went, even the Feng family and Chu family in Sky Tripod City would have to give him face. What a terrifying token! A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Brother Wu, when we return to Sky Tripod City, I'll invite you to my Chu family as a guest. Today, you saved my life, so you are my good brother. Let me do my best as a host. Chu Feng walked in front of Ningqi and said with a face full of gratitude, After some time when we return to Sky Tripod City, I also need to find a place to go into seclusion. I suddenly have a feeling that I'm about to break through. Ningqi smiled. For Phoenix, samsara fruits were enough for him to break through to the great perfection of the imperishable stage here. If he was lucky, perhaps 20 years later when the Primordial Land's burial ruins opened, he could become an emperor-level existence of the Moon Elephant sect. About to break through? Chu Feng was stunned, but Fei Yan's face was full of surprise. The stronger Ningqi was, the more promising he would be if he followed Ningqi. Chapter 3806. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Middle rank 5 is already so strong. What will happen if he breaks through to upper rank 5? I'm afraid that aside from a grade 6 God Realm warrior, there's basically no one who can suppress him. Someone cursed in his heart. On the way to Tianding City, the advanced 5th-tier God Realm warriors would gather and chat occasionally. Most of their time was spent in the cabin. Pan Long, who had managed to keep his life because of Ningqi, took out 100 million God domain stones as a token of thanks. Ningqi casually accepted it and tossed it to Fei Yan, using it as funds to purchase cultivation resources. Pan Long still wanted to worm his way into being friends with Ningqi, but when he saw that Ningqi was extremely cold, he gave up. Although he was saved by Ningqi's methods on that day still made him feel a trace of fear. Even in the Gui Yuan sect, where he was from, there weren't many people like Ningqi. To think that such a ferocious, sempiternal realm cultivator would appear. A few months later, the battleship arrived at Heavenly Tripod City. Whether it was the marine race or the human race, they all moved quickly. Most people didn't dare approach Ningqi. Only Chu Feng was extremely enthusiastic and insisted that Ningqi go to the Chu family for a meal. Brother Wu, it's just a meal. When the time comes, I'll help you find a place to go into seclusion. My Chu clan has an abode specially for disciples to make breakthroughs. With the clan head overseeing it, no one will dare to disturb us. Chu Feng said enthusiastically. Ningqi's eyes flickered. Swallowing the phoenix reincarnation fruit had caused quite a commotion. If there was an emperor to suppress it, it would indeed save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu. Ningqi laughed. Seeing this, the Chu family disciples behind Chu Feng smiled. Not only was Ningqi's cultivation extremely powerful, but his background was also enough for the Chu family to be on good terms with him. With 10 grade 6 God Realm warriors as their backing, if the Chu family could ride on their coattails, the Chu family would be able to earn a lot. On the way back to the Chu family, Ningqi casually chatted with Chu Feng. Through their conversation, Ningqi managed to find out a lot of information about the Feng family. After learning that the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Sisi, was an early grade 6 God Realm warrior, Ningqi's heart relaxed a lot. As long as he broke through to the imperishable realm, Ningqi felt that there would be room for maneuver even if he faced an expert who had just entered the Emperor realm. He wouldn't be as powerless as he was now. Not long after, the group arrived in front of a very imposing house. When the guard at the door saw Chu Feng, his face lit up with surprise. Young Master Chu Feng, go and inform my father. Tell him that an honored guest has arrived. Chu Feng immediately said. One of the guards glanced at Ningqi and immediately revealed a respectful smile. He turned around and entered the Chu clan. "Brother Chu, there's no need to be so polite." Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. "Brother Wu, you are my savior. If it weren't for you, my life would have been taken by that old man, Shui Gui." Chu Feng said with a serious face. Chu Tianqian, who was walking towards the door, revealed a trace of astonishment when he heard this. "Chu Feng, did you guys encounter a blood ghost this time?" "Father." Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and then explained what had happened in a low voice. Chu Tianquan's face immediately revealed a look of gratitude. He looked towards Ning Qi. "Brother Wu, thank you for saving my son this time. I only have this one son. If he dies in the hands of Shui Gui, my wife will definitely cry herself to death." "Brother Wu?" Was there a difference in seniority? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. Chu Tianqian seemed to have seen through Ning Qi's thoughts and immediately said with a smile, "Brother Wu need not take it to heart. Although I'm at the 5th level, I'm only 1 level higher than you. We're of the same generation. As for Chu Feng, you can call him nephew or brother Chu." "Father, what are you saying?" Chu Feng suddenly felt somewhat helpless. All right. Honored guests have arrived. What are you standing outside the door for? Come in with me." Chu Tianqian let out a hearty laugh. After entering the Chu clan, Ning Qi found that the strength of the Chu clan was similar to that of the 4 great emperor clans in the Tali land. At least, it was similar to that of the Jiang clan. There weren't many high 5th grade god realm warriors like Chu Tianqian. In the depths of the Chu family, there were 3 auras that were extremely powerful. 2 of them were about the same as Chu Tianqian, and 1 was stronger than Chu Tianqian. It should be the Chu family's patriarch, the early 6th grade god realm warrior. Warriors of the god realm. "Big brother, I heard that you encountered the blood ghost old monster?" Everyone was chatting merrily in the hall when they saw a young girl rush into the hall. She looked at Chu Feng with an incomparably nervous expression. Seeing that he was not missing an arm or a leg, the expression on her face suddenly relaxed. Behind the girl was a young man. His cultivation was only at upper level 4, but his face revealed a hint of childishness. It was highly possible that he was a rebirth state cultivator who was not even 100 years old. Come. Big brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Wu Yin. If not for Brother Wu's care, your big brother would have died in the hands of the blood ghost long ago." After seeing Chu Sun, Chu Feng's eyes instantly brightened. He hurriedly introduced Ning Qi to her and then smiled at Ning Qi. "Brother Wu, this is my younger sister, my biological sister. She's still unmarried." "Big brother, why are you saying this?" Chu Sun's expression immediately changed, and she subconsciously looked behind her. She saw that the expression of the young man who had followed her into the Chu estate had also changed. His gaze landed on Ning Qi, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. There was also a trace of undetectable hostility. "Brother Chu, I already have a good match." Ning Qi smiled faintly. He was naturally clear about Chu Feng's intentions. However, he already had the sage concubine, Shui and Li Exan. Ning Qi felt that this life was enough. He might not be able to handle a few more women. "So Brother Wu is already married, Sai." Chu Feng was slightly startled, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. When Chu Sun heard this, she immediately felt that Ning Qi was looking down on her. She immediately felt a little unhappy. She looked at Ning Qi. "I heard from my big brother that you were the one who saved him from the blood ghost?" The blood ghost is an advanced 6th rank warrior of the realm of the gods, and you're only mid-rank, right? And how did you save my big brother? Don't tell me you're deliberately colluding with the blood ghost to infiltrate the Chu clan and plot against us? As soon as these words came out, Chu Tianqian and Chu Feng's expressions simultaneously changed. Standing behind Ning Qi, Fei Yan also showed a trace of anger in her eyes. "Chu Sun, what are you saying?" Chu Feng shouted. Big brother Chu, Sun Er's worry is right. After all, a mid-rank 5th rank warrior was able to save you from the hands of an advanced 6th rank warrior of the realm of the gods. This is too unbelievable. The young man smiled and cupped his hands. Big brother, I'm just worried about the safety of the clan. Chu Sun said with a wronged expression. You don't know anything, so don't speak carelessly. This time, Lord Blood Ghost originally wanted 10 of our lives. Your big brother was already chosen by him. If not for Brother Wu's decisive action and taking the heads of 10 5th rank warriors of the realm of the gods, Lord Blood Ghost would have kept his promise. Here, let us go, and perhaps you won't see me again today. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Wu. Chu Feng said angrily. Chapter 3807. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. 10 grade, 5 God Realm Warriors heads? Chu Sun was stunned for a moment. The young man behind her was also slightly taken aback. Ning Qi looked cultured and refined. Although he was a 5th level intermediate God Realm Warrior, he did not look like someone who would do such a terrible thing. A grade 5 God Realm Warrior had tempered their golden bodies, making them extremely difficult to kill. Even if they were at the same level, it would be extremely difficult to kill 1 or 2 of them. As for killing 10, wasn't this a little too much of a myth? Chu Sun, is this how you treat your big brother savior? Chu Tianqian growled. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Wu. Chu Feng had already told him that Ning Qi had 10 grade 6 God Realm Warriors backing him up. How could the Chu family afford to offend such a background? If not for the fact that the head of the Chu clan was cultivating in seclusion, he would have personally come out to receive him. I thank you for saving my big brother's life. Chu Sun opened her mouth, but in the end, she unwillingly said to Ning Qi, Apologize. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, Big brother you. Chu Sun looked at Chu Feng angrily. After a few breaths, seeing that Chu Feng and Chu Tianquan's gazes were still unmoved, she could only angrily apologize to Chu Feng. Then, without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, she turned and left. Brother Chu, Uncle Chu, I'm afraid something might have happened to Sun Er. I'll take my leave first. The young man cupped his hands towards the two, glanced at Ning Qi out of the corner of his eyes, and then turned to leave. Brother Wu, this little sister of mine has been spoiled rotten. She doesn't know the big picture at all. I hope Brother Wu doesn't blame her. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. It's fine. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Feng prepared a sumptuous banquet for Ning Qi. The next day, he brought Ning Qi to the place where the Chu family's disciples and elders could make breakthroughs. Brother Wu, this is the place. There are 36 caves here, and 7 of them are empty. It just so happens that the restrictive formations on them are able to withstand the shock waves from a grade 5 God Realm Warrior's breakthrough. You can choose any one of them. Chu Feng laughed. In Ning Qi's sight, there were 36 pagodas standing around. The 7 pagodas mentioned by Chu Feng happened to be slightly different from the other 29 pagodas. The aura of restrictive spells set up on them was also stronger than that of the other 29 pagodas. The former should be for grade 5 God Realm Warriors to cultivate, while the latter should be for grade 4 God Realm Warriors and below. There were people cultivating in all 29 pagodas. Young Master Chu Feng. Along the way, they encountered many Chu family warriors. After they saw Chu Feng, they cupped their hands across their chests and curiously looked at Ning Qi. After a day, everyone in the Chu family had basically learned of Chu Feng's experiences in the Netherworld Sea region. After rescuing Chu Feng from the clutches of a grade 6 God Realm Warrior, many speculations about Ning Qi gradually spread. However, there was also a rumor that was being discussed in private. They said that Ning Qi might be a spy sent by Lord Blood Ghost, and that he wanted to use him to infiltrate the Chu clan to plot against them. Chu Feng smiled and nodded at the Chu clan warriors who greeted him. Then he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Brother Wu, how is it? Have you picked a seat?" "This one." Ning Qi picked one at random. "Okay." Chu Feng personally sent Ning Qi to the entrance of the tower. After Ning Qi entered, he turned around and left with Fei Yan. Inside the tower, Ning Qi first swallowed the Qilin heart. The stronger his primordial spirit was, the more helpful it would be for him to swallow the phoenix reincarnation fruit. At the same time, Chu Sen, on the other hand, had come to the Feng family, which was equally as famous as the Chu family, and was complaining to an advanced 5th-grade god realm warrior, whose cultivation was about the same as Chu Tianquan's. The young man who had been following Chu Sen before was also present. Standing behind Chu Sen, he occasionally added a few guesses of his own. Testing. "Big Brother Xuanji, this person is really arrogant. I'm afraid he's a spy from the marine race. So, I hope Big Brother Feng can test him." Chu Sen said in a low voice. The young man nodded. "Big Brother, according to Big Brother Chu's description, this person easily killed 10 grade 5 god realm warriors. Is it possible that Blood Ghost secretly did something? You should know that Blood Ghost is the marine race that hates us humans the most. If it wasn't for the agreement between the 3 rulers and the Sea King, they would have already attacked Heaven, Tripod City." Chu Sen, "Feng Dong, you mean you want me to test this person's background?" Feng Xuanji said with a faint smile. "Yes, if Big Brother Xuanji takes action, you can definitely test this person's background. At the very least, you can teach him a lesson." Chu Sun nodded. Feng Xuanji, however, could see that Chu Sun's true purpose was to teach the other party a lesson. He glanced at Feng Dong and then at Chu Sun. He chuckled and nodded. "Fine. I also want to see if this person can save Chu Feng from the Blood Ghost. I want to see how strong this God Realm Warrior is." Chu Sun was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. "Big Brother Xuanji, you agree?" Feng Xuanji nodded with a faint smile. "Let's go." Feng Dong and Chu Sun were very happy. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the Chu clan. Chu Tianqian learned that the strongest warrior of the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Xuanji, who was likely to enter the grade 6 god realm and become the next patriarch of the Feng clan, had come to the Chu clan. Chu Feng came out to welcome him. "Uncle Chu." Feng Xuanji smiled and cupped his hands at Chu Tianqian. "Xuanji's cultivation has improved again recently." Chu Tianquan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Since the last time he saw Feng Xuanji, the other party's cultivation had deepened a bit. Such a fast advancement speed was indeed shocking. "I have a feeling that my cultivation has indeed improved." Feng Xuanji nodded with a smile. Chu Feng glanced at him with some dissatisfaction, then looked at Feng Dong and Chu Sun and frowned. "Feng Xuanji, what are you doing here today?" He was from the same generation as Feng Xuanji, but Feng Xuanji's aptitude and talent far surpassed the geniuses of his generation. He had become the most dazzling new star in Sky Tripod City. When the geniuses of their generation advanced to the early stage of grade 5, Feng Xuanji had already advanced from grade 5 intermediate to grade 5 advanced. "I heard that the Chu clan has a distinguished guest. Xuanji wanted to come and take a look. I wonder if I will trouble Uncle Chu?" Feng Xuanji ignored Chu Feng and smiled at Chu Tianqian. So what if they were of the same generation? Feng Xuanji no longer recognized an early 5th grade god realm warrior like Chu Feng. In his eyes, even Chu Tianqian was a level lower than him. This was because he was the youngest 5th grade god realm warrior in Tianding City. He was destined to enter the 6th grade in the future. It might not be too long before this time. Chu Tianqian glanced at Chu Sun and saw him shift his gaze away guiltily. He already understood in his heart. He smiled at Feng Xuanji and said, "Xuanji, that distinguished guest has already gone into seclusion. If you want to take a look, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for him to come out." Gone into seclusion? He's afraid. Chu Sun's face showed a trace of surprise. Then he snorted disdainfully. "There's no harm in going into seclusion. When he comes out, Xuanji will come and visit again." Feng Xuanji smiled, cupped his hands, and turned to leave. Chu Sun immediately followed Feng Dong with a guilty conscience and left quickly behind Feng Xuanji. Chapter 3808. Dad, I think you should talk to Sun Er about her temper. It's one thing for her to be mischievous when she was young, but now she can't even tell right from wrong. She even hangs out with that trash Feng Dong. If you don't say anything, I'll have Mother teach her a lesson. Chu Feng frowned after Feng Xuanji, and the other two left. What do you mean? Sun Er has always had this kind of temper since she was young. It's my fault for not letting her go out to explore the world. Although she's a grade 4 God Realm Warrior, 10 grade 3 God Realm Warriors can kill her. There's nothing wrong with hanging out with Feng Dong. At least Feng Dong has Feng Xuanji as his brother. In the future, the Feng family's 2nd grade 6 God Realm Warrior can only be him. Chu Tianxian said indifferently. After a pause, he continued, "Your mother will definitely say the same thing. I'm afraid that Sun Er will cause trouble. Not only did Brother Wu save me, but his background is also very mysterious. If we can cooperate with the rising dragon merchant house behind him, it will be of great help to our Chu family." Chu Feng said in a low voice, "I've already ordered people to investigate last night. There is no rising dragon merchant house. If you hear it from him personally, it's either newly established or non-existent to deceive Shui Gui. Whether it's the former or the latter, it won't be of any help to our Chu family. On the other hand, the token in his hand has a mysterious origin. You better find out who the 10 grade 6 God Realm Warriors behind him are. Only then will it be of help to our Chu family." Chu Tianxian waved his hand with a smile. How could a merchant house that had 10 grade 6 God Realm Warriors as its backing be unknown? No matter how low-key it was, there should be some traces left behind. Yesterday, he had asked all the forces that had cooperated with the Chu family, but none of them knew anything about the rising dragon merchant house. This meant that at least one of his guesses was correct. "Dad, don't tell me you want to find out Brother Wu's background like Sun Er? Although Feng Xuanji is arrogant, he's the real deal. As a peak grade 5 God Realm Warrior, Brother Wu might not be his match. Are you trying to use this to lure out the grade 6 God Realm Warrior behind him?" Chu Feng's expression became a little strange. "In any case, this has nothing to do with our Chu clan. If anything happens, it'll be the Feng clan's problem. Feng Sisi lost a Phoenix Nirvana fruit some time ago, causing his cultivation to stagnate. It'll be best if we cause him some trouble this time. That way, it'll be even more difficult for him to break through his bottleneck before your grandfather." Chu Tianxian smiled, then turned and left. Chu Feng stood where he was for a long time before he suddenly muttered to himself, "What an old fox!" 10 days later, Ning Xuani had already swallowed all 70 Qilin hearts. According to the stats panel, his power of primordial soul had broken through the 30,000 mark and reached 30,300 points. 30,000 was the limit that a sempiternal realm cultivator could reach. Ning Qi had yet to reach sempiternal realm consummation, but the strength of his primordial spirit had already exceeded that limit. After swallowing the Qilin heart, Ning Qi took out 4 phoenix reincarnation fruits and tossed them all into his mouth. The fruits melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that spread to his limbs and bones. In an instant, Ning Qi was in a trance, as if he had stepped into the clouds and mist. His whole body seemed a little dizzy, but it was accompanied by a kind of comfort. Boom! Ning Qi's aura suddenly surged, reaching the level of a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. The restrictive formation on the pagoda flickered slightly, but due to how fast it was, no one noticed it. But before long, Ning Chi's aura surged once more, reaching the level of an imperishable realm consummation, cultivator. At the same time, the golden bones in his body were also being tempered by a unique energy, and the rate at which they were being tempered was astounding. In another pagoda, a Chu clan descendant had finally broken through his bottleneck after many years of hard work, successfully advancing to become a god realm consummation cultivator. He walked out of the pagoda excitedly, and there were already a dozen people waiting outside. "Chu Long, you've made a breakthrough?" I've broken through to god realm consummation. Why are all of you here to receive me? It won't be too late to come when I reach god realm consummation next time, Chu Long said with a smile. You're the role model of our lineage. You've only cultivated for 30 years, but you've already reached god realm consummation. If we don't come to receive you, wouldn't it seem as if our lineage has withered? Someone laughed. Like Chu Long, the dozen or so people were all descendants of the Chu clan's third branch. Among them, some were only at god realm consummation, and some were already at god realm consummation. Only Chu Long was at god realm consummation, and he stood out like a crane among chickens. Come on, let's go to the Cool Breeze Inn and have a feast. It's my treat, Chu Long said in high spirits. Just as everyone was about to leave, someone suddenly pointed at a pagoda and said, "Look, why is the restrictive spell on that pagoda constantly flashing?" It's normal for the restrictive spell to change due to the chi movement caused by a breakthrough, but is it really normal for it to keep flashing? Hearing this, everyone, including Chu Long, looked at the pagoda in unison. As a result, they saw that the restrictive spell on the pagoda was constantly flashing. Is there something wrong with the restrictive spell? A trace of confusion appeared in Chu Long's eyes. Not long after, more and more Chu clan descendants noticed this. Even the elders of Chu Tianchuan's generation came upon hearing the news. Why are there so many people gathered here? Chu Feng happened to pass by this place. Seeing so many people gathered here, he couldn't help but feel curious. Seeing Chu Feng's arrival, everyone's faces immediately revealed respectful expressions. Chu Long also did the same, because, like Feng Xuanji, Chu Feng was the Chu clan's #1 outstanding talent, the youngest god realm warrior. Although Chu Feng's cultivation realm was 2 levels lower than Feng Xuanji's. Isn't that Brother Wu's cave dwelling? Chu Feng was slightly startled, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Chu Feng, the Brother Wu you mentioned, is he the mid-level god realm warrior who saved you from Blood Ghost? A Chu clan elder asked. That's right, third uncle. Why is the restrictive spell flickering? Is there something wrong with it? Chu Feng nodded and casually asked. The Chu clan elder who was addressed as third uncle shook his head. The restrictive spell was personally arranged by the patriarch. How could there be a problem? This kind of flickering is similar to an unstable chi movement after breakthrough, which triggered the restrictive spell. You mean, Brother Wu is constantly breaking through? Chu Feng was stunned. Hearing this, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Inside the pagoda, Ning Chi's aura had soared to the level of imperishable stage great circle, and the tempering of his golden body had almost reached 100%. However, there was a fingernail-sized area on the top of his head that could not be tempered. No matter how the special energy produced by the phoenix samsara fruit surged towards that area, it would always be blocked outside. Ding! The system's notification suddenly sounded. Ning Chi was slightly startled. He diverted his attention to look at his attribute panel and almost spat out a curse. Chapter 3809. Ning Chi finally understood why he couldn't refine the top of his head. After absorbing so much of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit's energy, there was still at least 1/10 of the remaining energy in his body that couldn't be absorbed by Ning Chi. It was all because the system had its own ideas, At this time, it gave Ning Qi an advancement quest. Ning Qi instantly understood the cause and effect. If he hadn't consumed the phoenix reincarnation fruit, the system would have prepared this mission for him and given it to him when he reached the imperishable realm. But now he had swallowed 4 phoenix samsara fruits. An energy contained within them was boundless. But because the system had issued an advancement mission, he couldn't absorb the remaining energy and was stuck at the imperishable realm. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to break through to the great emperor realm, enter the Supreme Saint Assembly, and become a boundless cultivator. Ning Qi felt that this mission was quite clever, letting a dark cultivator like him enter the Supreme Saint Assembly. Did it really think he was one of those Emperor Realm powerhouses who could hide their identity? The Supreme Saint Assembly only accepts cultivators with great talent. If I want to enter, I'll have to make a name for myself in the Moon Elephant sect. With a slight thought, Ning Qi had a preliminary plan. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. With the system's restrictions, he would probably have to wait until the advancement mission was completed before he could fully absorb the remaining energy of the phoenix reincarnation fruit. Outside the tower, everyone suddenly realized that the restrictive spell was no longer flickering. Before long, a figure walked out. Other than Chu Feng and the other rank 5 God Realm warriors, no one else could tell what realm Ning Qi was at. The surging energy had long been absorbed into Ning Qi's body. This time, the phoenix reincarnation fruit not only made Ning Qi's golden body almost complete, but it also helped him break through to the ancient star body, 12th rank. The dragon elephant saint art had also improved. When he broke through to the emperor realm, he would probably reach the 99th level complete. His basic mortal bodily strength had risen by an unknown degree. If he were to use the 9 inner hidden gates in addition, it could be said that Ning Qi was a vicious beast in human form. He even felt that, in terms of pure mortal bodily strength, he could compare with several peak clans of the monster race. For instance, the 4 Saint clans, the Kirin clan, and so forth. Brother Wu Yu, you're out so soon. Chu Feng immediately went up to meet him. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. He had assumed that Ning Qi's closed-door seclusion would take at least a few years, or even a few decades. After all, for a grade 5 God Realm warrior, breaking through a bottleneck was the minimum amount of time. Some grade 5 God Realm warriors were stuck at a bottleneck for hundreds of years without being able to break through. My cultivation base has increased a little. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Thank you, Brother Chu, for your Feng Shui treasured land. You're too polite. Then Brother Wu is... Chu Feng hurriedly waved his hand, but then he revealed a trace of curiosity. He couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation, mainly because Ning Qi's primordial spirit was much stronger than Chu Feng's. Advanced rank 5, I guess. Ning Qi laughed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Ning Qi was still a middle stage rank 5 not long ago. They did not expect him to break through to rank 5 in the blink of an eye. If they knew that Ning Qi was not only at advanced 5th grade, but also at the peak of advanced 5th grade, the same cultivation as Feng Xuanji, they would be even more shocked. In this realm, one could also dominate a region in the creation divine realm and create a small sect or family. In the Shenluo realm, one would be considered an extremely powerful expert. Usually, if the Emperor realm was not out, the Eternal realm would be the top. Advanced 5th grade. Brother Wu is really well prepared. Chu Feng suddenly let out a sigh. I've been troubling Brother Chu for the past few days. I still have something to do, so I plan to leave today. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Chu Feng was slightly startled and then whispered, the Feng family's #1 genius, Feng Xuanji, is also at advanced 5th grade. He was provoked by Sun Air and Feng Dong and wants to challenge Brother Wu. If Brother Wu is confident, you might as well stay for another day. If Brother Wu is in a hurry, then leave now. If Feng Xuanji comes looking for you, I will stop him for Brother Wu. He had just broken through, and someone came to him to practice? Ning Qi was worried that there was no place to test his current methods. He was still not sure how big the gap between his strength and before was. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled and said, "In that case, then I will stay for another day. However, it is inevitable that there will be some stakes in a spar. Brother Chu, why not arrange it?" Stakes? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. "Brother Wu, are you confident?" "Probably 100%. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Chu Feng was shocked by Ning Qi's confidence. After a few moments of hesitation, he decided to believe in Ning Qi because he also hated Feng Xuanji. If he could take this opportunity to discuss the other, then would Feng Xuanji dare to look down on him in the future? Good. Leave this matter to me. Feng Xuanji is extremely arrogant. He will definitely take the bait. Chu Feng could not hide the excitement in his heart. Soon, the Chu family knew that Ning Qi had broken out of seclusion. Chu Tianqian also came to congratulate him. In the evening, there was another sumptuous banquet. The happiest one was actually Fei Yan. During the banquet, Fei Yan looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of worship. He had been mingling around for many years, from a small first-grade god realm warrior to the current advanced third grade. Wasn't it all for the future? Now that he followed Ning Qi casually went into seclusion and broke through to advanced fifth grade. If he followed such a person, his future would be limitless. Once Sir becomes a sixth-grade god realm warrior, my good days will truly come. At that time, if Sir becomes a city lord, then I can at least become a steward, right? Thinking of this, Fei Yan was overjoyed. He drank a few more cups with the other Chu family juniors at the same table. The next day, just as Ning Qi and Fei Yan were about to bid farewell to Chu Tianqian, Feng Xuanji brought Chu Sun and Feng Dong to their door. As soon as Ning Qi and Feng Xuanji met, Feng Xuanji's body was unconsciously drawn by a powerful aura. Feng Xuanji's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retracted his aura, frowning slightly. Only when he subconsciously felt that the other party was troublesome would the aura within his body be drawn out. "Feng Xuanji, what are you doing here?" Chu Feng lightly said, "I already said that once brother will leave seclusion, I will visit." Feng Xuanji didn't even look at Chu Feng. He cupped his hands together towards Ning Qi. "I heard that Brother Wu saved Chu Feng from Lord Blood Ghost in the Netherworld Sea region. Chu Feng and I grew up together, so I must thank Brother Wu for helping me." "Brother Feng is too polite." Ning Qi smiled. Chu Sen and Feng Dong glanced at each other and then winked at Feng Xuanji. However, Feng Xuanji didn't mention the matter of exchanging pointers. Instead, after exchanging several pleasantries, he casually said, "I heard that Brother Wu had some enlightenment during your seclusion and has broken through to advanced fifth grade. I have always admired masters from all over the world. How about we exchange pointers?" Exchanging pointers is fine, but there must be some stakes. After waiting for a long time, Chu Feng immediately spoke up. Chapter 3810. Prize? Chu Sun stared blankly for a moment. A wisp of suspicion flashed through Feng Dong's eyes. Chu Feng's previous attitude was very clear. He didn't want Feng Xuanji to fight Ning Qi. Moreover, Feng Xuanji was at the peak of advanced rank 5. In Sky Tripod City, he was the first person under rank 6. If they fought, Ning Qi would definitely lose. In that case, why did he dig a hole for himself to jump into? "I heard that Wu has been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 days and has advanced from middle stage rank 5 to upper stage rank 5. I really admire your aptitude." But Feng Xuanji smiled and glanced at Chu Feng. "Does Brother Wu have any opinion on Brother Chu's words? It's just a casual spar. I don't think there's a need for a prize, right?" "Why not? If there were no stakes, how would Brother Wu have the time to spar with you?" Chu Feng sneered. Chu Tianqian observed from the side for a long time. He looked at Chu Feng and then at Ning Qi, a trace of doubt flashing in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he chose to secretly send a sound transmission to warn Chu Feng. Chu Feng, stop fanning the flames. If we add stakes and Brother Wu loses again, he'll definitely bear a grudge against our Chu family. Father, don't worry. Brother Wu was the one who suggested the bet. He's confident. Chu Feng transmitted his voice. Feng Xuanji's ears moved slightly. He seemed to have noticed that the two of them were transmitting their voices. Although he couldn't hear exactly what the two of them were talking about, he didn't need to think too much about it. They were naturally talking about this spar. I think it's better to get something. I'm from the Chamber of Commerce. If I don't get something, it won't be in line with my principles. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't have many god domain stones left on him. Most of them were used to buy the phoenix reincarnation fruits. He planned to bring the rest to the divine Luo world to purchase heaven and earth spiritual materials for his next trip to the creation divine realm. However, in addition to the 6 billion god domain stones he had prepared for Commander Shuewei, Ning Qi still had more than 20 billion god domain stones on hand. Since the other party had come with ill intentions, he didn't mind taking a bit more from the Feng family. Oh, since Brother Wu also feels that we should take some stakes, how much do you think is appropriate? Feng Xuanji smiled. If there are too many wagers, it's easy to damage our friendship. Why don't we just casually take out 20 billion god domain stones? Ning Qi laughed. Casually taking out 20 billion god domain stones? Everyone gasped on the spot. Even Chu Feng could not remain calm. He hurriedly looked at Ning Qi, wanting to see from Ning Qi's face whether he was joking or not. In normal times, 20 billion god domain stones could buy 3 phoenix nirvana fruits. Not to mention Feng Xuanji. Even the Feng family's only grade 6 god domain warrior, Feng Sisi, might not be able to easily take out such a huge sum of money. What's more, a while ago, the Feng family also lost a phoenix nirvana fruit that they bought at a high price. The wager proposed by Ning Qi made Feng Xuanji's expression a little gloomy. I see. A cold sneer appeared in Feng Dong's eyes as he spoke. You don't dare to compete with my big brother. That's why you propose to use 20 billion god realm stones as a wager? Why do you have to do this? As long as you say that I admit defeat, my big brother won't force you to spar. I see. Chu Sun came to a sudden realization. She looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Even Chu Feng began to doubt Ning Qi's previous confidence. Was it because of this that he used the wager to make Feng Xuanji retreat? However, with his understanding of Feng Xuanji's character, in this way it was equivalent to adding oil to the fire, making things even more difficult to clean up. Sure enough, before Chu Tianxian came forward to be the peacemaker, Feng Xuanji had already chuckled. Brother Wu's tone is quite big. I really can't take out 20 billion god domain stones. However, if Brother Wu can really take out such a wager, my Feng family can't dampen Brother Wu's interest, even if we use all the family strength. What does Brother Wu think? A trace of a smile appeared on Feng Dong's face, and Chu Sun also looked like he was watching the fun. If Ning Qi himself couldn't take out 20 billion god domain stones, everything he said just now would become a joke. There would be no need to compete in the following spars. Ning Qi himself would not have the face to stay in Heavenly Tripod City anymore. That's simple. Ning Qi chuckled, took out an interspatial ring, and handed it to Chu Tianxian. Brother Chu, help me see how many god domain stones are left in there. Is it enough to take 20 billion? Chu Tianxian was stunned for a moment. He took the interspatial ring in bewilderment and scanned it with his divine sense. He paused for 5 to 6 breaths of time before looking at Ning Qi in shock. Brother Wu, there are more than 27 billion god domain stones in there, not to mention him. Even the entire Chu family would not be able to take out more than 20 billion god domain stones at once. The Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce actually let an advanced 5th grade god domain warrior manage such a large amount of wealth? Their background is indeed powerful. Chu Tianqian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't think that this money would belong to Ningqi. He only thought that it was the Chamber of Commerce's property that Ningqi was responsible for managing. Father, are there really so many god domain stones? Chu Sun was stunned for a moment. Feng Dong's eyes showed a trace of disbelief. He even suspected that Chu Tianqian and Ningqi were working together to put on a show to make Feng Xuanji want to retreat. Yes, at least the god domain stones used as a wager is enough. Xuanji, if you don't believe me, I can use the Chu family as a guarantee for Brother Wu. However, both of you are rare young talents. If it's just a friendly match, there's no need to use such a big wager. Why don't you think about it again? Chu Tianqian said. Really? Feng Xuanji was stunned. He looked at Ningqi with a more serious gaze. He said slowly, Brother Wu, are you sure you want to use 20 billion god domain stones as a wager? The wager for a friendly match between some rank 6 god domain warriors could not even reach this amount. Although Feng Xuanji was extremely confident in himself, he was still a little hesitant because of the huge sum of 20 billion god domain stones. 20 billion god domain stones isn't a lot, right? If the wager is less than this amount, I don't think there's much meaning to a friendly match. What do you think, Brother Feng? Ningqi put away the universe ring and said with a faint smile. This attitude of not treating money as money at all made Chu Feng secretly happy. He looked at Feng Xuanji with a beaming smile. Xuanji, I think it's better if you don't spar with Brother Wu. 20 billion god domain stones is not a small amount. It's better to let the Feng family help you break through to the 6th grade divine realm. Sure enough, he still wants to use this to make me retreat. Feng Xuanji smiled. He could see that Ningqi didn't intend to exchange pointers with him at all. He just wanted to use this money to make him leave on his own. Not only could he save face, but he could also make Feng Xuanji lose face once. Unfortunately, Feng Xuanji got up and said with a faint smile, 20 billion god domain stones has appeared between rank 5 warriors. This has never happened in Heavenly Tripod City. I will go back and report this matter to the Patriarch. 3 days later, Brother Wu, please take the wager and go to Heavenly Tripod City's death arena. We will have a fair match in front of all the major families in Heavenly Tripod City. Chapter 38:11. All right, it's settled then. Ningqi also stood up and cupped his hands with a smile. A gamble involving a huge amount of money was thus decided. Feng Xuanji turned around and left with Feng Dong. Chu Sun was going to follow, but she was stopped by Chu Tianqian. Father! A hint of fear flashed in Chu Sun's eyes. She secretly glanced at Ningqi from the corner of her eyes. She did not expect that her intention to vent her anger would lead to such a shocking battle. At that time, no matter which side won, she would have to bear a certain degree of punishment. Chu Sun was not a fool. Ningqi could easily take out 20 billion god domain stones as a wager. His status and background were definitely much stronger than the Chu family's. Kneel! Chu Tianqian shouted. Chu Sun was stunned. After several breaths of time, she slowly knelt on the ground, her head lowered. Chu Feng sighed. Sinner, you sowed discord and let Feng Xuanji come to fight with Brother Wu. Even if Mother was here, she wouldn't stand on your side. Brother, I know I was wrong. Chu Sun whispered. You know you're wrong? Chu Tianqian sneered. You know you're in the wrong, and yet you still act so willfully. Now that things have become so big, how are you going to end this? After that, he looked at Ningqi with an apologetic look on his face. Brother Wu, it's all my daughter's fault. If it weren't for her, alas, if Brother Wu doesn't want to fight, I'll ask my father and have him discuss it with the Feng family. How about that? Since Feng Xuanji wants to give me money, why shouldn't I accept it? Ningqi smiled faintly and said, Brother Chu doesn't need to worry about winning or losing. Even if I lose, I can earn back a mere 20 billion divine domain stones in the blink of an eye. If I win, I can use this money to break through to the 6th grade, so why not? Brother Wu, are you very confident? Chu Tianxian was stunned. Chu Feng hurriedly said, Father! Brother Wu has a great chance of winning this battle. I think we should also open a banker and borrow this opportunity to make some money. But Chu Tianxian looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. How could he not know what kind of role Feng Xuanji was? It could be said that Chu Tianxian had been secretly paying attention to Feng Xuanji step by step until today. One had just broken through to advanced rank 5, while the other was at peak advanced rank 5. No one knew when he would become a rank 6 God Realm warrior. Comparing the two, there seemed to be a huge gap between them. However, Chu Feng and the other juniors of the Chu clan had seen with their own eyes that Ning Qi had jumped realms to kill a high 5th grade martial artist in the Netherworld Sea region. Although that high 5th grade martial artist was on a completely different level from Feng Xuanji, it indirectly proved that Ning Qi's strength was indeed stronger than a warrior of the same level. His mind rapidly turning, Chu Tianxian only used a dozen or so breaths of time to make a decision. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, Brother Wu, no matter what the result is, my Chu family will stand on your side this time. I will order someone to set up a bet. If Brother Wu doesn't mind, you can also invest. Well, I'll decide the ratio of the loss. If I win, it'll be 1-5. If Feng Xuanji wins, it'll be 1 o'clock. 8. I won't get too many shares. Half will do. Ning Qi smiled. Chu Tianxian was a little tongue-tied. With such a ratio, if Ning Qi lost, the Chu family would lose everything. He had originally intended to set the ratio for Feng Xuanji to win 1-0. 1. Brother Wu, isn't such a ratio a little too risky? Chu Feng asked cautiously. No, it's a sure win. Ning Qi smiled. He has half of the shares. If he loses, he also has to share half. Perhaps we can take a gamble. Chu Tianxuan's mind stirred, a smile immediately appearing on his face. Brother Wu, then it's settled. Dad, brother, you have to think twice. How could he possibly win against Big Brother Xuanji? The 20 billion God Realm stones bet is just to make Big Brother Xuanji back off. Chu Sen finally couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't want to watch her family lose everything because of this matter. In this way, wouldn't the punishment on her body be even heavier? Shut up. If the Chu family loses, think about how you're going to explain it to your grandfather. Chu Tianxian shouted. Chu Sen immediately shut her mouth. Soon, the news that Ning Qi was going to compete with Feng Xuanji spread throughout Heavenly Tripod City on the same day. Even the Heavenly Tripod City, Lord Manor spread the news. On the day of the battle, the city lord would personally attend the battle. Needless to say, the major families would also send people to attend. The tickets for the death arena were all sold out in a day. Usually, one ticket cost 100 God Realm stones. But this time, the death arena raised the price to 200 God Realm stones, and 100,000 seats were still sold out. A net profit of 2 million God Realm stones made the families behind the death arena grin from ear to ear. They really hoped that there would be more battles like this. Not only that, the major families also opened bets, but the ratio of the losses was not as generous as the Chu family. As long as Feng Xuanji won, the Chu family's odds were 1-0. 8. In just 2 days, a huge sum of money flowed into the Chu family. Even the Chu family's patriarch was alarmed by this matter. He specially sent a message to Chu Tianxian, telling him to stop accepting bets. Chu family's main hall. The elders of the various houses wore solemn expressions. They all looked at Chu Tianxian, wanting an explanation. 40 billion. 40 billion God Realm stones. The Feng family alone has bet 8 billion God Realm stones on our side. In addition to the other families and the city lord manor, Chu Tianxian, if we lose this time, the Chu family will lose everything. That kid Feng Xuanji has long been at the peak of advanced grade 5. Even I am not his match. To put it bluntly, 3 of our Chu family's advanced grade 5 experts working together might not be able to gain an advantage against that kid. The 2 Chu family elders who spoke at this moment were both advanced grade 5 experts. Just like Chu Tianxian, they were the strongest and most powerful elders under the Chu family's patriarch. Both of you, Brother Wu also has half of the shares in this bet. If we lose all of it, we will only lose 10 billion God Realm stones. Our Chu family can still afford this amount of money. Chu Tianxian smiled. If we win, I'm sure everyone can calculate the profit, right? Win? How can we win? It's impossible to win. We'll definitely lose. Chu Tianxian, we have nothing to say if you insist on doing things your own way. Since the bet has been opened, there's no reason to withdraw it. Our Chu family's reputation will be tarnished. However, I feel that you should be responsible for the outcome. If you can't pay it back in 1 year, then 5 years. If you can't pay it back in 5 years, then 50 years. I understand everyone's meaning. Chu Tianchuan's expression darkened. Then this time's bet has nothing to do with you. It is my, Chu Tianchuan's personal decision. You don't need to be so nervous. Disperse. Chu Tianxian, remember what you said. The various elders exchanged glances, then stood up and left. Since their goal had been achieved, there was no need to argue with Chu Tianxian. Come out. Chu Tianxian said indifferently after everyone left. Chu Feng walked out from the back hall, stopping in front of Chu Tianxian, a trace of worry on his face. Father, is the bet really that big? Even if we lose this time, we have an ironclad friendship with Brother Wu. He has 10 grade, 6 God realm warriors backing him. We can only gamble like this. Chu Tianxian sighed softly. There's no turning back. Chapter 38:12. The day agreed upon with Feng Xuanji arrived in the blink of an eye. In the death arena of Heavenly Cauldron City, people gradually began to take their seats. As one of the great families of Heavenly Cauldron City, the Chu clan was qualified to sit next to the city lord. It was a high platform that provided the best angle to watch the gambling fights in Heavenly Cauldron City. The Chen, Chu, Lin, Feng, and Chu families were the strongest forces in Heavenly Tripod City, second only to the city, Lord Manor. The Chen and Lin families were the first to take their seats. However, their patriarchs were probably in seclusion, so they didn't come personally. The only ones who came were some elders and young talents. After they took their seats, their gazes shifted to the other side. There, Feng Xuanji led several Feng family elders and several dozen Feng family disciples up the high platform. Finally, they sat down in the empty seats between the Chen and Lin families. Xuanji, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation seems to have increased again. It seems like your Feng family's 2nd grade 6 God Realm Warrior is about to appear. The Chen family's Grand Elder Chen Hang said with a smile. The Lin family's Grand Elder Lin Kahan also nodded. Elder Chen is right. Xuanji deserves the title of Heavenly Tripod City's #1 genius. Hearing Feng Xuanji's words, the Feng family's group revealed proud smiles. In their opinion, even if the Chen, Lin, and Chu families' current strength was on par with the Feng family, as long as Feng Xuanji broke through to grade 6 God Realm Warrior, the Feng family would dominate the Heavenly Cauldron City, and the other 3 families would be slightly weaker. In the Heavenly Cauldron City, the Feng family would become the #1 force, second only to the city, Lord Manor. The 2 of you must be joking. Xuanji is still young. If he wants to become a grade 6 God Realm Warrior, he still needs more tempering. The person who spoke was not Feng Xuanji, but a middle-aged man standing beside him. His cultivation was only at mid-grade 5, slightly weaker than Feng Xuanji. However, his position in the Feng family was the same as the Chu family's Chu Tianxian, the Chen family's Chen Hang, and the Lin family's Lin Kahan. He was in charge of managing the entire family. This was because he was Feng Xuanji's father, the son of the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Sisi, Feng Jingqing. Brother Jingqing, you don't have to be so polite. Who in Heavenly Tripod City doesn't know about Xuanji's talent? But does Brother Jingqing know the background of that Chu family's wuyin? Qinhang smiled. Everyone's ears immediately perked up. Now, everyone in Heavenly Tripod City wanted to know the background of the fellow who dared to bet 20 billion divine domain stones with Feng Xuanji. In their eyes, this was clearly an act of gifting money to them. Even when Chu Tianqian opened the betting pool and gave out the odds, they couldn't help but think that Chu Tianqian had gone mad. Following that, every family placed a sum of God domain stones into this betting pool. Two uncles. Xuanji doesn't know just where Brother Wu comes from. I only know that he once saved Chu Feng's life in the Netherworld Sea region. And this time, Xuanji is only thinking of comparing notes with Brother Wu. As for the wager, perhaps that is the rule of Brother Wu's hometown. Feng Xuanji smiled. How can there be such a rule? A battle between fifth-grade martial emperors actually has a wager of 20 billion God domain stones. With this amount of money, I can go buy a few Phoenix Nirvana fruits and see if I can break through to the sixth-grade martial emperor realm. Link shook his head with a cold smile. His gaze swept over the Chu clan seats, but they were completely empty. Not a single person was present. It looks like Chu Tianqian is afraid, Link snickered inwardly. As the several families were chatting, more and more people entered the arena. When 70 to 80% of the seats were filled, Ning Qi and Chu Tianqian entered the death arena stage, walking straight towards the high platform. Fian followed behind Ning Qi, her expression both excited and worried. Chu Feng's expression was strange. From time to time he would look at Ning Qi, wanting to say something but hesitating. Things have already come to this. Why do you need to worry? Chu Tianquan's voice exploded in Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng was startled. Then he bitterly smiled and nodded. Behind Chu Tianqian were a few elders of the Chu clan, as well as dozens of Chu clan disciples. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. When they arrived at the high platform and sat down, they became even more like statues, not moving an inch, not saying a single word. Chu Tianqian had arbitrarily made the decision to open a wager. If they lost this battle, the Chu family would become the laughingstock of Heavenly Cauldron City. How could anyone be happy? Big Brother Xuanji. After Chu Sun took her seat, she looked at Feng Xuanji and greeted him. Feng Xuanji smiled and nodded, but his gaze swept over Ning Qi. Feng Dong, who was behind him, kept staring at Ning Qi, a trace of schadenfreude in his eyes. That's Wu Yin, right? As expected of a talent, he's already a high-level grade 5 at such a young age. However, I heard that he was only a mid-level grade 5 not long ago. Compared to Feng Xuanji, he's still a long way off. With this kind of courage, he's much stronger than us. Young people are always full of vigor, but they also have to look at the occasion. Knowing that he's bound to lose, he still took out 20 billion God domain stones as a wager. If it were my son, I would have slapped him to death long ago. What a wastrel! As soon as Ning Qi arrived, all the families, including the ordinary warriors in the audience, had their gazes fall on Ning Qi, whispering to each other in secret. Without exception, they weren't optimistic about Ning Qi. Little Brother Wu, if you regret now, it's not too late. My Feng family is a famous family, and we won't fuss over a junior. Feng Jingqing's gaze fell on Ning Qi, and he suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, many Chu family members showed a trace of interest in their eyes, but when they looked at Chu Tianqian, they secretly shook their heads. With Chu Tianquan's stubborn temper, even if he lost face this time, the Chu family would definitely lose face. Your Feng family can't take out 20 billion God domain stones? Ning Qi looked at Feng Jingqing, frowning slightly. Feng Jingqing's expression suddenly changed. The other Feng family elders and dozens of Feng family disciples also looked at Ning Qi with anger in their eyes. Haha, It seems that Brother Wu is really confident about this wager. Feng Xuanji smiled, giving Feng Jingqing a way out. Father, since Brother Wu is so confident, you don't have to worry too much about the younger generation. Xuanji is right. Feng Xuanji nodded with a smile, then snorted coldly, no longer looking at Ningqi. Everyone thought that with this, they could wait for the wager to begin with peace of mind, but they didn't expect Ningqi to chase after them. His eyes were still fixed on Feng Jingqing and Feng Xuanji. Roaming over them, we merchants attach great importance to promises, so my wager has already been guaranteed by the Chu family. Your Feng family's wager. If you don't mind, can you have a look? Although this sentence wasn't loud, it reached the ears of everyone in the death arena, as if he was speaking right next to their ears. The death arena instantly quieted down, and tens of thousands of eyes fell on the Feng family side. Chapter 38:13. Chun Hang and Lin Kahan were slightly taken aback, then exchanged a glance. As for the Feng family's side, they were enraged. What do you mean? Are you saying that my Feng family can't take out 20 billion God Realm Stones as a wager? Take back what you just said. Remember, this is Sky Tripod City. Even a dragon has to lie down. Silence. Feng Jingqing shouted coldly. The Feng family's juniors shut their mouths, but their eyes were still filled with anger and murderous intent as they looked at Ningqi. Since we agreed to take out 20 billion God Realm Stones as a wager, my Feng family naturally will not go back on our words. Little Brother Wu, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. No matter what your background is, my Feng family is not a pushover. Feng Jingqing said lightly. Chu Tianqian opened his mouth, intending to persuade Ningqi with a few words. However, Ningqi seemed to have long since sensed it, and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. Don't interfere. Seeing this, Chu Tianqian immediately shut his mouth. No matter what, this battle was between Ningqi and the Feng family. Ningqi did indeed have the right to confirm whether or not the wager was in place. If one side couldn't take out the wager after the battle, then this battle would become a laughing stock. I know that your Feng family has a grade 6 God Realm Warrior, but what does that have to do with the battle between me and Feng Xuanji? Ningqi smiled faintly. Before the battle begins, you should prove that you have brought the wager. Isn't that the rule? That's right. The Feng family is so strong, they should be able to take out 20 billion God Realm Stones, right? We don't have to worry about them going back on their word. Being able to take it out and not taking it out are two different things. I think before the battle, we should let someone confirm that they really have prepared 20 billion God Realm Stones. That's true, the audience whispered among themselves. Feng Jingqing and the others' expressions became increasingly ugly because they indeed didn't have 20 billion God Realm Stones prepared. This was a battle that they were sure to win. So why did they need to prepare the extra amount of God Realm Stones? It had to be known that a large family's main business was pills and spiritual materials. In order to gather 20 billion God Domain Stones, even the Feng family would need to sell a large batch of materials in order to do so. But if they did so, the price would inevitably be pushed down by others. Hence, they had no intention of preparing this 20 billion God Domain Stones as a wager. They didn't expect Ningqi to be so overbearing before the battle even started. If they couldn't take it out today, they wouldn't be able to convince the crowd, and they wouldn't be able to start this battle. The Feng family's reputation in Tianding City would be ruined. Just when the deathmatch arena was bustling with noise and excitement, a group attracted everyone's attention. A woman was slowly walking towards the high platform, and behind her were several 5th grade advanced God Realm Warriors. Moreover, they were all women, and the cultivation auras on their bodies were not much weaker than Feng Xuanji's, and a bit stronger than Chu Tianquan's. This woman was extremely beautiful, and most importantly, her aura was extremely powerful. As soon as she arrived, the entire deathmatch arena became very quiet. It was only when she arrived on the platform and sat down on the main seat that the city lord could sit on that the people from the various great clans and the spectators all rose to their feet and respectfully bowed to her. Greetings, City Lord Lu. This is the city lord of Tianding City. Her cultivation aura is much stronger than that of great Emperor Jiang. She may be a 4th Revolution Emperor, an intermediate 6th grade God Realm Warrior. Ning Qi also rose to his feet and bowed. At the same time, he sized up the other party and finally checked her attributes. Just as he had guessed, she was a 4th Revolution Emperor. No need to be so polite. Lu Lingyu nodded lightly, and then her eyes fell on Ning Qi. You're Wu Yin? That's me. Ning Qi nodded. I just heard that you want to check the Feng family's wager? Lu Lingyu smiled. That's right. Since it's a battle, it's only right to prepare a wager. Ning Qi smiled. That's true. The wagers of both your families are on my side, and I'll be the judge this time. Lu Lingyu smiled. Ning Qi heard this and nodded. He handed the interspatial ring with 20 billion God domain stones to the 5th grade advanced God Realm Warrior beside Lu Lingyu, and the woman passed it to Lu Lingyu. Lu Lingyu scanned the interspatial ring with her divine thoughts and then nodded. There are indeed 20 billion God domain stones. After a pause, she looked at Feng Jingqing and Feng Xuanji. Everyone's eyes also fell on the Feng family. Feng Jingqing felt that things might not be so simple from the moment Lu Lingyu arrived and said those words. Seeing that Lu Lingyu was going to be the judge and verify the God domain stones in Ning Qi's interspatial ring, his heart immediately fell to the bottom. Father, give the God domain stones to City Lord Lu. Feng Xuanji said with a smile. When his eyes fell on Lu Lingyu, there would occasionally be a flash of imperceptible adoration. Feng Xuanji was extremely proud, but for so many years he had not found a Taoist partner because there was only one woman in his heart, and he felt that only this woman was worthy of him. This woman was the city lord of Sky Tripod City, Lu Lingyu. Only Feng Jingqing knew a little about Feng Xuanji's thoughts, and the others did not know at all. If they knew, they would definitely think that Feng Xuanji was arrogant and conceited, even daring to covet a 6th grade God Realm Warrior. Feng Jingqing was startled. Feng Xuanji's face suddenly darkened, and a trace of an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Chu Tianchuan's face, and Chu Feng said with a smile, "It seems that the Feng family is really arrogant, thinking that they will win this battle for sure, so they don't even bother to prepare a wager." City Lord Lu, the number of 20 billion God domain stones is a little huge. Please give me some time. When the battle is over, I will definitely get it. Feng Jingqing cupped his hands and bowed. His face was very ugly, and he hated Ning Qi to the core. If it were not for Ning Qi, he and the Feng family would not have been so humiliated this time. The Feng family really did not prepare a wager? Such a big family actually made such a mistake on this point. Isn't it letting people look down on my Sky Tripod City? This Feng Jingqing is too arrogant and conceited. The whispers in the death arena constantly poured into Feng Jingqing's ears, making his face turn green and white. Even Chen Hang and Lin Kahan felt that Feng Jingqing handled this matter a little carelessly, giving others something to use against him for no reason. If the other party wanted to end this battle, the Feng family would not be in the right. Forget it. It's just a mere 20 billion God domain stones. I will help your Feng family pay first. Lu Lingyu said indifferently. Hearing this, Feng Jingqing's face immediately revealed a look of surprise, and he repeatedly thanked Lu Lingyu, then turned to look at Feng Xuanji and transmitted his voice. I want this kid dead. Yes, father. Feng Xuanji nodded slightly, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. Chapter 38:14. Hey, you definitely didn't expect that City Lord Lu would help Brother Xuanji pay 20 billion God domain stones, right? Chu Sun's voice sounded in Ning Qi's ear. Ning Qi smiled and didn't look at her. Seeing this, Chu Sun suddenly snorted coldly in her heart, looking forward to seeing Ning Qi defeated by Feng Xuanji and humiliated. She didn't know why, but from the day Ning Qi said he had a wife, she especially disliked Ning Qi. Am I not beautiful? Humph. Time ticked by. The time of the battle was getting closer and closer. Looking at the sky, it's almost time, right? Qin, Hang looked up and smiled at Feng Xuanji. Feng Xuanji nodded slightly, got up and appeared in the arena. When the 100,000 spectators saw this, they immediately stopped all the private matters at hand and set their eyes on Feng Xuanji. Brother Wu, are you really 100% sure? Chu Feng was a little nervous and couldn't help but ask. You'll know in a while. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Wu, time's up, let's start. Feng Xuanji looked at the high platform, his eyes locked on Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a step forward and arrived in front of Feng Xuanji. The distance between the two was about 100 feet. For an advanced 5th grade God domain warrior, this distance was no different from close combat. 100,000 pairs of eyes at this moment were focused on the two people in the arena. Those gamblers who bet on the Chu family gradually showed excitement in their eyes. Soon they would have their harvest. This battle is mainly about learning from each other. What do you think, Brother Wu? Feng Xuanji smiled. That's what I was thinking. Ning Qi nodded. Then, Brother Wu, please advise me. Feng Xuanji smiled faintly and cupped his hands. The next moment, the aura on his body instantly rose to the peak. The peak of advanced 5th grade cultivation was revealed in front of 100,000 pairs of eyes in an instant. The restrictive spells on the deathmatch arena were touched by this aura and began to flicker constantly. Icebound realms. The weather suddenly became cold, and snowflakes fell from the sky. In an instant, the deathmatch arena became a scene of flying snow. On the ground, with Feng Xuanji's feet as the center, the ground was constantly frozen into solid ice. In an instant, Ning Qi, who was more than 100 feet away from Feng Xuanji, became an ice sculpture. The battle is over. Someone was dumbfounded. They knew that Feng Xuanji was very strong, but they didn't expect that Feng Xuanji would be strong to this extent. 10,000 frozen worlds. Sure enough, it's the technique of the Feng family's patriarch. Feng Xuanji has obtained this technique and has already been designated as the successor of the patriarch. I heard that this spell is extremely powerful. Feng Sisi once used this spell to freeze a 6th grade god realm warrior whose cultivation was higher than his for more than 300 years. It has something to do with the bloodline. Icebound Worlds has always been a direct line of the Feng family's magical art. Even if others obtained it, they wouldn't be able to unleash such terrifying power. Without you noticing, you would be turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. It kills without batting an eye, and even your primordial spirit would freeze and shatter. Even you and I aren't his match, right? Qin Hang looked at Link. With this child, the Feng clan will be able to prosper for another generation. Lin Kehan's eyes flashed with jealousy. He was not jealous that Feng Jingqing had such a good son, but that his methods were not worth mentioning at all when compared to Feng Xuanji, who was an entire generation lower than him. Good job, Brother Xuanji. Everyone from the Feng clan was grinning from ear to ear, especially Feng Dong. He looked at Ning Qi, who was sealed in ice, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Brother, I told you, he can't be a match for Brother Xuanji. Chu Sun curled her lips at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression was ugly and his lips were pale. When he heard Chu Sun's words, he immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up! If Brother Wu dies here today, I will be an ungrateful person. You have to bear this responsibility for me." Hearing this, Chu Sun snorted in his heart and quibbled. He died in the hands of Brother Xuanji, not in the hands of the Chu family. How can he be ungrateful? The other elders of the Chu family suddenly sneered and looked at Chu Tianqian mockingly. Chu Tianquan's expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking at the moment. "Governor, I couldn't stop for a moment." Feng Shuanji cupped his hands at Lu Lingyu, a trace of apology on his face. "Couldn't stop?" Lu Lingyu smiled. "He's not dead yet." "He's not dead yet?" Feng Shuanji was startled. He was extremely confident in his icebound world. As long as the opponent was hit by this move, even if his primordial spirit was frozen, how could he not die? Everyone present was also stunned. The next moment, they saw Ning Qi's ice sculpture break instantly, and then a figure shot out from it and appeared in front of Feng Shuanji in a flash. "Brother Feng, take a punch from me too." Ning Qi laughed loudly. He really didn't die. Feng Shuanji's expression became extremely ugly. Seeing Ning Qi's palm coming toward him, a trace of anger suddenly surged in his eyes. Ning Qi was not dead. Wasn't what he said to Lu Lingyu just now asking to be humiliated? Insignificant skill. Seeing that Ning Qi's fist was ordinary and did not even have the power of immortality attached to it, a trace of disdain flashed in Feng Shuanji's eyes. He slightly leaned to one side and then raised a palm, intending to take Ning Qi's punch. He didn't want to dodge. Feng Shuanji just wanted to crush Ning Qi with the force of thunder. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart. Ning Qi's basic physical strength had already exceeded the imperishable realm by many times. Coupled with the 512 times increase of the 9 inner hidden gates, when Ning Qi's fist fell on Feng Shuanji's palm, his palm was directly annihilated. Feng Shuanji still had a calm smile on his face, and his eyes looking at Ning Qi were full of ridicule. Then his shoulder, body, and head. Bang! Feng Shuanji's body and primordial spirit were destroyed by Ning Qi's punch. Not even a bit of residue was left. And until death, Feng Shuanji still hadn't reacted. Unfortunately, he could no longer enjoy the title of being called the #1 genius of Tianding City, and could no longer pursue the goddess of his dreams. City Lord Lu, I'm sorry, an opponent like Brother Feng is extremely rare. I was so excited that I couldn't stop for a while. Ning Qi stared blankly at the air in front of him, then turned to Lu Lingyu and said. The apology on his face was exactly the same as Feng Shuanji's just now. Even the trace of ridicule in his eyes was imitated beautifully. Lu Lingyu was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became a little strange. She just didn't expect that Ning Qi's punch could so easily destroy an existence of the same level as him. Moreover, that punch just now didn't use any magic, and only used pure physical strength. Otherwise, she would definitely intervene and save Feng Shuanji. Things were a little difficult to handle. Chapter 38:15. It took a full 10 breaths of time for the audience to recover from this scene. The 100,000 spectators all sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. At the same time, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet, as if there was a chill rushing into the soles of their feet and straight to the top of their heads. Feng Shuanji is dead. Dead, it's not a blur. He was killed by a single punch. I really want to know what his fist is made of. How could someone temper their body to such an extent? Even those incomparably huge guys of the Sea clan don't have such a terrifying body, right? On the high platform, the disciples of the Chen family, Lin family, Chu family, and Feng family were all silent. There was still a trace of shock, horror, fear, and disbelief in their eyes. Our Tianding City's #1 genius, Feng Shuanji, is dead, Qin Hang said. Lin Kahan nodded slightly and said, he is indeed dead. My divine sense can't find the remnant soul left by Feng Shuanji. Even his primordial spirit was killed by that punch. The two of them felt a little scared at the same time, looking at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. But for some reason their mood was vaguely happy. Although Feng Shuanji was not a grade 6 God Realm warrior, the pressure he brought to the major families over the years was not much weaker than a grade 6 God Realm warrior. Now that he was suddenly killed, they no longer had to fear the sudden rise of the Feng family. With the strength of 2 grade 6 God Realm warriors, they could crush their families. Xuanji, Feng Jingqing, who was silent for dozens of breaths before he reacted, suddenly let out a sad cry. He jumped up from his seat and landed on the place where Feng Xuanji had just stood. Unfortunately, the place was empty. Not even a strand of hair was left. Xuanji, Feng Jingqing still couldn't believe that his son had died just like that. He kept using his primordial spirit to search to see if Feng Xuanji had used some kind of magic to hide in the void. Father, we won. Chu Feng looked at Chu Tianqian in disbelief. Chu Tianqian blankly nodded, then abruptly straightened his body and looked towards the other Chu family elders. The other Chu family elders also had gazes of disbelief as they looked towards him. How could Brother Xuanji be killed by a punch? Impossible. Chu Sun's mouth was slightly agape. There was an unconcealable fear in her eyes as she looked at Ningqi. She had actually taken the initiative to provoke a being with such terrifying methods several times. 40 billion god domain stones. If it weren't for all of you, I would have earned even more. Chu Tianqian suddenly looked at the elders and shouted with a sound transmission. If it weren't for these elders stopping them, the bets would have reached 80 billion or even 100 billion. That way he would make a killing. Profound sky. It's our Chu family that wants to earn more. An elder corrected him. Scram, I took the risk of going bankrupt, and now you're talking to me about the Chu family? This money is mine. Chu Tianquan's alone. Even if it's my father, don't even think about taking a single coin from me. Chu Tianqian was not polite at all, directly scolding. However, the expressions of the Chu clan's elders only changed slightly. They revealed embarrassed expressions and didn't dare to say anything else. They had indeed misjudged him this time. Murderer! Feng Dong suddenly stood up and pointed at Ningqi. His eyes were bloodshot, and the anger in his eyes almost materialized. My elder brother only intended to exchange pointers with you, but you were so ruthless. It's obvious that you killed him on purpose. Don't even think about leaving Sky Tripod City today. His voice reverberated mightily above the deathmatch arena. Yes, you're the murderer. Feng Jingqing suddenly turned around and stared fixedly at Ningqi, and his eyes surged with resentment. Ningqi smiled faintly. Injuries and deaths are unavoidable in a spar. If it weren't for my slightly stronger physical body, I would have been killed by Brother Feng with a single move. I vaguely heard that Brother Feng is also very sorry. Unfortunately, in a spar like this, you can't hold back. I hope that Brother Feng can fight a blazing sun again in your next life. Ningqi's words nearly infuriated Feng Jingqing and Feng Dong to the point of vomiting blood. On the other hand, Qin Hang and the others remained silent. They wouldn't get involved in the matter between the Feng clan and Ningqi just because of Feng Dong's roar. He's right. Injuries and deaths are unavoidable in a spar. Feng Xuanji's defeat is his defeat. Lu Lingyu said slowly. She was the city lord of Sky Tripod City and had the power to make the final decision. As soon as she spoke, everyone from the Feng clan knew that it would be difficult for them to take revenge on Ningqi today. At the same time, the guys in the audience seats also recovered from the shock. Some of them immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they thought that they had bet a large sum of money on Feng Xuanji. However, there was a very small number of people who were worried about their gains and losses and secretly regretted that they had bet less on Ningqi. City Lord Lu, my son Xuanji, who was overflowing with talent, died in his hands just like that. Feng Jingqing looked at Lu Lingyu with a sorrowful expression. All right. Lu Lingyu waved her hand and casually threw Ningqi's interspatial ring to him. Ningqi scanned it with his divine consciousness and found that there were 20 billion more divine domain stones inside. He immediately cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you, City Lord Lu. 20 billion divine domain stones. I'll pay first on behalf of the Feng clan. Today's gamble is over." Lu Lingyu nodded. When she got up and left, she glanced at Feng Jingqing and said, "Go back and report to your patriarch that these 20 billion divine domain stones will be sent to the city Lord Mansion tomorrow." "Yes, City Lord." Feng Jingqing nodded with a pale face. Feng this time, not only did the Feng clan lose a genius who was very likely to enter the 6th grade realm, but they also lost 20 billion divine domain stones. They could renege on anyone, but who would dare to renege on Lu Lingyu's debt? After Lu Lingyu left, Ning Qi also left with Chu Tianqian and the others. Feng Jingqing just stood in the death arena, staring at Ning Qi's back. On the way, Chu Tianqian suddenly said to Ning Qi, "Brother Wu, the Feng clan will not let this go. It doesn't matter. If the Feng clan wants to be destroyed, their patriarch can make a move on me." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chu Tianqian was slightly startled, and the expression on his face relaxed a little. This meant that he had gambled correctly. Ning Qi indeed had an extremely powerful background behind him. "Brother Wu, we've earned a lot of divine domain stones this time." Chu Feng was overjoyed. The divine domain stones were secondary. Feng Xuanji's death was what made him truly happy. 20 billion, plus the 20 billion from the betting booth. That's 40 billion divine domain stones. Hiss! Fei Yan did some calculations and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. In just a few days, Ning Qi had earned 40 billion divine domain stones. To him, he might not be able to earn even a fraction of this figure in his lifetime. Thinking of this, Fei Yan felt that his prospects following Ning Qi were getting better and better. What grade 4 God Realm Warrior? Perhaps he might even become a grade 5 God Realm Warrior in the future. Chapter 38:16. Returning to the Chu clan, Chu Tianqian calculated the accounts in front of Ning Qi. This time, 40 billion God Realm stones were placed in the betting area, but a small portion of it was bought from unpopular bets. After paying for this portion, Ning Qi's final share of God Realm stones reached 94 billion. With the addition of the 20 billion God Domain stones, Ning Xuanyi had more than before he bought the Phoenix reincarnation fruits. After giving 6 billion God Domain stones to the Blood Tier commander, he would still have around 60 billion left. 60 billion God Domain stones is 600 billion Origin Essence stones. Ning Qi smiled. If he used this money to purchase cultivation resources in the Divine Lua world, his net worth would increase by more than 10 times the next time he returned to the creation divine territory. 600 billion God Domain stones. Even if the 4 great families of Heavenly Tripod City combined their wealth, they probably wouldn't be this rich. Brother Wu, now that Feng Xuanji is dead, the Feng clan will definitely make a move. However, as long as you are in Heavenly Tripod City and City Lord Lu is there, they won't dare to act recklessly and break the rules. After distributing the money, Chu Feng estimated that he would receive an additional sum of money this time, possibly as much as several billion God Domain stones. He was extremely happy, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he believed that the Feng family would definitely retaliate against Ning Qi, and even the Chu family would shed all pretense of cordiality with the Feng family. Feng is right. Chu Tianqian nodded, a serious look in his eyes. Fei Yan stood behind Ning Qi, thinking about the possibility of a grade 6 God Realm Warrior coming for revenge. He couldn't help feeling apprehensive. However, Ning Qi's expression was calm, as if he wasn't afraid of the Feng family's retaliation. This allowed Fei Yan to relax a little. No problem. I plan to open a branch of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Sky Tripod City tomorrow. I will have to trouble Brother Chu to help me send out some invitations. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, Chu Tianxuan's eyes lit up. If Ning Qi really opened a branch of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Tianding City, then his Chu family would naturally be the first to benefit. Brother Wu, do you want to invite the Feng family? Chu Feng said. Of course. Whether they come or not is their business. We can't be rude in front of others, can we? Ningqi laughed. Brother Wu is really thoughtful. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. I'll go deliver the invitation right away. Soon, the Chen, Lin, and Feng families all received invitations from Chu Feng. Chu Feng even sent one to the city governor's mansion. If Lu Lingyu could come, the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce would be able to gain a foothold in Tianding City. The Chu clan directly gave up a shop in an excellent location. This shop was less than 100 zhang away from the city lord's mansion, and had originally been Chu Tianquan's own property. But this time, Ningqi had helped him earn close to 20 billion god domain stones. So Chu Tianqian naturally had to return the favor. The shop was located in a prime location, with a total of 3 floors, each floor at least 2,000 square meters. It was more than enough for a storefront. Feng family. Unlike the Chu family, which was overjoyed, the atmosphere in the Feng family was extremely gloomy. Feng Jingqing sat on the main seat, and the other elders of the Feng family sat on his left and right. However, the second elder had already been killed by Ningqi, so there was an empty seat. Jingqing, don't be too sad. This is Xuanji's fate, an old woman said slowly. She was the Feng family's third elder. Although she was a woman, she had never married and was already very old. That's right, the other elders spoke one after another. Although there was a look of sorrow on their faces, there was a strange look in the depths of their eyes. Feng Xuanji was the #1 prodigy of Heavenly Tripod City. The pressure he brought not only faced the other families, but also many people in the Feng family felt heavy pressure from Feng Xuanji. Other than Feng Jingqing's branch, the other branches of the Feng family might not be very sad about Feng Xuanji's death. Instead, they would breathe a long sigh of relief. Now that Xuanji is dead, you should be able to breathe a sigh of relief, right? Feng Jingqing suddenly said after a moment of silence. Everyone was taken aback, and then anger appeared in their eyes. This was the truth. But why did you have to say it out loud? Feng Jingqing, don't think that I'll give in to you just because your son is dead. What do you mean by that? You might have forgotten that the patriarch let you manage the family's affairs because of Xuanji. Now that Xuanji is dead, you'd better give up your position as a mere 5th-grade warrior. All of us are advanced 5th-grade warriors, and we're more suitable than you to manage the family's affairs. If you hadn't taken the initiative to let Xuanji fight with Wu Yin before we knew who the enemy was, how would Xuanji die? How would the Feng family owe 20 billion god territory stones? You, Feng Jingqing clutched his chest with one hand and pointed at the crowd with the other. When Feng Xuanji was still alive, who would dare to talk to him like this? At this moment, a figure walked in. Seeing this, everyone stood up and saluted. Greetings, Patriarch. Dispense with the formalities. Feng Sisi waved his hand lightly. He was not tall and his eyes were narrow. He looked like a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Sometimes it was not a lie to say that one's appearance came from one's heart. Father, you must avenge Xuanji. Feng Jingqing knelt on the ground with a thud. Smack! Feng Sisi slapped him with the back of his hand. Feng Jingqing spun on the spot, covering his face while looking at Feng Sisi in disbelief. Xuanji is young, full of youthful vigor and immature. What about you? You've lived for so many years. Why are you still fooling around with him? Xuanji can try to break through to rank 6 soon. Why did you let him go out and fight with others? Now that our Feng family has lost such a prodigy, do you know how happy the other 3 major families are? Feng Sisi said coldly. Father, I didn't know that Wu Yin was so ruthless. Feng Jingqing felt wronged. The other elders shook their heads when they saw this. In their eyes, Feng Jingqing was no different from a pig's head. What was the use of quibbling at this time? He might as well just admit his mistake. As expected, Feng Sisi slapped Feng Jingqing's face again. You useless thing. You don't need to care about the family's affairs in the future. Get lost and go into closed-door cultivation. You're not allowed to come out until you've reached a high rank. Father! Feng Jingqing was dumbfounded. He did not expect that, as Feng Cici's legitimate son, he would be stripped of his power just like that. He was even asked to go into closed-door cultivation. If you talk nonsense again, I'll send you to accompany your mother, Feng Cici said calmly. Feng Jingqing immediately got up from the ground and left the hall with his tail between his legs. At this moment, a servant of the Feng family came to the door with an invitation and reported with a strange expression, "Master, the Chu family sent us an invitation. They said that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce will be opening their branch tomorrow, and they're inviting us to attend the ceremony." "That's too arrogant." The old lady was furious. "Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Hee, I'll go there personally tomorrow. I'd like to see what kind of background this Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce has." Feng Cici sneered. Chapter 38:17. The next day, Chu Tianxian arranged for dozens of Chu family juniors to serve Fei Yan. In the future, these people would also help the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Ning Qi was well aware of Chu Tianquan's thoughts, but he didn't dislike it. With the help of local forces, it would be easier for Fei Yan to purchase spiritual materials. In the future, the Chu family might be able to digest a part of the cultivation resources he brought from the Fortune God realm. Even if they couldn't digest it, the Chu family could still sell it. Moreover, the Chu family had a 6th-grade God realm warrior, so it was much easier. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It's him. The one who killed Feng Xuanji. Yes, it's him. Ning Qi's side was very lively. Chu Feng had called over a group of friends to help him. When many people passed by this place, they inevitably stopped to watch curiously. As a result, they happened to see Ning Qi's appearance and recognized him as the person who had beaten Feng Xuanji to death yesterday. No wonder. I heard that this person has an extremely powerful chamber of commerce behind him. Back in the Netherworld Sea region, there was a token left behind by 10 6th-grade God realm warriors. 10? Isn't that more powerful than the city, Lord's Mansion? I don't know if it's good or bad for us to have another chamber of commerce in Sky Tripod City. Of course it's good. Only then will the prices of cultivation materials fall. Otherwise, with the 4 great families controlling the market, we won't be able to find anything cheap. The Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was about to open for business. Chun Hang and Lin Kehan also brought several juniors to congratulate them. Seeing this, Chu Tianxian immediately introduced them to Ning Qi, and the two sides chatted happily. As for the city lord's mansion, Lu Lingyu obviously didn't have much interest in this matter. She only sent a 5th-grade God realm warrior that followed her yesterday to deliver a congratulatory gift. Brother Wu, what spiritual materials will your Chamber of Commerce sell in the future? After chatting for a while, Chen Hang suddenly asked, We will sell a bit of all kinds of spiritual materials, but we will also buy some things that are not too valuable. After today, I will have Fei Yan send a specific list to your mansions. In the future, please take care of this place. When I'm not here, I will leave this place to Fei Yan to manage. Ning Qi smiled. Standing behind Ning Qi, Fei Yan looked excited. With the connections Ning Qi had established and the help of the Chu family's disciples, the Chamber of Commerce's future business could be predicted. Little brother, you're really young and promising. You're just a grade 3 God realm warrior. Yet Brother Wu has already entrusted this place to you. How enviable! Lin Kehan smiled as he looked at Fei Yan. Ning Qi had a faint smile on his face as he said, Doing business depends on mutual consent. It has nothing to do with cultivation. Even a grade 3 God realm warrior is enough to take care of this place. Brother Wu is right. Besides, we have the help of our Chu clan's disciples. There shouldn't be anyone who's blind enough to come and cause trouble. Chu Tianqian laughed. Hearing this, Qin Hang and Lin Kehan exchanged glances and nodded with a fake smile, agreeing with Chu Tianquan's words. Apart from the Feng clan, no one else would be stupid enough to target the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It was a thankless task. By the way, Brother Wu, what kind of heaven and earth spiritual materials are you planning to purchase? Why don't you let us take a look now? Our families have been in Heavenly Tripod City for so many years, and we have some stock. Qin Hang smiled. Hearing this, Ning Qi looked at Fei Yan. Fei Yan nodded and took out a jade slip. Everyone took it and scanned it with their divine sense, and their expressions became strange. Most of the spiritual materials on the list were not worth much, nor were they rare. Only a portion of them were rare, but their value was not high. Brother Wu, are you sure your rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce wants to buy these spiritual materials? These things are not very useful. Lin Kehan looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Even Chu Tianqian was a little doubtful. These spiritual materials were mainly targeted at Grade 1 and Grade 2 God Realm Warriors. Most of them did not even look at Grade 3 God Realm Warriors. For example, that Qilin fruit. Although it was rare, it was useless to a God Realm Warrior. This is the higher-up's intention. I also feel that these things are not very useful. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Hearing this, Qin Hang and the other two exchanged looks again. They could not guess what Ning Qi was selling in his gourd. However, there was one thing they were very clear about. Ning Qi's rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Heavenly Tripod City was not in a competitive relationship with them. In terms of purchasing, the items that both parties received were completely different. But if they saw Ning Qi's list of items on Nine Heads Island, perhaps they would not think so. If it's only the spiritual materials on the list, my Chu family can help you buy them. No one wants these things, they are very cheap. Chu Tianqian confirmed the list in the jade slip again, a strange expression on his face. Then many thanks, Brother Chu. If we can buy the Qilin fruit, the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce can pay a little more. Let's go with 500,000 God Realm stones for one. Ning Qi smiled. 500,000 God Realm stones? Qilin fruit? Everyone was startled. The value of the Qilin fruit was extremely low. Ning Qi's price had directly raised it by dozens of times. Sir, we can buy them at a low price. Fei Yan hurriedly transmitted his voice. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile, not explaining anything to Fei Yan. If this was before the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce opened in Heavenly Tripod City, he could indeed buy them at a low price, but there were many problems. The source was one of the biggest problems. He couldn't just rely on luck to buy a Qilin heart, right? How many Qilin hearts could he obtain in a year? As long as today's price spread out, there would be many sea tribes coming to sell them. Then, let alone 500,000 God Realm stones. Even 5 million God Realm stones wouldn't be enough. A Qilin heart was extremely helpful to a cultivator. In the divine Lua world, it couldn't even be bought with tens of billions of God Realm stones. The Qilin clan would never take out a Qilin heart to sell, because to the Qilin clan, this sort of sacred object could enhance the strength of one's soul by far more than a human's. Brother Wu, is this true? Qin Hang's eyes flashed. Ning Qi smiled. This one isn't going to joke around with you all. Qin Hang, Lin Kehan, and Chu Tianqian exchanged glances. If the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was really willing to buy the Qilin fruits at this price, then the difference in price wasn't much to them. But to the disciples below them, it was a considerable amount. A single Qilin heart could earn several 100,000 God Realm stones. This amount of money was enough for a Grade 3 God Realm Warrior to cultivate for a long time. Ha ha ha! The rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce is truly generous, willing to pay 500,000 God Realm stones for a mere Qilin fruit. I know many sea tribes. When the time comes, I can ask them to help my Feng family collect several thousand Qilin fruits. I wonder if your Chamber of Commerce can afford it?" A figure walked straight in front of everyone, followed by several God Realm warriors exuding high, grade 5 auras. As Chu Tianxian and the others saw this figure, they quickly stood up and saluted. "We greet Senior Feng." Several people were suspicious. Why would the Feng family's patriarch Feng, Cece, personally come here? Was it because Ning Qi killed Feng Xuanji yesterday? Chapter 38:18. Yes. Feng Cece nodded lightly. Then his eyes fell on Ning Qi, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "You're Wu Yin." "Yes, I didn't expect Senior Feng to come in person. It's an honor to have you here." Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Several Feng family elders behind Feng Cece stared at Ning Qi, as if to see what was so special about him that he could kill Feng Xuanji with one punch. "Since you've sent an invitation, if I don't come, wouldn't it seem that the Feng family is stingy? Don't worry. Xuanji had a fair competition with you and died in your hands. I naturally won't bully you." Feng Cece smiled. "I don't believe you." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Senior Feng is indeed a grade 6 person. Ordinary people can't match your magnanimity. Let's continue what we just said. What are you going to do with the Qilin fruit?" Feng Cece asked with a smile. Seeing this, everyone immediately reacted. Since Ning Qi was willing to pay a high price for the Qilin fruit, it meant that the Qilin fruit was indeed useful to him. It was just that they really couldn't imagine what the Qilin fruit was used for. It couldn't be used for alchemy, and swallowing it would only make people sleep more soundly. It was a completely useless spiritual fruit. "Senior Feng, you've got me stumped. The purchase of the Qilin fruit is the decision of the grade 6 seniors of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for what they use it for, I don't know." Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, Ning Qi asked curiously, "I heard that Senior Feng can get a lot of Qilin fruit? Our Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce doesn't refuse anyone, let alone a few thousand. Even if it's 100,000 or 1,000,000, our Chamber of Commerce can still afford it." 1,000,000? According to the price of 500,000 per Qilin fruit, that was 500 billion gods' domain stones. This amount of money was enough to hire a divine venerable to help kill someone. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't seem to be joking, everyone once again had a more objective understanding of the strength of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Feng Cece's expression changed slightly, and then he said with a faint smile, "Your Chamber of Commerce does have a deep foundation. I admire you for being able to take out such a sum of God's domain stones." He secretly rejoiced that he did not directly retaliate against Ning Qi. Otherwise, even if he could get past luling you, it was very likely that he would be killed by the people hired by the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In this world, strength was not enough. One also needed to have enough wealth. When one's wealth reached a certain level, even if one's strength was slightly weaker, one could still invite experts to do things for them. "That's right. I heard that little brother Wu saw that old fellow blood ghost in the Netherworld Sea region?" Feng Cece changed the topic. Ning Qi nodded. "I did see him once." Chu Tianxian immediately smiled and said, "Senior Feng, if not for Brother Wu, my son might have been killed by blood ghost. Brother Wu is the benefactor of my Chu family." Feng Cece glanced at him indifferently. How could she not hear the hidden meaning in Chu Tianxuan's words? "Humph, if you only use this to deter him, it's not enough." Ignoring Chu Tianxian, Feng Cece continued, "I heard that little brother Wu took out a token with the insignia of 10 grade 6 warriors of the God Realm. I'm quite curious about this. I wonder if little brother Wu can take out the token for a look? Perhaps I can recognize the aura of 2 or 3 grade 6 warriors." Hearing this, Chu Tianxian and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were well aware of Feng Cece's purpose. He wanted to confirm whether Ning Qi's background was as terrifying as the rumors said. However, The three of them had also not seen the token before. If they could take a look at it today, it could also determine their attitude towards the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the future. It's just a token. If Senior Feng wants to see it, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Ning Qi smiled faintly and took out the Rising Dragon token from his spatial bag. As soon as the Rising Dragon token appeared, the 10 Martial Emperor auras intertwined on it instantly burst forth. Chu Tianxian and the others who were closest to Ning Qi immediately felt the pressure from the token, and their faces turned extremely pale. However, compared to Feng Sisi, they were much better off. Perhaps the auras left on the Rising Dragon token by the representatives of the Covenant of Darkness had sensed Feng Sisi, a grade 6 warrior of the God Realm. A terrifying pressure directly swept towards Feng Sisi, causing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps in an instant. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face revealing a trace of astonishment. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, Lu Lingyu, who was at the City Lord's mansion, as well as the other grade 6 warriors of the 3 major clans who were in seclusion, all opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. A trace of astonishment flashed across their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lingyu and the other 3 figures appeared in the sky above the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The moment Ning Qi took out the Rising Dragon token, all the God Realm warriors in the entire Tianding city looked in the same direction in horror. This is the aura of a grade 6 warrior, not just one. The weakest aura among them is also at the intermediate grade 6 warrior. City Lord Lu, what happened? Why are there so many grade 6 warriors of the God Realm in our Tianding city? The heads of the Chen, Lin, Chu, and Wang families all looked at Lu Lingyu, their eyes filled with uncertainty. The aura they felt was too powerful. The arrival of such an existence in Tianding city was a threat to their families. Lu Lingyu had the highest cultivation among them. According to the divine Luo realm's classification of realms, she was at the 4th revolution of the Emperor realm, a grade 6 warrior of the God realm. Therefore, she could feel the aura the most clearly. She could feel that these 10 auras were special. Perhaps they had not personally come here. The next moment, she thought of the matter that someone had reported to her about the Netherworld Sea region. She thought of the token that fellow had mentioned. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Lingyu smiled. The other 3 looked at each other and followed Lu Lingyu hesitantly into the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. When the nearby warriors of the God Realm saw this scene, they were even more shocked. They had recognized the identities of the 4 figures just now. The head of the Chun family, the head of the Lin family, and the head of the Chu family. The one leading them is City Lord Lu of our Tianding city. This rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce is incredible. Did you feel that terrifying aura just now? Did the grade 6 warrior of the God Realm behind Wu Yin personally come to Tianding city? Maybe. Otherwise, why would City Lord Lu come here personally? It's a pity that we are not strong enough. I'm afraid we are not qualified to enter today, someone sighed. If they could stand close to a dozen grade 6 warriors of the God Realm, this kind of experience would be enviable. Unfortunately, they knew their limits. If it was a grade 5 warrior of the God Realm, they could still go in and flatter them. However, those below grade 5 might not even be qualified to enter the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce today. Feng Sisi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the rising dragon token in Ning Qi's hand with a steely expression. She put on a fake smile and said, "It turns out that there is a superior 6th-tier God's territory warrior behind your Chamber of Commerce. No wonder you are able to nurture such a talented genius like you." Chapter 3819. The faces of the Feng family elders turned green with fright. This was the first time they had seen Feng Sisi vomit blood. Moreover, the aura on a token was enough to cause internal injuries to a 6th grade God Realm warrior like Feng Sisi. It was obvious that the 6th grade God Realm warrior who left his aura on the token was very powerful. I made the right bet. Chu Tianqian was wild with joy, but he perfectly concealed the expression on his face so that Feng Sisi wouldn't see his smile. Chun Hang and Lin Kahan looked at each other and saw the flash of horror in each other's eyes. They made up their minds almost immediately to never offend the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the future. At this moment, another 4 figures walked in. Everyone looked up and hurriedly saluted. They were even more shocked. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, City Lord." "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, City Lord." Chun Hang, Lin Kahan, and Chu Tianqian saluted one after another. After greeting their master and Lu Lingyu, they also saluted the other 2. "Brother Feng Yu," Master Chu looked at Feng Sisi with a strange expression. Feng Sisi's face was livid. Any 6th grade god realm warrior would not feel good when someone of the same rank saw their embarrassment. The aura came from this token. Master Lin's eyes fell on the rising dragon token, a little shocked. Master Chu and Master Qin withdrew their gazes from Feng Sisi and looked at the rising dragon token as well. Their expressions became slightly strange. Why doesn't the aura of the token target them? Feng Sisi's expression became even uglier. Why did the aura of the rising dragon token only target him? Lu Lingyu and the others were also 6th grade god realm warriors. But the aura of the rising dragon token seemed to be unable to see the other 3? Senior Feng, I'm sorry. I forgot to remind you earlier. This rising dragon medallion was specially refined for me by the seniors of the Merchant Association. If anyone has any hostility toward me, the aura left by the seniors will be able to sense it. Ningqi put away the rising dragon token and looked at Feng Sisi apologetically. Feng Sisi was slightly stunned, then sneered. It seems that the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce are blind. Why would I be hostile to you? Before Ningqi could speak, Feng Sisi glanced at the elders. Let's go. With that, he turned around and left. When the Feng clan's elders saw this, they hurriedly followed. Feng Sisi had to rush back to the Feng family to recuperate. Moreover, in his current state, if the Chen, Lin, and Chu family heads were to attack him at the same time, he would not be able to handle it. Senior Feng sure left quickly. Ningqi smiled. Chu Tianqian and the others also wanted to laugh, but with Lu Lingyu and the other rank 6 warriors present, they knew that if they laughed, they would definitely be scolded when they returned. After all, their status was different from Ningqi's. With this token, Feng Sisi wouldn't dare to attack Brother Wu even if he had 10 guts. Chu Tianqian sighed inwardly. Ningqi was not bragging. The strength of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was incomparably strong. Just now, a few of the seals were much stronger than Feng Sisi's. Any one of them could easily wipe out the Feng family. Are you Wu Yin? I heard from Profound Sky that you helped Profound Sky earn close to 20 billion God domain stones. I thank you on his behalf. The master of the Chu family smiled at Ningqi, his tone extremely polite. Senior Chu, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. Indeed, there are new talents in each generation. I heard that Kid Feng, Xuanji, died in your hands yesterday. It was really surprising, but also very satisfying. If he didn't die and reached rank 6 in a while, Feng Sisi would be able to suppress our 3 families. The master of the Chen family smiled. Chun Hang smiled apologetically at the side. In his heart, however, he smiled bitterly. It was fine to be happy, but he had to hide it in his heart, lest the Feng family bore a grudge against him. The master of the Lin family was not as straightforward as the master of the Qin family. He only glanced at Ningqi with an approving gaze. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone began probing the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's background. However, after half an hour of exchanging blows, they only managed to obtain some useless information from Ningqi. None of them were able to find any clues about the 10 grade 6 God realm warriors' auras on the rising dragon token. All right, it's getting late. It's time for us seniors to leave. Leave the rest of the time to them. Lu Lingyu stood up and said with a faint smile. Seeing this, the three patriarchs had no choice but to leave with her. As soon as they left, Chun Hang and Lin Kahan immediately invited Ning Qi to visit their family, but Ning Qi tactfully declined. Everyone, I still have some matters to attend to. I have to leave Sky Tripod City for a while. I'll have to rely on you to take care of Fei Yan here. Ning Qi looked at the sky outside, got up and smiled at Chu Tianxian and the others. You're leaving just like that? Chu Tianxian was slightly startled and tried to persuade him to stay. Seeing that Ning Qi had made up his mind, everyone sent Ning Qi out of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. My lord, Fei Yan wanted to say something, but stopped. You're safe in Sky Tripod City. No one will dare to touch you. Don't worry. Ning Qi patted him on the shoulder and said goodbye to Chu Tianxian and the others. Then he soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Ning Qi returned to the courtyard this time, he still didn't see the sacred concubine. However, he learned from Madame Zhua that the sacred concubine and the others had already made a trip back, and their cultivation had greatly improved. Just about 10 days before Ning Qi's return, they left the courtyard again. It was said that they went in the direction of the Hague city. Just as Ning Qi was about to leave the creation celestial realm, a fiery light suddenly appeared in the distance. The fiery light swayed as if it was drunk. Ning Qi immediately waved his hand, and the fiery light landed in the courtyard. Only then did Lady Zhua and Zhao Er see the true identity of the fiery light. It was a fire qilin. What's wrong with you? Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. The fire qilin's cultivation was only at the Dao querying realm before, and then it had been sleeping in the Laojun cauldron. He still remembered that when it was just born, Ning Qi was shocked by its cultivation speed. But later on, Ning Qi surpassed it. Now, the gap between their cultivation levels was huge. Later, when Ning Qi came to the divine realm of creation, he also brought the sacred concubine and the others with him. Then he let the fire qilin leave the Laojun cauldron to look for opportunities on its own. I accidentally ate too much qilin's heart. I'm about to reach nirvana. The fire qilin said in a low voice. Accidentally ate too much qilin's heart? How many did you eat? Ning Qi's expression was strange. About 200 to 300. The fire qilin didn't seem to remember clearly. In the next moment, a pillar of fire suddenly appeared in her eyes. When the pillar of fire was extinguished, the fire qilin had already disappeared. What was left on the ground was a round egg. I heard that only phoenixes will reach nirvana. How can the Qilin clan also reach nirvana? Ning Qi picked up the Qilin egg from the ground, his expression becoming more and more strange. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Posha, who was hanging on Emperor Lu, was shocked. He knew that there was a legend in the Qilin clan. Every generation of Qilin emperor had to go through nirvana. Chapter 38:20. In the divine Luo world, the Qilin race only has a few Qilin hearts. But in the creation god domain, this fire Qilin can find hundreds of Qilin hearts. No wonder everyone wants to go to the creation god domain. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianchu's expression became even more unsightly. It was as if they were in a treasure trove, yet their entire bodies were paralyzed, and they couldn't even take a single treasure with them. This sort of feeling was extremely uncomfortable, and every single second was a form of torture. Right at this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that Ning Qi's gaze had landed on them. The next moment, Ning Qi's body moved slightly, and he came under the tree. He looked at Jiang Posha indifferently. Jiang Posha put away the shocked expression on his face and looked at Ning Qi expressionlessly. The rest of them subconsciously looked at the Qilin egg in Ning Qi's hand. When they were in Shenluo world, they had heard of the Qilin race. However, after so many years, they had never seen the true form of the Qilin race. because there were too few members of the Qilin clan. Even when they occasionally appeared in the other 9 lands, it was still very rare to see them. Only in the primordial lands would there be a chance to see them, and that was only when something major happened. For example, when a heavenly treasure that was extremely beneficial to the Qilin clan was born. Judging from your expression just now, you seem to have some opinions about the Qilin's nirvana. Why don't you tell us? Ningqi smiled at Jiang Posha. You might be mistaken. Jiang Posha said lightly. Emperor Lu, beat him up. Ningqi smiled. In the next moment, the Willow Emperor's branches swayed crazily, lashing at Jiang Posha's body again and again. The intense pain made Jiang Posha frown subconsciously. Every time the branches lashed, Jiang Posha's skin and flesh would split open. After hundreds of strikes, the power contained in the willow branch continued to erode Jiang Posha's body. Gradually, he felt that if this continued, his cultivation would be forcefully reduced by 1 level. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "Stop, I'll speak." Ningqi smiled and raised his hand. Emperor Lu ruthlessly slapped Jiang Posha 1 last time before stopping. I once heard my ancestor mention that every generation's Qilin emperor of the Qilin clan will undergo nirvana, but ordinary Qilins don't have such a saying. Jiang Posha said in a hoarse voice, "According to what you're saying, it's very likely that she will become the next Qilin emperor?" Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Not bad. Jiang Posha nodded slowly while a strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. "You're still hiding something from me." Ningqi smiled. Jiang Posha was slightly startled. Then he said, "The Qilin clan is extremely powerful. No one knows the cultivation level of the current Qilin emperor. But there are rumors that the current Qilin emperor is one of the representatives of the Holy Assembly. If he knows that you have enslaved the Qilin clan, you won't be able to escape." "Old ancestor, you," Jiang Tianshu looked at Jiang Posha in disbelief. How could he tell Jiang Posha this kind of news? This was clearly a good opportunity to kill Ningqi. "Thank you for your reminder." Ningqi smiled. With a slight movement of his divine sense, the Qilin egg was stored in his spiritual sea. Jiang Posha was right. If the Qilin clan found out about the life and death contract, only the Fire Qilin could explain everything. In order to avoid not being able to find the Fire Qilin when he needed her to explain, he could only bring her along with him. After Ningqi left the Fortune Divine Realm and returned to the Moon Elephant Sect, Jiang Tianshu once again questioned Jiang Posha. "Ancestor, why did you warn him?" "Warn him? I don't need to mention it to him. He naturally knows about it, but I didn't say a word about it." The corners of Jiang Posha's lips curled up. Jiang Tianshu was taken aback. Jiang Posha's voice rang in his ears once more. There seemed to be a hint of pride in his voice. It is true that every generation of Qilin emperor has to go through nirvana before they can be born. However, there has never been a Qilin clan that underwent nirvana while the previous Qilin emperor was still alive. It's like a dynasty that hasn't fallen yet, but a second person has ascended to the throne. What do you think this means? Rebellion. Jiang Tianshu was slightly taken aback. That's right. It's no different from rebellion. I believe that the current Qilin emperor will definitely be able to sense that the Fire Qilin has undergone nirvana. Even if the Qilin emperor is magnanimous and doesn't deal with the Fire Qilin, he won't let off the human cultivators who have signed the life and death contract with the Fire Qilin. The Qilin clan is extremely arrogant. In their eyes, the lives of human cultivators are as worthless as ants. How can he be qualified to command the Qilin clan? Jiang Posha's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. If this kid is suppressed by the Qilin clan, we will have a chance to escape from this place. As long as we can escape from here, it won't take long for me to advance to the Emperor realm. You can also recover your previous cultivation. Perhaps this is our opportunity. If the Jiang clan wasn't destroyed, how could he, Jiang Posha, have the chance to enter the creation divine realm? Even the imperishable realm experts of the divine sects in the primordial land couldn't afford the huge amount of spiritual materials needed to enter the creation divine realm. Moon Elephant Sect. Ning Chi had stayed in the creation divine realm for a few months this time. A few months had passed in the outside world as well. After taking a look at the surrounding restrictive spells and making sure that there were no signs of damage, Ning Chi walked out of the cave abode. Ning Chi's divine sense moved slightly, but he couldn't sense the auras of Zhao Lei, Qinzhong, and Mingxiong. Logically speaking, as servant disciples, the three of them should be guarding the cave abode when he was in seclusion. Smiling, Ning Chi didn't think too much about it and flew towards the inner sect teleportation array. He planned to make a trip to the outer sect to see how Feng Jia was doing. Before long, Ning Chi passed through the teleportation array and arrived at another cave abode. This was the exclusive cultivation ground for outer sect disciples. As soon as he entered, he realized that the number of outer sect disciples in the Moon Elephant sect was extremely large. The area of this cave abode was probably much larger than the inner sect, but the spiritual chi was far inferior to the inner sect. At this moment, a figure flew across the sky. The other party seemed to have sensed Ning Chi's existence, as he stopped immediately and cupped his hands towards Ning Chi. Junior brother Yang Ji-wen greets senior brother. Ning Chi nodded with a faint smile. Have you heard of Feng Jio? Feng Jio. A strange expression appeared on Yang Ji-wen's face as he pointed in a direction. Junior brother 9, Nether, has offended senior brother. Tuesday senior brother 2 has invited his backer from the inner sect. He should be beating junior brother 9, Nether up right now. Pausing, Yang Ji-wen looked at Ning Chi curiously. Senior brother, you know junior brother 9 Nether? He was enlightened. No wonder Feng Jio was so stubborn. It turned out that he had a backer in the inner sect. Chapter 38:21. Feng Jio offended senior brother 2? What's the matter? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that every new outer sect disciple has to find a leader in the outer sect. The cave dwelling that junior brother Feng Jio was assigned belongs to senior brother 2, who has the highest cultivation base and is a half-step undying. Junior brother Feng Jio was supposed to go meet senior brother 2 and inform him of this. Yang Ji-wen shook his head with a smile. However, junior brother Feng Jio went into seclusion as soon as he entered the sect. When all the other new disciples had paid their respects, senior brother 2 did not wait for him and sent someone to inform junior brother Feng Jio. Who would have thought that the person senior brother 2 sent would be beaten up by junior brother Feng Jio? Then senior brother 2 personally took action, but was not a match for Feng Jio. Ning Chi smiled, having already guessed the outcome. Yang Ji-wen was slightly startled before he smiled bitterly and said, Indeed, although junior brother Feng Jio was born in Tai Li and joined the sect late, his cultivation is extremely high. He is also half a step away from stepping into the undead realm and being promoted to an inner court disciple. Senior brother 2 fought with him a few times, but all of them ended in defeat. In the end, he had no choice but to ask his backer in the inner court. You should know the way, right? Bring me there. Ning Chi smiled. Yang Ji-wen revealed a trace of embarrassment and pointed in a direction. Senior brother, you just have to go that way and you will see senior brother 2 and the rest. Junior brother's cultivation is too low. If I get involved, it will be hard for me to stay in the outer sect in the future. Thank you for pointing the way, junior brother. Ning Chi smiled and flew in the direction that Yang Ji-wen pointed. Yang Ji-wen stayed on the spot for a while. In the end, he could not resist the curiosity in his heart. He wanted to know who would win with Ning Chi's participation in the battle. Therefore, he pushed back what he was supposed to do and flew in the direction that Ning Chi was heading. Feng Jio, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you have no foundation in the Moon Form Sect. You have to abide by the rules because your cultivation is not strong enough to ignore the rules. A middle-aged cultivator looked at Feng Jiuyu indifferently. Behind him stood a large group of outer sect disciples of the Moon Elephant sect. Beside him stood a young man with his hands behind his back, radiating the aura of the undying realm. Although Moon Elephant sect was a divine sect, it didn't have many inner disciples. Most of them were in the undead realm, with only a few in the immortal realm. Most of the fifth step cultivators were accepted as legacy disciples by the Emperor Realm elders. Although Nalin Minghui was an inner disciple, the other disciples of Moon Elephant sect knew that Nalin Minghui would most likely become a legacy disciple of an Emperor Realm elder soon. I came to the Moon Elephant sect to cultivate and not to suck up to someone. Even if I have to suck up to someone, I should suck up to an elder. Tu Wanli, you are just a rebirth state cultivator like me. If I don't suck up to you, does that mean I'm not following the rules? Feng Jiu furrowed his brows slightly. When he glanced at Nalin Minghui from the corner of his eye, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. He knew that today's situation was not going to end well. He could either admit defeat and apologize, or he could be taught a lesson. Either way, he would lose all his face. That's not the way to put it. Tu Wanli shook his head lightly. Everyone who comes to the Moon Elephant sect is here to cultivate. However, with different identities, your status will naturally be different as well. You are from Tylee land, so you have to follow the rules. Otherwise, if everyone is like you, wouldn't the Moon Elephant sect be in chaos? You can't rely on your cultivation to enter the Moon Elephant sect. Senior Brother 2 is right. If everyone is like you, then wouldn't we, the senior brothers who entered the sect earlier than you, but whose cultivation is lower than yours, have to call you Senior Brother? Cultivators from the uncivilized lands don't understand the rules at all. We even have to trouble Senior Brother Nalin. Today, no matter what, you have to kneel and admit your mistake. As soon as Tu Wanli spoke, countless cultivators chimed in. Some cultivators who came from the other 9 lands, like Feng Jiu, had a slight change in expression. But in the end, no one refuted. After all, most of the disciples of the Moon Elephant sect came from the primordial lands. Cultivators from the other 9 lands like them. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. As for the rules, Junior Brother 2 has already told you clearly. I only give you 2 choices now. 1. Kneel and admit your mistake. 2. Defeat me. As long as you defeat me, you don't have to follow the rules. In the outer sect, no one will say anything bad about you. Nalin Minghui said indifferently. Senior Brother Nalin, you're in the undead realm while I'm only in the rebirth realm. The difference in our cultivation is huge. How can I defeat you? You're bullying the weak. Feng Jiu said in a low voice. The Moon Elephant sect has never bullied the weak. You can't defeat me because you're not strong enough. If you're not strong enough, you have to follow the rules, right? Nalin Minghui smiled faintly. Senior Brother Nalin, Jiu is too stubborn. Let me persuade him. A figure walked out and cupped his hands at Nalin Minghui. He, this has nothing to do with you. Tu Wanli said coldly. He smiled embarrassedly. His gaze landed on Feng Jiu and he transmitted his voice. Jiu, don't be stubborn. Apologize to Senior Brother Nalin. Although you have a good relationship with Senior Brother Wu, he's in the inner sect now. Brother D, you don't have to persuade me. If I bow to them today, my Dao heart will be in danger. Feng Jiu shook his head and cupped his hands at Nalin Minghui. Senior Brother Nalin, please enlighten me. Nalin Minghui smiled faintly and shook his head gently. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Feng Jiu and slapped his shoulder. In the next moment, Feng Jiu's legs went limp and he almost knelt on the ground. However, he reacted at the crucial moment and used all his strength to prevent himself from kneeling on the spot. However, his knees were already slightly bent. Stubborn? Nalin Minghui smiled and slapped Feng Jiu Yu's shoulder again. Feng Jiu could only try his best to defend against the opponent's palm energy. He couldn't do anything because his body was being suppressed by Nalin Minghui's primordial spirit. He didn't have any strength left to perform any other moves. Bang, bang, bang. Nalin Minghui slapped a few more times. Each slap made Feng Jiu's knees a few inches closer to the ground. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes. With Nalin Minghui's strength, he could suppress Feng Jiu instantly. Now he was obviously planning to destroy Feng Jiu's Dao heart inch by inch, so that he would remember what happened today for the rest of his life. A trace of humiliation appeared on Feng Jiu's face. Just as he was about to kneel on the ground, a figure appeared beside him and slapped Nalin Minghui's shoulder. With a bang, Nalin Minghui knelt on the ground in front of Feng Jiu and that figure. Chapter 38:22. Feng Jiu felt the pressure on his body disappear. He immediately stood up and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Senior, what's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear. Nalin Minghui was forced to kneel on the ground with a single move. This meant that the person who came was, at least, in the sempiternal realm. Tu Wanli's expression turned extremely ugly. When he saw Ning Qi's gaze land on him, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure. He had originally wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth. For a moment, the atmosphere became incomparably silent. Even Yang Jiwen, who had just arrived, was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. I heard what you said just now. You said that with his strength he can't break the rules and has to lower his head to you local cultivators? Ning Qi glanced at the crowd and finally looked at Nalin Minghui with a faint smile. Nalin Minghui's face turned pale. Ever since he was forced to kneel by Ning Qi, he tried to stand up. However, there was always a terrifying pressure on his shoulders. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't even stand up and could only kneel in front of Ning Qi in humiliation. Who are you? Nalin Minghui stared at Ning Qi. I'm also an inner sect disciple who just joined the Moon Elephant sect. I wonder if I need to join a sect, Senior Brother Nalin? Ning Qi smiled. Just join the sect? Thinking of Ning Qi's methods, Nalin Minghui immediately guessed Ning Qi's identity. His expression turned even uglier because Ning Qi wasn't an immemorial cultivator, but an extraterritorial cultivator from Tyli. If news of him being suppressed by Ning Qi got out, he would probably become a laughingstock in the inner sect. Seeing that Nalin Minghui didn't speak, Tu Wanli and the rest also shut their mouths and lowered their heads. Ning Qi smiled faintly. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I think it's just a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Nalin Minghui felt the pressure on him disappear. He stood up without saying a word, looked at Ning Qi coldly, and turned to leave. Tu Wanli and the rest became even more uneasy when they saw that. Let's go to your cave abode. Ning Qi smiled at Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu hurriedly said when she heard that, Senior, this way please. Even though Ning Qi had joined the Moon Elephant sect, just like him, Feng Jiu was unable to change the way he addressed Ning Qi. He felt that the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. If he were to address Ning Qi as Senior Brother, it would be rather disrespectful. Nine Nether, Senior Brother Wu, wait for me. He came back to his senses and hurriedly caught up with him. After the silhouettes of Ning Qi and the others vanished from their vision, Tu Wanli and the other outer sect disciples inclined their heads and exchanged mutual glances. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Those who weren't from the supreme ancient immortal realms had strange expressions on their faces as they silently departed, leaving behind a large group of outer sect disciples who were from the supreme ancient immortal realms. Senior Brother too. Exactly what's the background of this Feng Jiu? How could he know an inner court disciple that's even stronger than Senior Brother Nalin? Just now, I noticed that the gazes of those extraterrestrial cultivators seemed to be filled with ridicule when they looked at us. After today, if we want to subdue them, I'm afraid we'll have to spend some effort. Senior brother, too. You've invited senior brother Nalen over this time round, but you've caused him to lose all his face. I'm afraid that senior brother Nalen will vent his anger on you. Hearing the incessant chatter of the crowd, Tu Wanli's expression turned increasingly ugly. In the end, he snorted coldly, "All of you, stop talking. It's not so easy to break the rules of the Moon Elephant sect. This rule wasn't set by us. It's already existed since the time when the elders were still disciples of the Moon Elephant sect. So," he looked in the direction of Fengjiu, Yu's cave abode, and let out a cold laugh. "This matter won't end so easily. Perhaps we'll be able to watch another good show today." "Senior brother, Tu means—" The crowd exchanged glances, as though they had guessed something in their hearts. Everyone tacitly came to a mountain peak, not far away from Fengjiu Yu's cave abode, and waited silently. Moon Elephant Sect's Elder Peak. Nalen Minghui came to the entrance of a cave abode with a livid expression. He cupped his hands towards the two boys guarding the entrance and said, "I'm Nalen Minghui, requesting to see Elder Xue Qingguang. Junior brothers, please pass on the message." They were all servant disciples, but as servant disciples of the elders, their status was much higher than servants like Zhao Lei. Although the two boys' cultivation was only at the Karma realm, Nalen Minghui still had to address them as junior brothers. "Senior brother Nalen, please wait a moment." One of the boys nodded and turned to enter the cave abode. Not long after, the boy walked out of the cave abode and cupped his hands towards Nalen Minghui. "Elder Xue has agreed to see you, but you'll have to wait for 2 hours." "Thank you." Nalen Minghui instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The next 2 hours felt extremely long to him. He kept recalling the scene of him being suppressed by Ning Qi and kneeling on the ground in front of countless outer sect disciples. Every time he thought of it, the anger in his heart would increase. It wasn't until the boy reminded him that 2 hours were up that Nalen Minghui came back to his senses. After entering the cave abode, Xue Qingguang glanced at Nalen Minghui indifferently. "Why do you want to see me?" Nalen Minghua immediately told him what happened just now. He couldn't hide the anger in his voice. "Elder Xue, this rule has existed since ancient times. We are cultivators from the immemorial era. How can we be suppressed by those uncivilized cultivators? He broke the rule just because his cultivation is stronger than mine, causing me to lose face in front of the outer sect disciples. It's equivalent to slapping the faces of us immemorial cultivators. He must be punished severely." "You're talking about Wu Yin, right?" Xue Qingguang's expression darkened. During the entrance examination, this kid revealed an extremely strong physical body cultivation. Even if I activated the moon form physique, I wouldn't be his match. "Elder, are we just going to let it go like this?" Nalen Minghui was unwilling. He came to find Xue Qingguang because he knew about this matter. His true goal was the relationship that Xue Qingguang had. As the direct grandson of Vice Sect Master Xue Jian, he had a good relationship with the various elders of the sect. As long as he was willing to stand up and find an imperishable realm elder, it would be enough to suppress the fellow who had caused him to lose face. Of course not. The rules of my moon form sect cannot be broken. Xue Qingguang slowly stood up. "Come with me to see Elder Yin. He has always valued the rules. If he knows that someone has committed crimes down there, he won't let it go easily." "Elder Yin?" Nalen Minghui's eyes lit up. The Elder Yin that Xue Qingguang mentioned was also a descendant of an Emperor Realm existence in the Moon Form sect. That Emperor Realm existence was the spirit of a secret realm that had evolved from an auspicious cloud. Her cultivation was extremely strong. Tens of thousands of years ago, she was already a rank 6 Emperor Realm. Now, she had probably long reached rank 7 Emperor Realm. Chapter 38-23. With Xue Qingguang leading the way, Nalen Minghui's journey to another cave abode on Elder Peak was unimpeded. Soon he saw Elder Yin, who was at the late-stage imperishable realm. Elder Yin is indeed as handsome as the rumors say, Nalin Minghui said inwardly. Nalin Minghui thought to himself. In front of him stood an extremely handsome young man whose gender was almost indistinguishable. Since Elder Yin rarely showed his face, even inner sect disciples rarely saw him. This was the first time Nalin Minghui was standing so close to him. Junior brother Shui, you said that someone is breaking the rules of our Moon Elephant sect. After hearing Shui Qingguang's report, Yun Bufan frowned slightly. Indeed, during the entrance examination, I already felt that this kid would be a thorn. As expected, he has only entered our Moon Elephant sect for less than half a year, and he has already humiliated a fellow senior brother. It would be fine if he was also of primeval origin, but he just had to be a cultivator of the Tyli land. If this matter were to spread, how would we have any face left? Shui Qingguang said, Nalin Minghui, are you sure you didn't add fuel to the fire? The cause of the matter is the same as what junior brother Shui said. Yun Bufan looked at Nalin Minghui with an extremely sharp gaze. Reporting to Elder Yun, this disciple does not dare to sow discord. The cause of the matter is indeed as Elder Shui said. It is absolutely true, without a single word of falsehood. Nalin Minghui hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Nalin Minghui originally wanted to teach the outer sect disciple who intended to break the rules a lesson. But Wu Yin used his cultivation to make Nalin Minghui lose face in front of all the junior brothers. In this way, wouldn't it be even more difficult to tame the outer sect cultivators from the other 9 lands in the future? Shui Qingguang sneered. Yun Bufan immediately let out a light laugh. All right, I will handle this matter. Bring me to see this kid. I want to see just how strong his physical body is. A bright light flashed through Shui Qingguang's eyes when he heard this. With Yun Bufan's appearance, the matter this time was in the bag, and he could use this opportunity to teach Ning Qi a fierce lesson. As far as he was concerned, the best outcome was to find a reason to drive Ning Qi out of the sect. Outer sect. Tu Wanli and the others didn't have to wait for long before they saw Nalin Minghui reappear. This time, Nalin Minghui wasn't alone. In front of him were 2 familiar figures. We greet Elder Yin and Elder Shui. Tu Wanli's face was filled with joy as he took the lead to bow. When the other outer court disciples saw this, they hurriedly bowed as well, because many of them had never even seen Elder Yin's face before. Under the circumstances where they didn't know his identity, it wasn't a good choice to hastily bow. Shui Qingguang and Yun Bufan were both prideful people. They didn't even bat an eyelid at the greetings of the outer sect disciples. When Nalin Minghui saw this, he immediately took a step forward and coldly looked at Tu Wanli. Where is that guy just now? Tu Wanli's heart turned cold. When he saw Nalin Minghui's gaze, he knew that he was definitely being vented out on him. He hurriedly said, He is in Feng Juyo's cave. I was afraid that he would leave, so I have been waiting here. Oh, Nalin Minghui's gaze softened a little. When Tu Wanli saw this, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. He sensibly led the way and brought everyone to the outside of Feng Juyo's cave. It was a lonely cave, but there were countless outer court disciples and 3 fifth-step cultivators standing outside. If outsiders saw this, they would think that this group of people was attacking some ancient tomb. Wu Yin, Elder Yin, and Elder Shui want to see you. Come out. Nalin Minghui looked at the door of Feng Juyo's cave and sneered. His voice spread throughout the entire outer court grotto heaven under the influence of the spiritual energy. Inside the cave, Feng Juyo and Di Yi's expressions changed at the same time. When they heard the word elder, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. No matter how weak the cultivation of the moon form sex elder was, the connections he had were not something an ordinary disciple could afford to offend. I didn't expect Nalin Minghui to be so shameless to seek revenge on the elder on the same day. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. He knew that Nalin Minghui would seek revenge, but according to his speculation, Nalin Minghui's revenge would have to wait for a period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shamelessly followed Feng Juyo's cave to get close to Ningqi. Senior, I've implicated you. I'll take responsibility for this matter. Feng Juyo looked at Ningqi, took a deep breath, and was about to walk out of the cave. It's just an elder. Why are you so scared? Ningqi smiled. When Yun Bufan and Xue Qingguang entered the outer court, Grotto Heaven, he sensed their auras. One was in the immortal realm, and the other was in the imperishable realm. He really didn't put such elders in his eyes. Now, the only ones that could make Ningqi wary were great emperors. However, even if it was a first-rank emperor realm, Ningqi felt that he could put up a fight. Even if he couldn't win, the other party wouldn't be able to win easily. Just as Ningqi finished his words, a loud sound was heard. The door of Feng Juyo's cave was blasted into smithereens. Xue Qingguang's indifferent voice sounded, "Wu Yin, come out. There's no need to hide anymore. Come, let's go meet them." Ningqi smiled, stood up, and walked out of the cave. He didn't plan to follow, but Feng Juyo stood up, grabbed his arm, and walked out while saying in a low voice, "Brother D, don't worry. I won't implicate you today. Let go of me." He smiled bitterly in his heart. A few breaths later, Ningqi arrived outside the cave. Yun Bufan's gaze locked onto Ningqi immediately, but he was slightly startled. Xue Qingguang still didn't notice the change in Ningqi's aura and thought that Ningqi was still the same as before, an immortal realm cultivator. After all, Ningqi had only joined the Moon Elephant sect for a few months. Xue Qingguang would never have imagined that Ningqi's cultivation would jump several small realms in a few months and reach the perfected imperishable realm. Nalin Minghui stared at Ningqi with a sinister smile in his eyes. Today, Ningqi had made him lose all face, so he had to humiliate Ningqi in front of everyone. Only then would he be able to vent the anger in his heart. Ningqi glanced at the door of the cave that had turned into smithereens and shook his head at Xue Qingguang. "Elder Xue, you're destroying the sect's public property, and you're even letting so many outer sect junior brothers watch. The impact is extremely bad." Xue Qingguang was about to berate him, but when he heard Ningqi complain first, he couldn't control his breath and almost choked. Tu Wanli and the others had strange expressions. They thought that Ningqi would lower his head and admit his mistake when he saw the two elders, or at least cower a little. But in the end, Ningqi directly berated Xue Qingguang, and the reason was that he had destroyed the door of an outer sect, Disciples' Cave. Chapter 38:24. Wu Yin, I know that you have a sharp tongue. However, you've broken the rules this time round and bullied a senior brother of the same sect. According to the sect rules, I can expel you from the sect." Xue Qingguang said coldly. The corner of Nalin Minghui's mouth curved into a sneer. He looked at Ningqi with provocative eyes, as if asking Ningqi, "Do you still dare to make me kneel in front of so many people? Although this matter is a bit big, it's also good. With Elder Xue and Elder Yun here, they will definitely be able to suppress these two troublemakers. After this matter is over, I will find Nalin Minghua and apologize. Then, this matter will be considered perfect." Tu Wanli thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Breaking the rules? What rules did I break? Ningqi seemed to be at a loss. You have just entered the sect, and as a cultivator of Tyli, you dare to attack your own senior brother and provoke us, the primordial era's cultivators. What you have broken is this rule. Xue Qingguang shouted, "Elder Xue, may I ask which page and which article are the rules you speak of? How come I've never seen these rules written on it? You're not making this up, are you?" Ningqi laughed. A trace of anger surged in Xue Qingguang's eyes. This sort of rule wasn't clearly stated, but every disciple that entered the sect had to abide by it. Seeing Ningqi feigning insanity, Xue Qingguang immediately looked at Yun Bufan. Brother Yin, looks like you'll have to suppress this kid. Yun Bufan frowned slightly and asked Ningqi, Are you an imperishable realm cultivator? Yes. Ningqi nodded lightly. Imperishable realm? How could this be? Nalin Minghui and Xue Qingguang's expressions changed simultaneously. Tu Wanli and the others also revealed expressions of disbelief. An inner disciple was actually an imperishable stage cultivator? Senior, when did you break through? Feng Juyo's eyes were filled with joy. Looks like today's matter won't be difficult to resolve. Di He, who had been very worried, gradually heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Yin, you must be mistaken. That lad was only at sempiternal realm intermediate stage when he first joined the sect. How did he manage to advance to imperishable realm in just a few short months? Xue Qingguang shook his head. But he really is in the imperishable realm. Yun Bufan transmitted his voice to Xue Qingguang with a strange expression. In just a few months, he had gone from immortal to indestructible? Just how great of a fortuitous encounter did he have to have such a rapid cultivation speed? Was he really in the imperishable realm? Xue Qingguang's expression changed drastically. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ningqi. He was unable to understand how a sempiternal realm martial artist could suddenly become an imperishable realm martial artist. Even if you've advanced to the imperishable realm, you can't break the rules of my moon elephant sect that have been passed down for thousands of years. Either you apologize to Nalin Minghui, or I'll teach you a lesson and embarrass you in front of these outer sect disciples. Choose one. Yun Bufan said lightly. So what if he was in the imperishable realm? He had been in the imperishable realm for many years. At most, his opponent had just broken through. How could he possibly be his match? With Yun Bufan's cultivation, being able to sense that Ningqi was an imperishable realm cultivator was already his limit. He couldn't tell at all. Ningqi's current cultivation had long since reached the great perfection of the imperishable realm, and he was only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Once he completed the advancement mission and refined the remaining medicinal energy of the phoenix samsara fruit in his body, he would be able to directly advance to the Emperor realm. Elder Yin, you're not my match. If we really fight, it will inevitably harm our relationship. I'm afraid that you'll be used as a tool for no reason. Why don't we just forget about today's matter and not pursue it? Ningqi said with a faint smile. Yun Bufan was slightly startled, but Xue Qingguang's expression turned incredibly livid. Ningqi's words were obviously targeted at him, attempting to hint to Yun Bufan that he would use him as a tool. How arrogant and conceited! Xue Qingguang laughed coldly. Even if you've advanced to the imperishable realm, how can you be Brother Yun's match? An arrogant disciple like you really isn't suitable for the Moon Elephant sect. Once today's matter is over, I will report this to Vice Sect Master Xue and have him expel you from the sect. If Ningqi was still in the sempiternal realm, then he would have the authority to expel Ningqi. But if Ningqi had truly advanced to the imperishable realm, then only the Emperor realm experts of the sect would have the authority to expel such an existence from the sect. Earlier you said that I broke the rules, and now you say that I'm arrogant and conceited. Could it be that I have to lower my head to you because my cultivation is higher than yours? Ningqi looked at Xue Qingguang and smiled coldly. The aura of the great perfection of the imperishable realm instantly erupted from his body. The terrifying aura was like a shock wave that caught Xue Qingguang off guard, and he was directly blown dozens of meters away before crashing heavily onto the ground. Nalin Minghui, who was standing behind Xue Qingguang, was in an even worse state. The aura struck his chest, and he fell heavily backwards onto the ground. Using his head as a plow, he dug out a gully that was hundreds of meters long. Many people hurriedly moved out of the way because they were standing where the gully had originally been. If they didn't move out of the way, they would have been tripped by Nalin Minghui. Only Yun Bufan didn't seem to be in such a sorry state, but he was also pushed back a dozen steps by Ning Qi's aura. His pale face was flushed red, and traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. The great perfection of the imperishable realm. Yun Bufan looked at Ning Qi in shock. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. He's actually at the great perfection of the imperishable realm. Tu Wanli's expression was sluggish, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. The great perfection of the imperishable realm was only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Although many people couldn't take this half step in their entire lives, it didn't stop such a cultivator from becoming the core of a sect. After all, this was already a reserve for the Emperor realm. If Ning Qi was the core of the Moon Elephant sect, then this time he had ruthlessly kicked an iron plate. Nalin Minghui couldn't protect him, and neither could Xue Qingguang. How is this possible? Xue Qingguang straightened his body and looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. This time it was even more shocking than when he was defeated by Ning Qi in the entrance examination. The great perfection of the imperishable realm, it's over. Nalin Minghui stood up dizzily and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes. He began to regret his rash actions this time. If he had waited for a while, he might have been able to find out Ning Qi's true cultivation from someone else's mouth, and this scene wouldn't have happened. Xue Qingguang, the rules you speak of, do you want me, a great perfection of the imperishable realm, to kowtow to a mere sempiternal realm like you? Ning Qi said indifferently. Xue Qingguang was speechless, and at the same time he felt a burning sensation on his face. Since you're at the great perfection of the imperishable realm, then the rules don't apply to you. After saying this, Yun Bufan simply turned around and left. Seeing this, Xue Qingguang gritted his teeth, turned around, and followed after him without a word. Nalin Minghui didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly followed Xue Qingguang and fled the outer sect, Grotto Heaven. You were very happy to see me just now. Did you think that I would be taught a lesson by the two elders? Ning Qi's gaze landed on Tu Wanli, and he said with a smile. Chapter 38:25. Tu Wanli's body turned extremely stiff, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Facing the pressure of Ning Qi's gaze, it was extremely difficult for him to even open his mouth and speak. As senior brother, a moment later, Tu Wanli used all his strength. Everything before was a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous, senior brother. Some things cannot be covered up with a misunderstanding. How about this? Give up your cave abode to Feng Jiyu and we'll call it a day. Ning Qi smiled. Give up his cave abode? The cold sweat on Tu Wanli's face increased. This was a great humiliation. But if he did not do as he was told, a cultivator at the perfected, imperishable realm had many ways to deal with him. All right, I'll move out of the cave abode now. Tu Wanli finally made his decision. After saying that, he realized that the pressure on his body had lessened significantly. Following that, Tu Wanli left his cave abode dejectedly and moved into Feng Jiuyu's cave abode. However, the door of Feng Jiuyu's cave abode had already been smashed by Xue Qingguang, and it was empty with the cold wind blowing in. As for Feng Jiuyu, he moved into Tu Wanli's cave abode. Although they were both outer sect disciples, Tu Wanli's cave abode was different from his previous one. Just the spirit energy alone was several times stronger. Moreover, there was a huge herb field in front of the door where most of Tu Wanli's wealth that he had accumulated over the years were planted. Tu Wanli had intended to bring them along with him, but after seeing Ning Qi's expression, he gave up on that decision and reluctantly parted with them. Those outer court disciples who had a good relationship with Tu Wanli did not even dare to utter a single word. All they knew was that from today onwards, even those geniuses with similar cultivation as Tu Wanli in the outer court would not dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Feng Jiu. Jiuyu, I'm going back to the inner sect. If there's anything, you can get someone to inform me. Ning Qi smiled. Senior, don't you want to stay a little longer? Feng Jiu was a little reluctant. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. He soared into the air and disappeared in front of the two of them. Jiu, you're really lucky. With Senior Brother Wu as your backing, your days in Moon Elephant sect will be good soon. He said enviously. Yeah, Feng Jiu muttered to himself. He recalled that he was cheated to the point he was penniless, and it was Ning Qi who lent him origin stones that allowed him to stay in the primeval lands. Otherwise, he would have been sent back to Tai Li at that time. How would he have the chance to join the Moon Elephant sect and become a disciple of the Divine sect? The two of you, my name is Yang Jiwen. Back then, when Senior Brother Wu came to the outer sect paradise, I was the one who told Senior Brother Wu that Junior Brother Fengjiu was troubled by Tu Wanli. A figure tore through the air and appeared before Feng Jiu and Di He. Really? Di He's eyes were filled with doubt. Feng Jiu was straightforward and directly cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Yang Jiwen smiled and ignored Di He. Instead, he whispered to Feng Jiu, I heard that a batch of Samsara realm cultivators will be selected to enter the creation, divine domain. Junior Brother Feng, you have a relationship with Senior Brother Wu. Why don't you ask Senior Brother Wu to recommend you? It's very likely that you'll be selected. Creation divine domain. Di He and Feng Jiu's eyes lit up at the same time. There was another benefit to being a disciple of the divine sect. They had a certain chance of being selected to enter the creation divine domain. However, most of these opportunities would be snatched away by people with connections. It's a pity that Senior has just returned to the inner sect. Feng Jiu sighed. Don't worry. Every imperishable realm cultivator in the sect has a few recommendation slots. When the time comes, they will compete to decide who will enter the creation divine domain. At that time, Senior Brother will definitely recommend you. Junior Brother Feng, I have a few 100 million origin stones here. If you're qualified to enter the creation divine domain, please help me buy some things. Half of it will be Junior Brother Feng's labor fee. Yang Jiwen said with a faint smile. Senior Brother Yang, so that's what you're planning. He sneered and turned to look at Feng Jiu. Jiu, I entered the sect at the same time as you. You should remember this friendship. If you get the chance to enter the creation divine domain, you must help me buy things first. I also have a few 100 million origin stones. 60% of it is yours and 40% is mine. Feng Jiu was a little dumbfounded and subconsciously said, logically speaking, after entering the creation divine domain, you're not allowed to buy anything on your own. Everything you buy has to follow the sect's instructions. Who's so stupid? Nowadays, every senior and junior brother who enters the creation divine domain will more or less smuggle in their own goods. Otherwise, it's not worth it to just rely on the sect's rewards. Yang Jiwen shook his head with a smile. I'll also give you 60%. I only want 40%. Well, the matter hasn't been settled yet. I think we'll talk about it later. Feng Jiu smiled awkwardly. He was a little unsure if he really had the chance to enter the creation divine domain. Even if Senior recommended me, I'm still a lot weaker than those geniuses. Feng Jiu thought to himself. After Ning Qi returned to the inner sect, he saw 3 strangers at the entrance of the cave abode. The 3 of them did not have high cultivation and were dressed in servant clothes. The moment they saw Ning Qi, they immediately bowed respectfully. The cave abode will be taken care of by you guys in the future. Ning Qi had a strange expression on his face. Where are Zhao Lei and the rest? Senior brother, we were arranged by the elders to come here. As for where the previous servant disciples went, we don't have the right to ask or know. One of them said respectfully. Ning Qi's face darkened. You want to change my servants just like that? Even if you want to change them, you have to let me know what happened. Senior brother, the 3 of us really don't know anything. The 3 of them smiled bitterly. Isn't this Senior Brother Wu? Not far away, Lu Muqing walked out of the cave abode. After seeing Ning Qi, a strange smile immediately appeared on her face. Ning Qi looked at Lu Muqing, then looked at the 3 servants in front of him and suddenly sneered. Lu Muqing, where did my 3 servants go? How would I know? Lu Muqing chuckled. He wanted to say that he did not know, but before he could finish his words, Ning Qi suddenly swept over like a strange gust of wind. In an instant, he appeared in front of him and placed his hand on his shoulder. Junior brother Lu, trouble comes from the mouth. You have to explain it properly. Ning Qi smiled. You. Lu Muqing's complexion changed slightly. When the 3 female servants behind her saw this, they also showed a trace of panic on their faces. He's too strong. He approached me in an instant, but I couldn't react in time. Lu Muqing thought to herself and then sneered. Your 3 servant disciples are not clean. They stole things from the herb field and have been sent to the servant peak for punishment. If I find out that this matter is related to you, Lu Muqing, even if you have a great background, I will make you lose face in the inner sect. Ning Qi patted Lu Muqing's shoulder and smiled. After saying this, he moved again and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 38:26. Lu Muqing was trembling with anger. After thinking about what Ning Qi had just said, his expression changed a few times. Then he let out a sinister laugh. In the Moon Elephant sect, servant disciples stealing spirit herbs from the herb fields is a serious crime. The punishment of the servant peak has always been very severe because these servants are ants from other small worlds. In the eyes of primordial cultivators, their lives are even more worthless. They might already be dead by now. After saying that, he saw that the 3 female servants were even more terrified. Lu Muqing sneered. What are you afraid of? And nothing. The 3 of them hurriedly shook their heads like a rattledrum. Servant peak. Ning Qi was dressed in the robe of an inner sect disciple. He was unobstructed all the way until he arrived at the main hall of the servant peak. After seeing the elder in charge of all the servants in the entire sect, the other party looked at Ning Qi in confusion. You are. The elder's cultivation level was similar to Xue Qingguang's. Apart from him, there were many attendants in the main hall. These attendants' cultivation levels were not high, and some were only 4th step cultivators. However, to the servants, 4th step cultivators were already existences that they could only look up to. Inner sect Wu Yin. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Previously, my 3 servants might have had a misunderstanding with someone. They were captured and brought to the servant peak while I was in seclusion. I hope that elder can release them and let me bring them back. A misunderstanding? The servant peak elder had a strange look in his eyes. What do you mean by misunderstanding? I can also check which servants have been captured during this time. Someone said that they stole spirit herbs from other people's herb fields. Ning Qi said, Oh. The servant peak elder's expression darkened as he shook his head at Ning Qi. Our servant peak has a rule that servant disciples who have committed theft must bear the punishment they deserve. You should return. Let's not talk about whether they have committed a mistake or not. The servants were captured while I was in seclusion, which means that they are not giving me face. Even if they have committed a mistake, they should at least say it clearly in front of me. Then, according to the rules of the sect, they will be punished accordingly. Elder, is there anything wrong with what I said? Ning Qi said indifferently. All the servants are under the management of the servant peak. Since they have committed a crime, they will naturally be detained by the servant peak. It has nothing to do with you, right? Elder Fong, you don't need to pay attention to this kind of person. If everyone can come to the servant peak and take away those servants who have made mistakes, what's the point of our existence? A woman slowly walked over and looked at Ning Qi with some disgust. How should I address you, elder? Ning Qi looked at the woman and cupped his hands together with a faint smile. The woman sneered, Just call me Elder Long. You're a new inner disciple, right? The 3 servants assigned to you are very beautiful? Why did you come here to fish him up? I think Elder Long seems to have misunderstood something. Why don't the two of you call my servants over? I'll ask them face to face. If they really did make a mistake, I won't say anything about how Servant Peak will deal with them." Ning Chi smiled faintly. "Are you kidding me? If any random person came, we would." Elder Long had yet to finish her words when she suddenly sensed that the aura on Ning Chi's body had become restless, and the occasional bit of aura that leaked out made her feel extremely pressured. Imperishable realm? Elder Fong and Elder Long exchanged glances and finally revealed a trace of seriousness in their eyes. The other attendants in the hall immediately frowned when they saw this. "So it's you." Elder Long's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as she seemed to recognize Ning Chi. "Elder Long knows me?" Ning Chi smiled. "During the entrance examination, you defeated Xue Qingguang with a single punch. Of course I remember you. However, I remember that you were only in the sempiternal realm at the time, but now," Elder Long's expression became a little strange. "Defeated Xue Qingguang with a single punch?" Elder Fong immediately came to a realization, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. "So Xue Qingguang was defeated by you." "Elders, although my 3 servants don't have high cultivations, they wouldn't go so far as to steal someone else's medicine field. This happened while I was in closed-door cultivation, so someone might have maliciously framed me. I asked the 2 elders to let me see the 3 of them. If they really did commit a crime, it won't be too late to punish them," Ning Chi said with a smile. Elder Long was still a little unwilling, and was about to speak when she saw Elder Fong instruct an attendant behind him. "Go find out where they are and bring them here." "Yes." Hearing this, the attendant turned around and left. "Elder Fong, isn't this against the rules?" Elder Long's brow furrowed slightly. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Since he helped me beat up Xue Qingguang, I have to give him this bit of face. Moreover, I also feel that this matter is quite strange," Elder Fong said with a smile. "So he had a grudge against Xue Qingguang?" Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded at Elder Fong with a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Elder Fong." Hearing this, Elder Long snorted coldly and said no more. Not long after, the attendant brought 3 figures covered in blood into the main hall. Zhao Lei and the other 2 had dull expressions on their faces, as if they had suffered a lot during this period of time. When they entered the main hall and saw Ning Chi, their eyes immediately lit up and their expressions were filled with excitement. Elder Long was slightly stunned. It was different from what she had imagined. Zhao Lei's appearance was average, and now that she had been punished for a period of time, she looked even more disheveled. Chun Zhong and Ming Xiong were both men. She had thought that Ning Chi had personally come to the Servant Peak to find them, because the servant disciples were all beautiful female cultivators. "The moment I came out of seclusion, someone said that you guys were captured and brought to Servant Peak for stealing spirit herbs from the herb farm. Tell me, did you guys steal it?" Ning Chi looked at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice. Ming Xiong said agitatedly, "Senior Brother Wu, how could we steal spirit herbs from the herb farm? This is a severe crime in Moon Elephant sect. That day you were in seclusion, and it was Senior Brother Lu who called us to help in the herb farm. In the end, we fainted there for some reason. When we woke up, we were captured and brought to Servant Peak. We are innocent." Hearing that, Elder Long and Elder Fong's expressions changed slightly. Fainted in the herb farm? If what Ming Xiong said was true, then there might indeed be some misunderstanding in this matter. "Senior Brother Lu? You guys are talking about Lu Muqing, right?" Ning Chi's face became gloomy. "That's right." Zhao Lei nodded and wanted to say something, but stopped. "Elders, there is a grudge between Lu Muqing and me. Now this matter is clear. Because he can't beat me, he can't vent his anger. So he took advantage of my seclusion to vent his anger on my 3 servants." Ning Chi smiled and said. Elder Fong nodded slightly and looked at the attendant. "When the 3 of them were captured, they really fainted in the herb farm." The attendant took out a jade bamboo slip and scanned it with his spiritual perception. He nodded immediately and said, Elder Fong, what they said is indeed true. In the hall, a certain attendant suddenly lowered his head guiltily and walked out of the hall stealthily. Chapter 38:27. Find out who caught them again. The deacons of Servant Peak are all experienced. How could they make such a low-level mistake? The fact that the three of them fainted in the herb field can be considered a crime of stealing spiritual herbs? Why didn't you examine it more carefully when it was so obviously suspicious? Elder Fong frowned slightly. Elder Long also felt that something was wrong. Her eyes drifted to the other deacons in the hall. Elder Fong, the three of them were caught by Deacon Long in less than a breath's time. The deacon found out who the three people were. His expression became a little strange. The Deacon Long he mentioned was Elder Long's direct descendant. Long Hao-yen? Elder Long was stunned. Her face suddenly turned livid. She shouted angrily at a figure that was about to leave the hall. You get over here! The figure was obviously flustered. He lowered his head and walked in front of the crowd. Long Hao-yen, tell me, how did the three of them steal the spiritual herbs? Elder Long said coldly. Long Hao-yen glanced at Zhao Lei and the other two, then at Ning Qi. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He stammered, Ancestor, I also received a report, so I went to arrest them. They really stole the spiritual herbs. Elder Long asked sternly. Long Hao-yen looked flustered. It should be true, Long Hao-yen. How much have you received from them? Elder Long had already determined the truth from Long Hao-yen's expression. Her expression became very ugly. She had just stopped Ning Qi from seeing Zhao Lei and the other two. Now, it seemed like she was covering up for her own descendant, ancestor, Long Hao-yen stammered. He only felt that his mouth was dry. Wu Yin, this matter is very clear. There is indeed a problem with Servant Peak. However, he is the deacon elder of Servant Peak. I must deal with him on my own. As for the person who bribed him to frame the three servants, Servant Peak does not have the right to enforce the law. I will leave it to you to deal with. Elder Long looked at Ning Qi and said with a complicated expression, Since the truth has come to light, I won't waste any more time here. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. When Zhao Lei and the other two saw this, they subconsciously followed a few steps. Seeing that no one was stopping them, they were elated and quickly followed Ning Qi. This feeling of being able to escape with their lives was really great. After Ning Qi and the others left, Elder Long looked at Long Hao-yen and said coldly, From today onwards, you will no longer be a deacon of the Law Enforcement Peak. Return to the outer sect. Ancestor, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Long Hao-yen knelt on the ground with a thump. His eyes were red. Going to the outer sect to be an outer sect disciple was not as comfortable as being a deacon in the Servant Peak. Not to mention managing a large number of servants. Even in terms of the benefits, it was not comparable to being in the outer sect. When he arrived at the outer sect, he was only an ordinary disciple, but on the Law Enforcement Peak, he could enjoy the feeling of being revered by tens of thousands of people. Elder Long, I think we should just discipline him a little. Elder Fong became the peacemaker. Rules are rules. Elder Fong, you don't have to persuade him. Elder Long shook his head and glanced at Long Hao-yen coldly. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will break your arms and legs. Long Hao-yen's face was filled with despair. He stood up and left dejectedly. When the deacon who was on good terms with him saw this, he only revealed a mocking smile. Ning Qi casually transferred 3 streams of immortal force into the bodies of Zhao Lei and the other 2, and they recovered instantly. The 3 of them followed Ning Qi gratefully and flew towards the cave abode. Senior Brother Wu, if it wasn't for you this time, the 3 of us would have died on the Servant Peak. Qinzhong sighed. Yeah, with our cultivation, we really can't bear those punishments. After a period of time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in and want to kill myself. Ming Xiong hurriedly nodded. Zhao Lei was extremely grateful. She had been in the Moon Elephant sect for so many years, but she had never seen any inner sect disciple stand up for the servants. If Ning Qi had not personally gone to the servant peak, even if she did not die, her origin would have been damaged. It was very likely that she would have been tortured into a mortal who had lost all her cultivation. You have to be more careful in the future. Don't you know the relationship between Lu Muqing and me? You went to the herb farm just because she asked you to? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The three of them instantly looked ashamed. Soon, the four of them could see the cave abode. However, Ning Qi did not bring them back to his own cave abode. Instead, he landed at the entrance of Lu Muqing's cave abode. Lu Muqing, come out and check the water meter. Ning Qi smiled. Check the water meter? Water meter? Watch? Zhao Lei stared at Ning Qi in shock. She was sure that she did not hear wrongly. Ning Qi had indeed said to check the water meter. But how could there be something like a water meter in Shenluo world? Why does senior brother Wu know this term? Could he also be from thinking about this? Zhao Lei could not help but become even more excited. Seeing this, Qin Zhong and Ming Xiong hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Little Lei, don't be so excited. Senior brother Wu will definitely avenge us this time. Zhao Lei nodded silently. She was prepared to confirm with Ning Qi after this matter was over. Inside the cave abode, Lu Muqing heard Ning Qi's voice and immediately felt that something was wrong. The three female servants looked at each other with a trace of sadness in their eyes. Ever since they followed Lu Muqing, they had been scolded every day. As an undead realm cultivator, Lu Muqing actually vented her anger on the other party's servants. Now that the other party had come looking for them, they were likely to be implicated by Lu Muqing. Damn it! Lu Muqing scanned with her spiritual will and saw Zhao Lei and the other two. She had already guessed that Ning Qi must have found out about her framing them to vent her anger. Go out? Not go out. Not go out. Lu Muqing made a decision with a gloomy face. I will be in the cave abode. Let's see what you can do. Lu Muqing's face showed a trace of a sneer. Outside, Ning Qi saw that Lu Muqing did not respond for a long time. He then smiled and suddenly jumped up and punched the door of Lu Muqing's cave abode. Boom! A loud bang resounded throughout the mountain range in an instant. Countless inner sect disciples came out of the cave abode and looked in the direction of Lu Muqing's cave abode in bewilderment. After a few punches, the impregnable cave abode had turned into ruins. The smoke dissipated, revealing Lu Muqing's almost green face and the three female servants shivering like frightened quails. Wu Yin, what the hell do you want to do? Lu Muqing stared at Ning Qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While he was speaking, a group of figures broke through the air and stood in the void, looking at Ning Qi curiously. Seeing this, Lu Muqing felt a bit more confident in his heart. He did not believe that Ning Qi would dare to attack him under the noses of so many people. What do I want to do? I just want to beat you up now. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards Lu Muqing step by step. Chapter 38:28. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail signs small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. What was he going to do? Seeing Ning Qi walking towards her step by step, Lu Muqing's face revealed a trace of shock. Could it be that he dared to attack her in public? Wu Yin, don't act recklessly. Lu Muqing was a little flustered. Are you scared? Ning Qi smiled and continued to walk towards Lu Muqing. If you dare to hurt me, you will absolutely not be able to escape the punishment of the elders. Lu Muqing shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! Ning Qi's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Lu Muqing. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Muqing, who was a head shorter than him, and said with a smile, Since you know fear, why did you use such a despicable trick? Provoke me? I told you long ago that you are just an undead realm cultivator. In my eyes, You are no different from an ant." With that, Ning Qi used his primordial spirit to suppress Lu Muqing's body, making her unable to move. In front of countless people, he slapped Lu Muqing's face again and again. Pa! 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 Lu Muqing's eyes were filled with astonishment. The pain on his face came back again and again, but gradually the pain became lighter and lighter. He could no longer feel his face, as if his face no longer existed. Many surprised gazes fell on Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing felt that this was an unprecedented humiliation in his life. He had never been slapped in the face in front of so many people. Furthermore, these people were all inner court disciples like him. After today, how could he, Lu Muqing, gain a foothold in the inner court? Behind him, Lu Muqing's 3 maids had gradually calmed down from their initial panic. There was even a hint of joy and schadenfreude in their hearts. They could see that Ning Qi was different from Lu Muqing. Logically, he would not vent his anger on her. In this way, the 3 women were even more calm and collected. Seeing Lu Muqing being beaten up by Ning Qi to the point that she had no face left and could only stand there and take the beating without the slightest strength to fight back, they almost couldn't help but cheer. Pa! 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 The face slapping continued. About 2 hours later, the flesh and blood on Lu Muqing's face had already become incomparably black. Clearly it was necrotic. Gradually, the flesh and blood fell off from the face, turning into a skull. However, the eyes were still intact. This scene fell into the eyes of Zhao Lei and the others. Compare venting one's anger. After another 10 minutes or so, when the bones on Lu Muqing's face began to gradually crack, an inner disciple felt that the situation was not good and went to inform the elders guarding the inner sect. Not long after, a few figures arrived together. "Stop!" An old man shouted when he saw Ning Qi's actions. When the rest of the elders saw that Lu Muqing's immortal's cave was smashed into ruins, their complexions turned even uglier. Within the inner sect, private fights were forbidden. If one wanted to fight, they could, but they had to report it to the elders. This was a necessary process. Otherwise, if everyone were to fight, wouldn't the entire sect be in a foul atmosphere? "The elder is here." Lu Muqing, who was a little desperate, suddenly showed hope in his eyes. If he was beaten by Ning Qi like this, he felt that his head would explode. In this way, this body would be crippled, and he would have to return to the immortal palace to recondense his flesh. His body's origin would be damaged, and perhaps even his cultivation would drop by a small level. At this moment, Lu Muqing found that everything in front of him went black. Then Ning Qi's fist landed on his eye sockets, and the 2 eyeballs were instantly smashed. Until this moment, Lu Muqing's head really became a skull. "I'm Wu Yin, greet the elders." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands towards the old man and the others. The old man, like Ning Qi, was also an eternal realm cultivator, but his realm was much lower than Ning Qi's, only at the early stage of the eternal realm. The old man stared coldly at Ning Qi, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. "I just told you to stop, didn't you hear?" "Of course I heard." Ning Qi smiled. "Then why don't you stop? Do you think we, the elders, don't exist?" The old man sneered. The rest of the elders surrounded Ning Qi and Lu Muqing, and their faces did not look too good. "I was too quick and couldn't stop." Ning Qi smiled. A trace of anger flashed in the old man's eyes again. He took a deep breath, and his eyes roamed around Lu Muqing and Ning Qi. After a while, he slowly said, "Why are you fighting in the sect? Do you know that this has broken the rules of the sect?" "Elder, save me!" Lu Muqing roared in his heart. He was now being suppressed by Ning Qi's primordial spirit and could not even move a finger, let alone speak. Perhaps sensing Lu Muqing's situation, the old man snorted coldly and gently waved his hand. There was no change. He waved again. There was still no change in Lu Muqing's body. A trace of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes, and he suddenly looked at Ning Qi What's your cultivation? Eternal realm. Ning Qi smiled. Eternal realm? Zhao Lei and the others suddenly gasped in their hearts. When they were assigned to Ning Qi's side, the servant Peak had informed them of Ning Qi's cultivation. They remembered that he was clearly in the immortal realm at that time. How did he reach the eternal realm after a few months of seclusion? Lu Muqing's heart also thumped, and he forgot the humiliation just now. There was only one thought left in his mind. He is in the eternal realm. Eternal realm. When did our inner sect have such an existence? The nearby inner sect disciples looked at each other. The elders surrounding Ning Qi subconsciously took a step back, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. If Ning Qi was an eternal realm cultivator, then he could not be treated as an ordinary inner sect disciple. Are you really in the eternal realm? The old man was slightly startled. Can this be faked? Ning Qi smiled and revealed a trace of the aura of the eternal realm. Hiss! The old man's expression became a little distorted. The other party was not only in the eternal realm, but also in the eternal realm. After a moment of silence, the old man glanced at Lu Muqing, who was beaten into a skull, and asked Ning Qi, "Why are you fighting?" Fighting? It was clearly him who hit me. If it were not for the fact that there was no flesh on his face, Lu Muqing would definitely show an extremely shocked expression. The old man's words had already determined this matter. It's like this. Ning Qi smiled and repeated the matter very patiently. The more they listened, the weirder their expressions became. In the end, they looked at Lu Muqing with eyes full of disdain. You can't beat someone, but you vent your anger on someone else's servant? Such a situation was too petty. If word got out, wouldn't it humiliate the other inner sect disciples of the Moon Elephant sect? Lu Muqing's heart instantly sank to the bottom. When he saw the expressions of the old man and the others, he already had an ominous feeling. Who can testify for this matter? The old man suddenly asked. Elder Long and Elder Fong of the Servant Peak can testify. Ning Qi smiled. All right, just pretend that we were never here today. The old man nodded, took a deep look at Ning Qi, and turned to leave. Chapter 38:29. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Just pretend we were never here. These words kept reverberating in Lu Muqing's mind. Only when the old man and the other elders had really left did a trace of despair rise in Lu Muqing's heart. Look, even the elders can't stand your behavior. Ning Qi slapped Lu Muqing's face again. Lu Muqing kept roaring in his heart. If he was in Tylee right now, he would ask the cave master of the Black Wind cave to help him kill the guy in front of him. Unfortunately, this was the Moon Elephant sect, and because he had only been in the sect for a short period of time, he had yet to develop his own network of connections, nor could he find a backer who could stand up for him at this moment. I, Lu Muqing, swear that if you dare to return to Tylee, I will let you die without a burial place. You seem to be very unconvinced. However, seeing that we are fellow disciples, I will let go of everything that you have done to me this time. Ning Qi slapped Lu Muqing once again, then laughed and led Zhao Lei and the other two back to his cave abode. Lu Muqing was still suppressed by his primordial spirit, unable to move. The surrounding inner court disciples shook their heads when they saw this. Some left on the spot, while some looked towards Ning Qi's abode. In the next few days, Lu Muqing was like a statue, standing in front of the cave residence that had become a ruin. The three maids had long been called back by the Servant Peak and assigned to other inner disciples, leaving Lu Muqing alone. When the disciples passed by, they would stop and watch. These inner sect disciples were all going to visit Ning Qi. In a few days, Ning Qi had already gotten to know hundreds of Moon Elephant sect's inner sect disciples. Although there was a huge difference between the inner sect and the outer sect, most of the inner sect disciples' cultivation was at step 4. In fact, Some of the inner disciples were even weaker than Feng Jiao, Tu Wanli, and the others. However, they were much more talented than the two of them. Ning Qi had already met a few prodigies who had reached the fate state or the reincarnation state before they were even 100 years old. Along with the passage of time, the number of inner court disciples that came to visit gradually decreased. When Zhao Lei saw this, she seized the opportunity to be alone with Ning Qi and plucked up the courage to ask the thing that she was most curious about these days. "Senior Wu, are you an earthling?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhao Lei's eyes. Zhao Lei had stayed in the primordial lands for so long, and her life wasn't exactly satisfactory. She would often think of her life on Earth, her friends, her loved ones, and there were even many times when she woke up from her meditation with traces of tears on her face. "Why do you ask?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Zhao Lei's heart thumped. From Ning Qi's expression and his answer, she felt that her guess was very likely. The expression on her face became more and more excited. "Senior Marshal Brother Wu, that day you said you wanted to check Lu Muqing's water meter. The ancient land doesn't exist." "That's right. I came from the same place as you." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After getting the answer, Zhao Lei fell silent. 10 minutes later, Zhao Lei looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. "Senior Marshal Brother Wu, you came to God Luo world earlier than me, right? When you came, what era was the Earth in? Even earlier? That might not be the case. You came here a few years ago." Ning Qi smiled. 2008. "Oh, I came here a few years ago." Ning Qi smiled. How is this possible?" Zhao Lei was dumbfounded. Ning Qi came later than her, but his cultivation was so much higher than hers. However, she didn't think too much about this. Instead, she chatted excitedly with Ning Qi about Earth. She finally met someone in God Luo world who could talk to her about her hometown. This conversation lasted for 3 days. Chun Zhong and Ming Xiong saw the two of them chatting passionately and hurriedly left. When they looked at each other, their gazes were quite ambiguous. "It's a pity that we can't go back." Zhao Lei suddenly sighed softly. After staying in God Luo world for so long, she had also searched for a way to return to Earth. Thus, she was very familiar with the concept of worlds. Earth might just be one of those worlds, an insignificant planet in the vast universe. She felt that even great emperors like Xue Jian wouldn't be able to find such a planet in the universe. "Who said we can't go back?" Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lei was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Ning Qi with an extremely strange expression. "Senior Brother Wu, you just said you can go back. As long as you want to go back, everything is very simple. I know the way." Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he continued, "However, the Earth today is completely different from the Earth in your memory. The people you know should have died of old age. During the days when we were away, the Earth had undergone some changes. The spirit Qi had recovered. Many demon beasts have appeared, and many cultivators have also appeared." Zhao Lei was dumbfounded. "So, do you still want to go back and take a look?" Ning Qi smiled. "Can I?" Zhao Lei looked at Ning Qi. "Yes, but I have something to do now. After this, I can bring you back to take a look." Ning Qi smiled. "Of course. Senior Brother Wu's matter is more important." Zhao Lei hurriedly nodded. At this moment, Qin Zhong hurriedly ran in with a trace of panic on his face. "Senior Brother Wu, bad news." "What is it?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Vice Sect Master is here," Qin Zhong stammered. He was terrified. He didn't expect that Lu Muqing's matter would attract the Deputy Sect Master. If the Deputy Sect Master were to hold them accountable, the 3 of them would be thrown back to the Servant Peak as the cause of the matter. Vice Sect Master Xue? Ning Qi was a little surprised. No wonder he did not notice the change in the aura. The Vice Sect Master of Moon Elephant Sect must be a great emperor. His current cultivation was not strong enough to easily sense a great emperor. No, not Vice Sect Master Shui. It's Vice Sect Master Yin, Qinzhong hurriedly said. Let's go and take a look. Not long after, Ning Qi walked out of the cave abode and saw that Lu Muqing's skull had returned to its original state. The new flesh was whiter than the skin on other parts. In front of Lu Muqing stood a young girl. Lu Muqing was respectfully bowing her head and saying something to the young girl. Halfway through her words, she seemed to notice Ning Qi's aura. Lu Muqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Ning Qi. Hatred appeared in her eyes. The young girl sensed it and looked at Ning Qi at the same time with a smile and a trace of curiosity on her face. Disciple Wu Yin greets Vice Sect Master Yin. Ning Qi walked in front of the young girl and bowed. I'm Great Emperor Wujiang. Lu Muqing is also a Wujiang cultivator. The young girl smiled. Hearing this, Lu Muqing looked at Ning Qi with a trace of pride and mockery. Chapter 38:30. Ning Qi glanced at Lu Muqing, his lips curling up. So junior brother Lu is also a boundless Jiang cultivator. Sorry for not recognizing you. Now you know to be afraid? Lu Muqing laughed weirdly. When you humiliated me before, do you still remember how arrogant you were? Vice Sect Leader Yin, can I? Ning Qi looked at the girl and asked politely. Yes. The girl smiled and nodded. Lu Muqing was shocked. He didn't know what Ning Qi and the girl were talking about. What did he mean? But in the next moment, Lu Muqing knew what Ning Qi was talking about. He felt his body sink, once again being suppressed by Ning Qi's primordial spirit. Pa pa pa! Ning Qi's palm was like a perpetual motion machine, crazily slapping Lu Muqing's face. A dozen breaths later, Zhao Lei and the other two, who were nervously watching from afar, saw Lu Muqing's skull. The flesh and blood on his face were all slapped away by Ning Qi. Why? Lu Muqing screamed in his heart. He looked at the girl in despair. He didn't understand, as a boundless Jiang cultivator, a member of the Holy Assembly, why would this girl, as a boundless emperor, allow him to be humiliated? That's enough. If you kill me, I won't be able to explain. The girl suddenly spoke. Ning Qi heard this and slowly retracted his hand, cupping his hands at the girl. Vice Sect Leader Yin, sorry for my incompetence. How did you guess that I would punish him? Aren't you afraid that I will help him deal with you? The girl was curious. I heard that a boundless Jiang cultivator must be someone with both ability and virtue. Lu Muqing has neither talent nor virtue, and likes to bully the weak. The person who took him in as a boundless Jiang cultivator must have been deceived by his appearance. Vice Sect Leader Yin must have come here because you understand the cause and effect. There is no reason for you to help such a despicable person deal with a disciple, right? Ning Qi smiled. The more Lu Muqing heard, the more panicked he became. He vaguely felt that things wouldn't end so easily. The last bit of hope in his heart dissipated like smoke. Your analysis makes sense. The girl nodded and then looked at Lu Muqing, saying calmly, since I am the boundless emperor, one of my duties is to monitor the surrounding boundless cultivators. Look at their situation. Reward those who are meritorious and punish those who are wrong. Lu Muqing, from today onwards, you are no longer a boundless cultivator. Hand over your boundless jade plate. After saying that, the girl moved her mind, and Ning Qi's primordial spirit, which was suppressing Lu Muqing's body, was suddenly shaken back into his body. Great Emperor, see, can you give me another chance? The flesh on Lu Muqing's face instantly recovered, and his skin was even fairer than before. He looked at the girl with a panicked expression and begged bitterly. The identity of a borderless cultivator could often be used as a token to avoid death. For example, with this identity, even if the emperors of the Moon Form sect wanted to kill him, they would have to do it clearly and let the Holy Assembly know. Otherwise, it would be the same as making an enemy of the Holy Assembly. As a result, many borderless cultivators became more and more arrogant. It could be said that the importance of this identity was no less than one's own cultivation. I won't say it again." The girl smiled faintly. Hearing that, Lu Muqing's face showed a trace of despair. He took out a jade pendant, and before he could react, the jade pendant fell into the girl's hand. From this moment onwards, Lu Muqing was no longer a borderless cultivator. "Seeing that you have contributed to the Holy Assembly, I won't expel you from the Moon Form sect. However, from today onwards, you will be an outer sect disciple." The girl smiled and said, "Yes." Lu Muqing's body stiffened slightly, and then he slowly raised his hand to bow. As if using all his strength, he lowered his head and responded. Then he seemed to be in a trance. He could not understand. After he entered the Moon Form sect, he should have soared to the sky. How did he get demoted in a few short months? First, he lost his identity as a borderless cultivator. Now he even lost his identity as an inner sect disciple of the Moon Form sect. He could only be an outer sect disciple. Why? It's all his fault. He caused me to be in this state. If I don't take revenge, I will write my name backwards. Glancing at Ning Qi, Lu Muqing found the reason and swore in his heart. "You are Wu Yin, right? Your cultivation is not bad, and you can stand up for your servant. Your character is not bad. Are you interested in becoming a borderless cultivator?" The girl looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Become a borderless cultivator? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. The system's advancement mission was about to be completed? Could it be that he was about to reach the Emperor realm? Him, a borderless cultivator? Lu Muqing suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. If Ning Qi really became a borderless cultivator, how could he take revenge? Interested, very interested. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, and he nodded. "Very good. The Holy Assembly's boundless realm cultivators are all outstanding among their peers. I've also heard about your entrance test. Furthermore, you managed to advance to the peak of the imperishable realm in such a short period of time. You must have encountered some sort of opportunity, right? Don't worry, I won't ask too much. If a cultivator doesn't have an opportunity, it means that this cultivator's luck isn't good enough. If his luck isn't good enough, he doesn't have the qualifications to become a borderless cultivator. Take this jade token. In the future, you will directly listen to my orders." As the girl spoke, she threw the jade token to Ning Qi. The moment Ning Qi received the jade token, the system's notification sound instantly rang. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the advancement mission. Do you want to advance now? How long can it be delayed?" "1 day. Then don't advance first. Wait for me to prepare." Putting away the jade token, Ning Qi cupped his hands at the girl and said, "Thank you, Vice Sect Leader Yin, for your guidance. In the future, if you have any orders, I will not dare to disobey." At this moment, he felt that this girl in front of him was extremely cute. She was like a little angel, the kind that specialized in providing charcoal in snowy weather. Originally, he was still thinking about how to arrange things so that he could become a borderless cultivator and complete the advancement mission. He didn't think that just as he was thinking, someone would come and give him heartwarming charcoal. This time, the advancement was led by the system. This also meant that as long as he completed the mission, he could advance to the Emperor realm at any time. He didn't need to explore and break through on his own. This saved him a lot of time. Back then, his complaints about the system suppressing the effects of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit were all gone now. "Very good. I still have things to do. I will leave first." The girl revealed a bright smile, waved her hand, turned around, and disappeared. Only then did Ning Qi look at Lu Muqing and sincerely patted his shoulder. "Junior brother Lu, thank you for this time. Remember to tuck your tail between your legs after you enter the outer sect. I will visit you when I have time." Then Ning Qi turned around and walked back to his cave. Lu Muqing stood there in a daze, a little confused. He thought that Ning Qi was thanking him because of his identity as a borderless cultivator. In reality, Ning Qi was thanking him because without Lu Muqing, this advancement mission wouldn't have been completed so quickly. Who knows how much time would have been wasted? Chapter 38-31. After returning to the cave abode, Ning Qi waved his hand to set up a restrictive spell and instructed Zhao Lei and the others to close the door and refuse to receive any guests for a short period of time. Then he left the Moon Elephant sect and came to the creation divine realm once again. It was impossible for him to break through in the divine Lua world. Not only would it cause too much of a commotion, the Holy Saint Council would also discover his identity as a dark cultivator. Hence, it was safest for him to stay in the creation divine territory. As soon as he arrived at the small courtyard, Ning Qi found that there were many people in the courtyard today. Even Dongfang Haojie and the others had returned and were chatting in the courtyard. Everyone's face was brimming with happy smiles. "Oh, my cultivation has risen by quite a bit." Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. More than half of the War God Temple's upper echelon had returned to the small courtyard, and every one of them had more or less improved their cultivation. It was clear that the Fortune God realm was indeed full of fortune. They had only stayed here for a short period of time, but some of them had already broken through 2 major realms. In a few thousand years, as long as these upper echelons of the War God Shrine didn't die, they could all advance to the 5th step. Li Macho was dressed in purple, and Hu Qingzi was beside her. Hu Qingzi exuded the aura of the Tao querying realm, while Li Macho had already reached the rebirth realm. She did not need to undergo the tribulation in the creation celestial realm, and there was no interference from the Supreme Saint Council. It was only a matter of time before she broke through to the undying realm. Only after a long while did the crowd discover Ning Qi's presence, and they surrounded him happily. "Where are Snow and the others? Why isn't he back yet?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Qi asked with some doubts. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had no idea where the Saint Concubine and the others had gone. Seeing this, Ning Qi did not think too much about it. With Wang Shui around, the chances of something happening to the Cold Sky Saint Concubine and the others were very small, unless a grade 6 God realm warrior made a move. "Boss, your cultivation base seems to have increased by quite a bit." Suddenly, Duan Yingjun looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Seeing Dongfang Haojie and the others looking at him, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Yes, Eternal Realm." Hiss! This cultivation speed is too heaven-defying. Duan Yingjun gasped. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Tianshu and the others inwardly curled their lips when they heard Ning Qi's words. If it wasn't for the Fortune Divine Domain, they believed that it was impossible for Ning Qi to advance so quickly. Even Duan Yingjun and the others, ants in their eyes, had their cultivations soar after entering the Fortune Divine Realm. If it were them, they would not be any worse off than Duan Yingjun and the others. This is a good chance for me to comprehend something. I want to see if I can advance to the Emperor Realm. Why don't you all go to Emperor Lu's side? That way, you won't be hurt by the aftermath of the advancement. Ning Qi laughed. Become a great emperor? Jiang Tianshu stared in shock, and Jiang Posha's eyes snapped open. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, thinking that Ning Qi was joking. However, when he saw Ning Qi's expression, his heart sank. The aura on Ning Qi's body was erratic, faintly exceeding the limits of the consummate, imperishable realm. It indeed looked like he was about to break through. If he breaks through to the Emperor Realm, we won't be able to escape this place. There was a hint of panic in Jiang Posha's eyes. Boss, are you going to break through to the great Emperor Realm? Duan Yingjun's face lit up with joy. Dongfang Haojie and the others also revealed a trace of joy. Ever since they came to the Fortune Divine Domain, they clearly understood how terrifying the Emperor Realm was. Even in the Fortune Divine Domain, a 6th grade Divine Domain warrior was enough to become a city lord. If Ning Qi reached this realm, then the War God Temple would be able to stand firm in the Fortune Divine Domain. It's about time. Ning-Chi nodded with a smile. Hearing this, everyone immediately left the courtyard and hid under Willow Sovereign. Willow Sovereign's branches also began to sway restlessly. Ning-Chi could feel a trace of excitement coming from it. System breakthrough. When everyone was under Willow Sovereign's feet, Ning-Chi sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard and said to the system. In the next moment, the aura on Ning-Chi's body was like rolling clouds, directly soaring into the sky, instantly enveloping a radius of thousands of miles. In this area, whether it was humans or beasts, they could all feel a strong pressure descending from the sky. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the sky with incomparable astonishment. Someone is breaking through to the 6th grade. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong expert in such a desolate place. It would be great if I could know where that senior is. If I could observe him, my cultivation would definitely soar. When Ning-Chi's aura had just risen, Willow Sovereign had already displayed a forbidden technique to resist the aftermath of the aura impact. However, the terrifying aura still caused Willow Sovereign's branches to sway crazily. Dongfang Haojia and the others were fine, but Jiang Tianshu and the others who were hanging on the branches were like riding a roller coaster, tumbling up and down. A stone suddenly flew into the air, then a second stone, a third stone. Dongfang Haojia and the others were shocked to see all kinds of things floating in the surrounding void. It seemed that in this area, the effect of gravity was gradually disappearing. Kacha! The ground cracked. Broken stones also flew into the air. This scene was like radiation, sweeping in all directions. The whole ground looked like it had been torn off by someone. How terrifying! Just breaking through has such momentum. If it wasn't for Willow Sovereign's protection, I'm afraid even we would be sucked into the sky. Duan Ingjun sucked in a breath of cold air, a trace of horror in his eyes. Breaking through to the Emperor realm is certainly not that simple. Dongfang Haojia said in a low voice. Just as he said, in the area covered by the aura, there were many people who wanted to know where Ning-Chi was breaking through and wanted to observe. In the end, when they found that the power in their body was restricted by some kind of rule, they were so scared that they frantically fled. However, it was already too late. Like those dead things, they floated in the air, as if they were imprisoned by someone, unable to move their hands and feet. This state lasted for several days. More and more people discovered the strange phenomenon in this area. They came to the edge of the area, looking at everything in front of them with incomparably shocked eyes. The two places were like two different worlds. One side was normal, while the other side was chaotic. The sky was filled with flying stones, dried branches monsters, and even god realm warriors. Someone is breaking through to the 6th grade. A 5th grade god realm warrior stood in the distance and said with a solemn expression, "Why is there such power when breaking through to the 6th grade? I've seen someone break through to the 6th grade with my own eyes. The momentum only affected a few hundred li, but here it should be thousands of li, right?" Another person said. He was also a 5th grade god realm warrior, an advanced 5th grade god realm warrior. As he spoke, his eyes revealed an unconcealable envy. Perhaps it's because of his deep foundation. As all kinds of speculations rose in the hearts of the crowd, they suddenly discovered an even more mysterious thing. All the living things floating in the air were becoming younger at an extremely fast speed. An old deer that was originally old and could die at any time suddenly became extremely young. However, this change did not stop. In the end, the old deer became a young deer, an embryo, and then nothingness. The god realm warriors floating in the air were also experiencing all this. This scene made an endless chill rise in the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 3832. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail signs /say net there was no pop-up window for free reading. The strange phenomenon lasted for several days. When it was over, the land within a radius of thousands of miles had become barren. Looking down from the sky, it was a deep circular pit. He's just breaking through to rank 6, yet he caused such a huge commotion. Who knows how many innocent lives were lost because of this? Some of the God Realm warriors looked furious. Although the others did not speak, their thoughts were the same. In the past, when someone broke through to rank 6, although the commotion was huge, it would not hurt innocent people. However, in the past few days, they saw countless lives vanishing in a strange way. They disappeared from this world. Look, suddenly, someone's face showed a trace of horror. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The originally barren and lifeless land had once again undergone a shocking change. The dead deer reappeared. First, it was an embryo, then a young deer, an adult deer, an old deer. The dead God Realm warriors reappeared in front of everyone in the same way. Not only that, the trees, the grass, and the stones on the ground were also recovering at an extremely fast speed. Everyone felt like they were watching a movie in reverse. Everything seemed incomparably mysterious and magical. A few hours later, the originally barren land once again glowed with vitality as if nothing had happened. Those God Realm warriors did not even remember that they had been erased. How terrifying! Could it be that everything we saw earlier was an illusion? The few advanced 5th grade God Realm warriors who witnessed this scene looked at each other in shock. They couldn't tell if what they were seeing was an illusion or if it had really happened. However, there was no evidence to help them prove this point. At the same time, in the small courtyard, Ning Qi slowly stood up. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Then, this ray of light replaced Ning Qi's pupils and became a starry vortex. Looking closely, it was as if there were 2 vast and boundless universes hidden in Ning Qi's eyes. Did Ba succeed? Duan Ningjun felt incredibly nervous, and he was even more shocked by the abnormal signs that Ning Qi had caused when he had broken through. They had personally seen the massive changes in the space around them, and this sort of power made them think of some sort of divine ability that Ning Qi had once possessed. This phenomenon was clearly much, much stronger than when Ning Qi used that divine ability in the past. It was as if Ning Qi could control time. He's already an emperor? Jiang Tianshu didn't want to believe it, but there was still a trace of hope in his heart. He hoped that Ning Qi's breakthrough would fail. After all, apart from the strange phenomena that had occurred in the past few days, Ning Qi's body hadn't changed much, and his aura hadn't become much stronger. Jiang Posha's expression was solemn. Only imperishable realm cultivators knew how terrifying the phenomenon outside was. Jiang Posha wouldn't be surprised if an imperishable realm ascended to the Emperor realm and turned everything within 10,000 miles into a wasteland. However, the strange phenomenon of time disorder truly terrified him. After a cultivator died, even if their corporeal body couldn't be condensed, they could still enter the reincarnation cycle of the infinite worlds to be reincarnated. Their lives would continue, and they might even have a chance to recover their memories in the future. But what if this life had never appeared in this world? Could he reincarnate? The answer was obviously no. Perhaps there's something special about this place that caused such a strange phenomenon. I don't think he possesses such a divine ability. Jiang Posha comforted himself. After a long time, Ning Qi suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had returned to their original appearance. After this breakthrough, he discovered that his eyes seemed to have received some kind of mysterious power, and this power seemed to bring with it some kind of mysterious power. This force carried an aura that could destroy everything. Even he himself was slightly fearful of this force. So this is the power of a martial monarch. The golden body has been refined to its perfect state. In addition to that, the attribute of the force in my body has changed once again. Even ordinary methods can produce unexpected effects when activated by this force. This is the source of the martial monarch's power. You've finally become a martial monarch. Silver Dragon's voice echoed in Ning Qi's ears. Once you become a martial monarch, Your life form will be completely different from cultivators below the martial monarch realm. It's a brand new form. At the same time, you will also obtain a new divine ability. However, this divine ability is the evolution of a divine ability that you already possess. It's completely random, and you can't control it. Completely different life form? Ning Qi's heart stirred. He seemed to have some understanding of Silver Dragon's words. His current life form had indeed undergone a great change. Although his appearance and physique were the same as before during the breakthrough, all the cells in his body had been reorganized. After going through it once, his basic physical strength had been increased by at least 10 times. Even his primordial spirit had increased several times after the breakthrough. The limit of the imperishable realm had reached more than 100,000 points. As for the divine ability of a martial monarch, it could explain the change in his eyes. At the same time, he could guess which of his methods had randomly evolved into a divine ability of a martial monarch. Senior Silver Dragon, does every martial monarch possess a divine ability of a martial monarch? Ning Qi thought of something and asked. That's right. There are strong and weak divine abilities of a martial monarch, but there's no direct classification of grades. I've seen some martial monarchs who possessed an extremely strong divine ability when they were still in the imperishable realm. After they advanced to the martial monarch realm, their strongest divine ability also evolved and became a divine ability of a martial monarch. However, the effects of the divine ability were not as strong as imagined. Some of the divine abilities obtained by some martial monarchs were very weak in the past, and they didn't even remember that they had cultivated this divine ability. However, after they evolved into a divine ability of a martial monarch, they displayed superior combat strength and effects. Silver Dragon said. Ning Qi nodded his head slightly and walked towards Emperor Lu slowly. Then he looked at Gong San Wufua and the few cultivators of the dragon clan from the great blue dragon sect. In the next moment, these guys were changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were getting younger and younger. They were getting younger and younger, and their faces were filled with horror. But they couldn't stop the changes in their bodies. In the end, they turned into embryos and turned into nothingness. They had completely disappeared from the world. During this process, the starry vortex in Ning Qi's eyes seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. As long as one looked into his eyes, no matter who it was, they revealed a dull look, as though they had fallen into some kind of illusory scene. Only when Ning Qi withdrew his divine ability of a martial monarch did the crowd gradually wake up. Jiang Posha and Emperor Lu were the first to wake up. The lower the cultivation, the slower it was for them to wake up. With such means, even if the other martial monarchs aren't even 1/10 of mine, it's still not something that an ordinary imperishable realm can contend with. Ning Qi felt that when he encountered Flowing Water Great Emperor again, he wouldn't be so helpless and helpless anymore. Chapter 38-33. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Ning Qi understood the great emperor realm more and more. Ning Qi understood the great emperor realm more and more. For example, if mortals and immortals were two incomplete forms of life, then he and the cultivators below the martial monarch realm were the same. They belonged to two different forms of life, resulting in a huge difference. Before this, he felt that he could fight a first Revolution Emperor Realm expert if he used his full strength. But in fact, it was just Ning Qi's wishful thinking. The weakest first Revolution Emperor Realm expert might be able to easily crush him. Gong San Wufua and the others are gone. Jiang Posha's expression became more and more serious. Without him noticing, Gong San Wufua and the others had all disappeared. Now, only he and Jiang Tianshu were with Lu Huang. Very suddenly, the aura on Lu Huang's body became unstable. When Ning Qi saw this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He knew that Lu Huang might have comprehended something from his breakthrough just now and had officially broken through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for countless years. As long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to break through to the great emperor realm. He's also going to break through? Jiang Posh's face paled a little. In this way, he and Jiang Tianshu had no chance of escaping from Ning Qi's clutches. Boss, Senior Lu Huang, is also going to break through? Duan Yingjun was stunned. Yes, he has successfully broken through the bottleneck that he has been stuck in for many years. As long as he cultivates for a period of time, he can complete the process of advancing from the 5th step to the 6th step. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Brother Ning, you've successfully broken through to the great emperor realm? Dongfang Haojie asked curiously. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ning Qi. When they saw Ning Qi smiling and nodding, they were overjoyed. The stronger Ning Qi's cultivation was, the more advantageous it was for them. Perhaps they were stimulated by Ning Qi's breakthrough. But Dongfang Haojie and the others didn't stay long in the courtyard. They all left to find their own fortuitous encounters. After Ning Qi consolidated his cultivation, he didn't choose to leave the creation, divine domain. As soon as he moved, he sensed the direction of sacred concubine Cold Sky and the others and flew away. This was a technique of the great emperor realm. They had a special sense for their loved ones. Ning Qi did not know if other great emperors had this technique, but at least he could sense the position of sacred concubine Cold Sky and the others. Shuangguang City. Sacred concubine Cold Sky carried Ning Rilai in her arms and stood side by side with Li Exan behind Wang Shui. The two women's cultivation had improved by quite a bit, but the one who improved the most was Ning Rilai, who was in the arms of sacred concubine Cold Sky. His cultivation was now stable. After entering the rebirth state, he would become a high-level 4th grade divine realm warrior of the creation divine realm. Miss, you go first. I'll stop them. Lin Mei sent a telepathic message. In front of her and Wang Shui stood a group of God realm warriors. The ones with the highest cultivation were at peak advanced rank, 5, similar to Wang Shui. The ones with the lowest cultivation were all at beginner rank, 5. You can't stop them. I'll stop them later. You act according to the situation. Take big sister and second sister and leave first. Remember, Rulai's life is the most important. Wang Shui transmitted her voice. You won't be able to escape today. Return my grandson to me, and I won't make things difficult for the rest of you. The one who spoke was an old man with wrinkled skin. He was a peak 5th grade God's realm warrior whose cultivation was similar to Wang Shui's. And the grandson he was referring to was Ning Rulai. Since when did Patriarch Bailey have a grandson like this? He doesn't look old, but he's already an advanced rank for God's realm warrior? These women have guts. They actually dared to snatch the Bailey family's descendant. With such aptitude, it won't be a problem for him to reach advanced rank 5 in the future. He might even reach rank 6. No wonder all the experts of the Bailey family are here. There were many God's realm warriors standing nearby to watch. From Patriarch Bailey's words, they came to a sudden realization. The way they looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky and the others became more and more strange. What a joke! This is obviously my husband's child. What are you trying to do? Wang Shui said angrily. The aura of the imperishable realm was fluctuating. It was as if she could attack at any time. However, Patriarch Bailey was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered, Do you think I would mistake a descendant of my Bailey family for someone else? If you don't make him stay today, then all of you, don't leave. Shui, take Rulai and leave first. Go find my husband. Saint Consort Cold Sky's voice suddenly rang in Wang Shui's ears. She had a resolute expression. Only by doing so could they have a chance to survive. Wang Shui couldn't take everyone out of Shuangguang City safely in front of a same-rank expert. However, if she only took Ning Rulai, the chances of Wang Shui escaping this place would greatly increase. Sister, Once Rely and I leave, you will definitely die in the hands of this old bastard. How can I explain to my husband? If we die today, we will die here together." Wang Shui shook her head and rejected Saint Consort Cold Sky's suggestion. "It doesn't matter if we die." Rely, Saint Consort Cold Sky glanced at Ning Rely. A trace of affection flashed in her eyes. He is still too young. It would be a pity if he died like this. But Wang Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. "What are you guys discussing? If you don't make my grandson stay today, then I will send you on your way." Patriarch Bailey sneered. The Bailey family warriors nearby heard this and raised their spirits. They were ready to attack at any time. Wang Shui and the others were already surrounded by an inescapable net. It would be very difficult for them to rush out of this place. "Bad guy, I am not your grandson." Ning Rulai was a little angry. "Grandson, you have been bewitched by this group of sluts. Wait until Grandpa returns home. Then everything will naturally be clear." Patriarch Bailey looked at Ning Rulai kindly. However, a trace of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bailey family had been passed down in Xuanguang City for countless years. As the current patriarch, he had been unable to break through to the 6th grade realm. Now that his lifespan was about to be exhausted, if he couldn't break through, the Bailey family would decline. But now he actually discovered an incomparably young, advanced 4th grade god realm warrior. As long as he brought Ning Rulai home, he could use the Bailey family's soul transfer technique to transfer his soul into Ning Rulai's body. Not to mention continuing the glory of the Bailey family, he could even take a step forward and break through to the 6th grade, making the Bailey family the #1 family in Xuanguang City. But this was not an impossible thing. Finishing his words, Patriarch Bailey's gaze landed on Wang Shui. He persuaded, "Miss, my Bailey family has no grievances with you. Just let my grandson go, and I can guarantee that you will be able to leave Xuanguang City safely." If it wasn't for the fear of hurting his body in the future, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense to Wang Shui. "Grandson? He is your grandson?" A voice suddenly rang out. Patriarch Bailey snorted and looked towards the source of the voice. "Of course. Do you think that I, Bailey Wuchang, will casually claim a relative?" Chapter 38-34. Bailey family head didn't notice that when that figure appeared, the complexion of Wang Shui and the others gradually improved and even revealed a trace of a smile. "Aren't you just trying to claim relatives?" Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked to Cold Sky, Saint Concubine's side. Ning Rulai saw this and shouted in surprise, "Father!" "Good son." Ning Qi took Ning Rulai from Cold Sky, Saint Concubine's hands, and pinched his chubby cheeks. He looked at the stunned Bailey family head and said, "You are not qualified to be my son's grandfather." "Good, so you are all in the same group." Bailey family head's expression changed as he glared at Ning Qi. Those who were originally shaken and began to doubt Bailey family had looked at Ning Qi with suspicion. Although this grandson of Bailey family head has never shown his face, it is possible that Bailey family is secretly training him to amaze the world in the future. Otherwise, the other families might interfere and he will inevitably die. That makes sense. Then could these people be sent by the other families? What are you talking about? Could it be that my Zhao family would do such a despicable thing? Besides, it is not confirmed whether this child is Bailey Wuchang's grandson or not. Among the spectating gods' realm warriors, there were some who came from the other great clans of Suspended Light City. When they heard the guesses of the crowd, they immediately became unhappy. One of the youths waved his folding fan in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Then there was a faint sneer on his face. Others might not know the situation of the Bailey clan, but as a descendant of the Zhao clan, he was well aware of it. Who didn't know that Bailey Wuchang had been constantly searching for a better body to use the soul shifting technique to possess? Wasn't such a young, high, rank 4th grade the best body for possession? "I will give you one last chance. If you don't let go of my grandson, you will die today. Bailey Wuchang didn't have much patience left. This kind of matter had to be resolved quickly to prevent the other families from reacting. As for Ning Qi, he still didn't put him in his eyes. You have taken advantage of me again and again. Have you had enough? Ning Qi's face gradually turned cold. Husband, there is something wrong with this old thief. He might have another use for Rulai. Wang Shui said in a low voice. Don't worry. I want to see how he will distort the truth. Ning Qi smiled. Cold Sky Saint Concubine, Wang Shui, Li Xian, Lin Mei, and the others saw Ning Qi's calm demeanor and immediately felt a surge of confidence in their hearts. It seemed like things would not end well for Ning Qi today. Obstinate. Attack. Capture them. Don't harm a single hair on my grandson's head. Kill everyone else. Bailey Wuchang shouted. When the Bailey family elder beside him saw this, he immediately led a group of Bailey family juniors to approach Ning Qi and the others. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if their souls had been taken away. They stood where they were in a daze, and in the next moment, everyone began to rapidly shrink. In front of the countless warriors of the realm of the gods, they turned into children. What happened? My cultivation? Dozens of little brats spoke in their childish voices, but their faces revealed a look of shock. When Bailey Wuchang saw this, he was slightly shocked. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. What kind of technique was this? How did the Bailey family's elder become like this? It seems like they aren't even grade 1 God Realm warriors anymore. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there was an additional trace of fear in their eyes. Ning Qi smiled, and the transformation of these children intensified again. In an instant, other than dozens of clothes on the ground, the God Realm warriors that Bailey Wuchang brought out had all disappeared. It was as if they had never existed in this world. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Grace of God? No. That kind of spirit power shouldn't have any effect on grade 5 God Realm warriors. The sacred concubine understood Ning Qi the most, and she immediately recognized the spirit power that Ning Qi had used. However, she had some doubts in her heart. The spirit power of grace of God was indeed mysterious, but its power was ordinary. When faced with opponents with higher cultivation, it basically wouldn't have any effect. But right now, among the people that Ning Qi had killed, there were 4 or 5 grade 5 God Realm warriors. Among them, there were even mid-level grade 5 existences. That was equivalent to sempiternal realm experts in the Shenluo world. Husband, you've broken through the shackles and become a heavenly emperor? Wang Shui suddenly looked at Ning Qi with a surprised expression. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with doubt. What was a heavenly emperor? Wang Shui quickly realized that she had misspoken, and quickly shut her mouth, feeling a little guilty. What kind of demonic technique is this? Bailey Wuchang stuttered, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. Where did you take the people of my Bailey family? He didn't know that the people of the Bailey family couldn't even die, because they didn't even exist. Now you know fear? Ning Qi smiled. The people of your Bailey family are all dead. After I send you on your way, I will send the remaining members of your Bailey family to accompany you. This is the price to pay for wanting to be my father. Dead. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. This kind of method of killing people without leaving a trace was indeed terrifying, because they couldn't tell what level of expert Ning Qi was at. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that a fellow Taoist would come to visit my remote Shuangguang city. A laugh suddenly sounded, and then everyone saw an old man in a Taoist robe appear in front of Bailey Wuchang, smiling and greeting Ning Qi. City Lord. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully, including Bailey Wuchang. However, after Bailey Wuchang bowed, he felt that something was amiss. In Shuangguang City, only the city lord was an early-stage, 6th-grade god realm warrior, to be addressed as a fellow Taoist. Didn't that mean that the other party was also a 6th-grade god realm warrior? Thinking of this, Bailey Wuchang's heart couldn't help but tremble. Many people also thought of this point, and they came to a realization. So that's not the case. If he wasn't a 6th-grade god realm warrior, there was no way to explain Ning Qi's mysterious technique. Are you the city, Lord of Shuangguang City? Ning Qi smiled at the old man in the Taoist robe. That's me. My surname is Wu, and my name is Hedong. May I know how to address you? Wu Hedong smiled. Rising Dragon Merchant Hall, Wu Yin. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Rising Dragon Merchant Hall? A trace of doubt flashed across Wu Hedong's eyes, as if he had never heard of the existence of this merchant hall. Brother Wu, your Shuangguang City is really dangerous. My wives brought my son here to have fun, but someone actually wants to take my son back to be his grandson? Doesn't this mean that I have to call him father? Ning Qi said with a faint smile.